Got to keep you that schedule now. So it's 2 get started. Ray needs to get home. All right. Monday, July 5th, council meeting called to order at 2 o'clock. We have all 7 members of council in attendance in this room, first time in 16 months. So nice to see everybody's smiling faces. Still have the splash guards up, and I think those should probably stay up for the long term. But it is nice to have everybody here. And then, of course, we have a fair amount of staff in chambers today as well. A lot are still participating over Zoom, so I'm logged into Zoom. I need a motion to adopt the agenda as presented. We had Councillor Mackay.
That the July 5th, 2021 agenda be adopted as presented.
Thank you for that. All those in favor? All right, that passes unanimously. So just so council knows, you see that we have moved the public hearings till 4. I think we did that initially because we didn't think there was a lot ahead of time on the agenda, and then I go away for 1 week and agenda planning added a bunch of stuff. But we'll still stick to the 4 o'clock for public hearings. And then 7.4 is the Energy Corporation. They wanted to follow right after our public hearings, but I believe you guys will all need a break after the public hearings. It's too early to take dinner before the public hearings, so we'll at least 20 minutes or more to have a supper break between the public hearings and Ernst & Young, depending how timing goes. All right, I do have a proclamation to read. So this is a fun one. So with the province essentially opening up and releasing all restrictions, one of the things St. Albert is quite often very famous for is our block parties and our block party programs. In 2017, I believe it was, no, maybe, yeah, 17, when we had our 150th anniversary, I think we were called the Block Party Capital of Canada because of the amount of work that, amount of block parties that were held in 17, and that continues to be held. A little bit of history on the block parties. When I was not even elected to council, I was sitting on the Community Service Advisory Board, and we had a vandalism task force. And we broke into subcommittees, and one of the subcommittees was looking at curfews for the youth, and I can't remember, but one of them was actually to really promote block parties in the community, because we felt that block parties would be a good way to get to know your neighbors, which then quite often leads to a reduction in home vandalism, et cetera. So I'm super proud that we've done such a good job. We have such a fantastic department within the city of St. Albert with the community development team. They have their neighborhood connectors. They have done so much work, and I think that's really what continues to make our growing city of getting close to 70,000 people also a community that can really hold tight to that small town feel. And the block parties are a huge part of that. So I will now read the proclamation. Whereas a key value of the St. Albert Social Master Plan is creating a sense of community and connectedness where neighbors know one another and feel safe. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has shown us the valuable role neighbors play in helping one another during a crisis and enhancing the resiliency of our community. And whereas block parties facilitate neighborhood connection and have become a tradition in St. Albert. And whereas Alberta is open for summer, now therefore, on behalf of Council, I, Kathy Heron, Mayor of the City of St. Albert, do hereby proclaim block party season officially open. So we will get that off. Hopefully all of you get a chance to have a block party on your street and maybe even help plan one. And I'll get this back to Angie probably, and we will. I also ask if you are having a block party, because it's probably a very safe event to do because they're generally outside. Post lots of pictures on Facebook, tag council, tag the city, because we like to see what's going on in the community. Some of them are organized through the community, some of them are ad hoc at last minute on a Friday night. So yeah, if you could take lots of pictures and tag the city and tag council, that would be awesome, so we can see what's going on. All right. And it actually leads really well. As you all know, we actually have the policing committee and our policing priorities on the agenda today. So block parties kind of aligns with that priority. We do have some registered speakers. All of them are for the public hearings. Is that correct? Just better bring up that list. Yes, all public hearing related. So we will jump over to the consent agenda. Does anyone want to read consent agenda into the record? Councillor Broadhead, thank you. It was a race.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. move that the recommendations in the following agenda reports be approved. 6.1 regular council meeting minutes of June the 21st, 2021. 8.4 bylaw 45/2021 land use bylaw 2 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue redistricting first reading.
All right, thank you for that. Call for the vote. That one passes unanimously. Moving on, we are on to business items. And the first business item is 7.1, which we maybe should have had on consent because we've already discussed this. So if I'd been in agenda planning, it would have been on consent. So we have Diane to present the results of the new policy that was written under direction from a previous council meeting. So go ahead, Diane.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Heron. I don't really have a presentation, so this was just bringing forward the specific wording that was approved at the last council meeting.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we probably should have put this on consent. Any questions of Diane? Okay, seeing none, does anyone want to make a motion? Thank you, Councillor Jolly.
Oh, I don't see the motion here. Sorry. That policy CFS 05 budget and taxation guiding principles provided as an attachment be approved.
Do you have any opening comments?
None.
Okay. Councillor Hughes?
Mayor Heron, I know it's last minute and I apologize for that, but I wanted to put forward an amendment that I'm just going to assume it's not friendly. And that is that we change the contribution to life cycles from 10% to 20% and decrease the new initiatives from 65 to 55. So the specific wording would be that the policy
Okay, so
CFS
what-
budget
so
taxing.
Do you have the amendment written up?
I emailed it to council, so you got it. And I said, email it to Ledge. And I realized I thought I'd sent it earlier. And then I realized afterwards I had not. So then I'm like, oh God, I got to do it last minute. But it's to change the number from 10 to 20 and from 65 to 55.
Okay, give us a sec. Councillor Hughes and all of council, if you could get your amendments in before the meeting start, that would help because now we need to take a break. So you want to say that the policy section 14B be amended 25% offset the base, which is what it is.
Yes. And then increase it from 10 to 20 for life cycle reserves. And then decrease it
Okay.
from 65 to 55 for new initiatives.
Okay, all right. Councillor Jolly, I'm looking at you. Is that friendly? You want to do that a separate debate? Okay. All right, so do you have the amendment? All right. Okay, so let us, any questions on the amendment, I guess, or accept it? Councillor Hanson, go ahead.
Thank you. I guess from administration, Diane, are these new numbers, how does it change? You're having to deal with this on the fly, I understand, but how does this change what we're trying to achieve with the policy?
So I would say, conceptually, I wouldn't say administration would have anything against this amendment conceptually. I guess the only risk we face is that lowering the amount for new initiatives, because of course that's the assessment growth pieces that administration sort of utilizes sort of to put towards the new initiatives to support council's strategic plan, as well as some of those other pieces. So it's putting a fair bit of restriction on that piece.
Okay, with the increase of the life cycle reserve, how does that change the end goal of catching up?
Right. So it certainly does help a little bit. The one thing to remember is that because we're just putting in a portion of it each year, you lose the kind of the compounding effect that you get when you're doing a tax increase. So it doesn't have the same effect long term as the ongoing tax increase does, because it's sort of like a one-time each year. When we modeled it out the first time, that was the original reason why we didn't recommend using any growth revenue, is that we felt it made such a little difference to the end goal that it wasn't necessarily worth utilizing that money. But then when we relooked at it again, we thought that it did definitely make some logical sense, that some of that growth money, obviously the growth in the city is what's contributing to our need to grow our assets. And so some of that money should probably be going towards the RMR.
But the 1.5% from your perspective and trying to catch up is probably something that should be ongoing.
Yes, that's what I would say.
Thank you.
Diane, I was actually thinking of a similar one. I was only going to tweak it by about 5%. Sheena's gone to 10%, but whatever. My only concern was the funding the new initiatives. So in your recollection, in the last couple of years, have we used pretty much the entire sum of what's available in new assessment dollars to fund new initiatives?
I would say in most years, we definitely do use almost all of it. It's required. The last couple of years, we've been really holding back, just in response to COVID and, response to trying to keep the tax rate lower. We have really held back on those new requests. But, going forward, there's certainly enough initiatives in terms of just the growth of the city requiring just to be able to maintain services, that type of growth. And then, new initiatives, like I mentioned, kind of supporting council's strategic plan and the corporate business plan.
And so what happens if we have a bare minimum of new initiatives that we absolutely have to fund that exceeds what's available? Where would that money come from?
So then that would, if we had to go over and above that amount, that would end up coming from the tax rate. It would be an increase to taxes to fund those.
All right, any more questions? All right, Councillor Hughes, opening arguments on the amendment?
Thank you, and I apologize again for having it last minute. That wasn't my intention, and then it just slipped away from me. The reason for this is that what we've been told repeatedly is that we have a shortfall in the capital budget and that we need to increase the amount going into it. But the reality is this has also come as a result of years of not increasing the capital budget and increasing staff at an extraordinarily large rate. Not necessarily in the most recent years, but certainly the previous council and the councils before that, it was not uncommon to see staffing increases of over 20 up to 28 new staff with only 1,000 new people coming into play. So as a result, money that probably should have been going towards the capital budget was put towards new staff, and the number of staff over about a decade increased substantially. I think it was either 6 to 1 or 8 to 1 of what it really should have been for increasing versus population growth. So now we're playing catch up. And so when I look at this, the reality is that if you spend too much in one category and you have a household budget, you have to figure out how to manage your budget in the other category. And so what this means is that there'd be fewer new staff to be able to fund. However, that there was an explosion of staff growth before. And so this is about managing your assets and agreeing to it. And a 1.5% tax increase is substantial when we're adding it to a regular base of 3% expected. So if we can move that from a 10 to 20, that will decrease that much more the burden on the taxpayer for the decisions of previous councils, and allow us to have a much more of a conscious decision about any type of further growth. Because you can't just keep doing what we're doing and then just say, well, we need more money because of decisions before, and we're not going to adjust the way we're doing things. 10% I don't think reflects enough of how much the staffing had grown in previous years. Again, not most recently, and I appreciate Mr. Scoble for keeping it tight in recent years. But prior to that, it did grow quite substantially. Basically, in my opinion, it was almost unchecked growth. So what we have to do is, if the priority needs to be to increase the capital budget, that means that you have to do it at the expense of increasing staff. You can't increase everything all the time and then ask the taxpayers to take advantage, to take the burden of that. So this would be a way to alleviate that 1.5 to something hopefully a bit more manageable. And in the event that the council, the next term or moving forward, decides that they still require new growth initiatives, then they would simply increase it. That tax increase would then just not be given to the or tax offset would not be allowed for that year for the taxpayers. So this is, if we don't, the taxes go up by that much more every single year. And this way you can actually take the priority and have it be this way. And then you're actually making a statement that new money should actually be going to fund this. more, and that we'll work with the staffing levels that we have and reprioritize accordingly to make sure it works. As simple as that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other comments on the amendment? All right, seeing none, I guess we're going to go straight to the vote. All those in favor? I didn't vote. Sorry. Can you just redo it? Thanks. I was still thinking. Sorry about that, guys. Voting's closed. And that motion passes with Councillor Hanson, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Mackay, and Councillor Watkins in favor. There we go. Okay. Back to the original motion, Councillor Jolly.
This just came about as a discussion from council, so thank you, Diane, for putting this together for us. Nothing further.
Anyone else on this? All right, call for the vote. Voting is closed. And that passes unanimously. All right. 7.2, which is our Policing Committee Annual Report. We have Dr. Chris Wells joining us as the chair of the Policing Committee. Welcome to our meeting, Dr. Wells. And I will let you take it away and tell us what the Policing Committee has been doing this last year.
Great, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with council. I'm also delighted to be joined today by our new officer in command, Ryan Komanek, who will be speaking to council on the next item. It's been a busy year, and it's been a great year for the Policing Committee. We were fortunate to be able to participate with the cooperation of the city and the RCMP in the selection of the new OIC process to ensure a strong community component in that interview and selection process. And then we hit the ground running, certainly in January with our new OIC. As well, we were able to operationalize our public complaint director position that's been active over the past year. And we've been able to share information on that position with the SolGen and with the Alberta Association of Police Governance as a best practice to support the development of other PCD positions with policing committees across the province. We also established a new Cultivate the Conversation page for the Policing Committee that was very active, including a survey that received over 100 community responses that helped us to develop this year's annual policing priorities. Likewise, with the annual report that you have before you, in the past year, we've also, as part of our meetings, had joint discussions with the St. Albert Youth Committee, the St. Albert Seniors Committee, and we had a special presentation on Clare's Law and how that would impact domestic violence situations here in the community of St. Albert. As mentioned, we established our new annual policing priorities, which we're very pleased with. There are 3 major priorities, which include domestic violence and assault, mental health and vulnerable communities, and crime reduction. Those 3 priorities are reported quarterly on by the RCMP. So we're able to map progress throughout the year on achieving those particular objectives through various proactive initiatives and other means. Lastly, as well, we created a committee work plan. And so for this year, we have a major focus in supporting planning for the AAPG, the Alberta Association of Police Governance's conference, which thanks to the support of the city and council, we are the host city for, which will be occurring so far as projected in person in spring 2022. And we're really excited as an opportunity to showcase our community here in St. Albert, to showcase the great partnership we have with the RCMP and the Policing Committee, and to continue to demonstrate that St. Albert is one of the safest and best communities to live in, not only in Alberta, but in Canada. And so more information will be coming on that. We also struck a community engagement subcommittee. We're hopeful soon to be back at venues like farmers markets and other events around town to further liaise with community members on policing matters and to raise visibility of the policing committee that is here to serve our community. Likewise, we have plans this fall in partnership with the RCMP to host a town hall. So we'll be busily working towards planning that as a key community engagement strategy. It'll be a great opportunity to introduce our new OIC more fully to the community of St. Albert. And lastly, we continue to monitor and respond to general policing concerns and information, whether that comes from the community, through council, or through city administration. And we'd like to thank the OIC and the RCMP team for always being so diligent in getting us information to proactively respond to concerns and many times compliments that also come forward about the great service the RCMP is providing to our community. So in summation, I would say we feel very fortunate to have a very positive and productive working relationship with the RCMP. Communication is flowing well, and we've been thrilled to welcome our new OIC, and as well to work closely with council and city administration as that conduit with the RCMP. So I'll stop there, and certainly know that be happy to answer any questions as they may emerge throughout our joint presentation. And also would like to thank council for making the opportunity, what I understand will be a quarterly update with the Policing Committee and the RCMP, to be able to come to council and share information and answer questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I guess, of course, obviously the thanks goes back to you and your committee. You've taken on a huge role, and we appreciate it. I realize this is the 2020 report, but we're already halfway through 2021. I won't ask you about your new council rep, because I'm sure you have lots of opinions. But I'm wondering how the new public complaints officer is handling her role, and how, if you can kind of give us an insight into any activity she's getting.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And our pickleball champion is a great representative on our committee, and we appreciate his longstanding background in policing, which has been an asset to the work of the Policing Committee. Kristen Kalmbach is our public complaint director. She has an extensive background in parole as a parole officer, which has been very helpful in navigating sometimes the confidentiality and the complexity of the public complaint process. And very much our role with the public complaint director is that of a liaison, is to inform the public of the various options that exist to file a complaint if they so choose. We always attempt to engage in opportunity for mediation if they're interested in that, and that relies extensively on the willingness of the RCMP detachment commander, and in this case has been welcomed with open arms, to be very proactive, and for us then to help to monitor the progress of those complaints. I think it's a bit of a catch-22 with the position. You'll naturally perhaps see more complaints because people are now more aware that they can approach to consider filing a complaint. So the complaint process has been active, perhaps not more than we thought it would be. And in many cases, it's simply, as I mentioned, that process of ensuring people know how what can sometimes be a bureaucratic process is to help to walk them through the various mechanisms and channels for that.
When it comes to complaints, do you get the sense that some residents confuse the RCMP role with our community bylaw officers?
Yes, that would be a very, very common occurrence. Things like photo radar, for example, which we know are part of the municipal enforcement services and not the RCMP per se. Bylaw is another great example of what's happening maybe in a neighborhood or at a community park or a noise complaint or things like that as well. So a big part of that is public education component as well. And that might not even come through the official complaint mechanism, or it just might be an inquiry or an email that is sent to the policing committee or certainly to council. But regardless, we do our best to ensure that that information is shared with the RCMP or municipal enforcement services, and that there is a proactive plan in place to investigate and address the concern if there is merit, behind it that way. So we do actually really appreciate the good flow of communication and the timeliness, because more often than not, we're able to turn around a response in about 48 hours, if not sooner, back to the individual who maybe had a community-based concern. Sometimes it's often even a neighborly issue of noise in an adjoining backyard or on a playground.
One more question for me, and then I'll open up to council. I attended one meeting that I remember a resident came and was talking about RCMP presence in Erin Ridge. I remember that one. Are you getting lots of public attending your meetings, asking questions, and could we as a council in the city encourage that more?
Yeah, absolutely. We would love to have more public members be able to attend. Generally, like many things, unless there's a concern, people don't tend to show up. Meetings can be very, maybe much like coming to a council meeting, administrative in focus and not the most riveting entertainment. Not to say the council isn't riveting and entertaining.
We try.
But we can always go back and watch that on the YouTube highlights as well. So, but we are trying to endeavor to, number one, have people aware that there is a policing committee and that they can call upon us. And number two, to come out to our meetings. So we're actually trying to be more proactive by inviting in guest presenters, by connecting with other committees or groups in the community as well. And I can tell you, we've sure learned a lot from engagement with the youth and the seniors committee. And it was time very well spent, and time that helped us establish our annual policing priorities. And also, I know there was valuable information that was shared back with the RCMP, particularly when it comes to COVID times and concerns of seniors and fraud prevention and things like that. And I know that both groups really appreciated being able to hear directly from the OIC and to know that there is a policing committee there to support their committee's objectives as well.
Good. I don't have any questions from council registered. I'll just add one last thing before I go to Councillor Mackay for a motion. I feel like between you and I, we've figured out our lanes now. I think after a couple of years, I feel like it's flowing quite well. The response between you and I and now Ryan has been respectful of the new role of the policing committee. So I feel like kudos goes to you for helping navigate that and the governance side of it. So thank you for that. Councillor Mackay, you want to make a motion?
Absolutely.
Can you make it entertaining?
You set me up, But as usual, Dr. Wells has responded appropriately, and so I don't have to. So I'll read the motion in that Policing Committee's 2020 annual report provided as an attachment to the July 5th, 2021 agenda report titled Policing Committee 2020 Annual Report be received as information.
Awesome. Any opening comments?
Yeah, I will provide opening comments, and I just want to thank Dr. Wells for his time. I mean, the previous comments were well said. I think that the Policing Committee has found a good role in the community and is starting to really work hard at achieving some of its plan. You can certainly see it in some of our results that Dr. Wells identified. A moment about some of the committee members. I was very impressed with the background, the experience and knowledge that is around the table. And so the willingness to listen, the willingness to reach out to community members. Dr. Wells identified some of the successes we had around engagement with the youth and the seniors. And as we found as council, when we engage with these two groups, it's always informative and we come away better. I also want to give a shout out to previous council members for basically setting the foundation for where we are at this year with the Policing Committee. Councillor Hughes, Councillor Watkins, I appreciate all the work that you did to make my job quite a bit easier. And I mean, going out and hiring a new OIC who looks a lot like the existing chair and the current Policing Committee member was very important. Sorry, Ryan. Ryan did have a full head of hair when he first came to the detachment, but anyway, so I mean, there's great engagement, great involvement. I just want to say thank you very much for all your work, and I look forward to this upcoming year, and I also look forward to the next item on the agenda because I think you'll all be impressed with direction the OIC is going to be taking our detachment in the next year. Although he's going to be talking about Q4, I think there's an opportunity to engage him in what he's got planned for the future as well. So that's my comments.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Hughes, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, like, there's been a lot of growing pains this past term to make this a success, and it's really been a part of just persistence and determination to try to see what we could do to make sure that it was a successful committee in the end. And certainly, when you're beginning something that really hasn't been done for so long, you're even tempted, and then trying to make two different power levels work together and produce a result that's beneficial for everybody in the end is going to have some, as Mayor Heron said, some kinks, some growing pains. And I just wanted to acknowledge those people, Mr. Wells and everyone else, and even from the previous committees who are no longer on the committee, and certainly the ones that today, who have stuck it out and tried to figure out what we could do to make sure that it was a successful committee and that we were representing people to the best possible extent for the through the RCMP and for the public. So I just wanted to thank you guys for that, because it would have been easy to say no and just to drop it all out sooner and just give up. And instead, because I think everyone wanted to make sure that this succeeded, that we're now moving on a track that I feel a lot more confident about. And I think that it will continue to evolve to become even better than what it is now. And so thank you for that, because it's really easy to give up these days. And, you know, in the past year and a half, I think everyone's been stretched to the limit. And yet we're coming out of it with the idea that this committee has value and that it can bring more to the table every day, and that we no longer have to question whether or not its existence should be there. So thank you for that. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Watkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Wells, and the members of the committee for all the hard work you've done on this committee over the past few years. I was a member on it, but now we have a more appropriate member, Ken, with all his experience in policing on the right side of the law. So, and I also want to thank Mr. LaFleur for all the work he did and in kind of getting the logistics of the committee together and the bylaws back together, because I think that was really something that we really needed. We were struggling as a committee for a while, and then once Mr. LaFleur came along and really helped us set a path and clarify some things, and then we got the complaints director going and everything else. So I'd like to thank him also and all the members of the committee. And a couple of years ago, there was a call to turf this committee, and people were saying it's useless, we should get rid of it, and I'm certainly glad we didn't. Thank you.
Councillor Mackay to close.
Really nothing further. Good comments by everybody, and thank you for the recognition for the work admin's done in the background.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That motion passes unanimously. All right, Dr. Weld, I'm assuming you're going to stick around because we're moving on to 7.3 on the agenda, which is the RCMP Q4 Annual Performance Plan, or EPP. So, Ryan, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Wells, for the intro. Nice to see council chambers full today. That's a nice sign of things to come, hopefully, and coming through on the other side of COVID. So yeah, I just want to thank everyone for the opportunity today to connect and share some information. I've been in place here now as your new OIC for 6 months, and my focus has been on building relationships within the community. Obviously, it's been a bit of a challenge with the social restrictions with COVID. However, very encouraged with the recent softening of the restrictions, and look forward to getting out and meeting community stakeholders in person over the coming months and getting that all important face time with folks in the community. I also agree with the previous comments in regards to the policing committee. I feel like we've found our groove, so to speak. It's a very diverse group, and certainly have the ability to think tank important issues in the community with regards to policing services. So the level of collaboration and support I've received thus far has been great. Actually exceeded my expectations. Just going back to some comments about, the relationship in the past been somewhat of a bumpy road, but it's comforting to know that we have a shared vision and interest in delivering the city of St. Albert with customized policing services in order to meet the changing landscape. St. Albert's a very diverse community, so it's nice to have that key partnership in place with the policing committee. So, in the last 6 months, we've really worked together to identify our annual performance plan priorities, our initiatives and objectives, which I look forward to presenting council on a quarterly basis going forward. Also, the policing committee serves as my liaison for the community, for elected officials and executive leadership team. And they are a great partner in that regard. Ensuring information is always flowing and community stakeholders remain informed on policing issues and trends, because they do change. So going forward, I look forward to continuing to grow this relationship, and I feel like we're probably going to break some new ground as a flagship model for community engagement, consultation, and collaboration. And I understand the Q4 quarterly report was provided as information to council. It is somewhat of yesterday's news because we're going into the month of July here now. So, but certainly happy to answer any questions from council on that and or discuss our new annual performance plan going forward.
All right, thank you. Is there anything you want to highlight, like that was, interesting over COVID for Q4 of last year?
Yeah, I can touch on a few stats of interest there. One that really jumped out at me earlier when I was reviewing these was the drop in motor vehicle collisions, fairly significant. So 2017, there was a total of 462, and 2021 dropped down to 314, so a drop of 32%. So that's a nice trend for the community. And on the injury motor vehicle collision side, a drop from 53 down to 22, so a drop of 58%. So obviously traffic safety has always been a priority in the city of St. Albert, and I think all efforts taken to date by council and the RCMP and the policing committee as showing that there is certainly those efforts have come to bear. So that's a nice trend to see. But I guess sort of on the more on the concerning side of things, and I think as a direct result of the COVID pandemic, we have seen some increases in domestic violence and calls for service that would be categorized under the Mental Health Act. So again, dealing with folks in trauma, in crisis, and certainly the COVID pandemic, I believe, has really amplified those issues and concerns on a local level. So we very much took that into consideration in the development of our new annual performance plan, targeting those three areas that Dr. Wells had spoken on earlier. So.
All right. Yeah, so you said you're open to questions on the 2021 APP?
Certainly.
Okay, because I've got a couple questions all lined up. So Councillor Hanson, you can start.
Thank you. Thanks, Ryan. That was a great report. My thoughts immediately are just going back to that just terrible attack on the two Muslim women that were in St. Albert. And I realize that that would not obviously be a part of this particular report, but I just wondered through COVID or any trend that you could talk about, have we seen an increase in hate crimes as such? Or was this, would you have considered this a little bit of a one-off?
Yeah, great question. I consider this to be a one-off. I believe that St. Albert's no different than any other community in Alberta or in Canada for that matter. There are bad apples out there, and in this particular instance, you know, it may have been a crime of opportunity based on the location, but I wouldn't say that there's any obvious trends in regards to hate motivated crimes. However, the policing industry as a whole is starting to ramp up their efforts to try and you know, look at ways to try and identify those responsible. So we are in consultation with the Edmonton Police Service Hate Crimes Unit as well. The RCMP have a hate crimes, dedicated hate crimes investigator based out of headquarters. So we'll be working closely with those folks to try and identify those or the suspect responsible for that.
Thank you very much. And thanks for all the work that you do. And you've come into St. Albert into this position. I think you fit like a glove. So that's great.
Councillor Watkins, I think you're up next.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thanks for your presentation. I just had a question. When I was on the police committee before the legalization of marijuana, there was a lot of talk about needing 7 or 9 additional police officers to enforce the lack of marijuana laws, and so we're going to need all this extra enforcement. And I see on page 72 of the report there was an increase in cannabis-related charges since legalization, and I'm just wondering how has that impacted the force, and have you seen a lot more work as a result of it, or a lot less work as a result of it? Because like I said, back before you were here, there was estimates that we would need another 7 police officers or something like that to deal with it.
Yeah, great question, Councillor Watkins. I think the policing industry was just anticipating a lot of adjustments with the new legislation, and maybe as an industry, somewhat of an overreaction to those change in laws. My personal view on it is that it hasn't lent to a huge increase in workload. I believe that you know, I think AGLC has done a good job of rolling that out and making sure that there's provincial oversight and that the governance is there. Obviously, there was some hiccups with licensing early on, and I think society is still trying to define or find their comfort zone with regards to usage, occupation, or not occupational, but recreational usage. So I guess in summary, it hasn't resulted in a huge increase of workload, and some of that enforcement can fall on the municipal enforcement services as well through their appointments. So fortunately, we haven't seen any concerning trends in that regard here in the city of St. Albert.
Thank you. And then on page 66, we talk about break and entering clearance rates, and we say that I'm not much of a on the clearance rate. Clearance rate is the number of cases that are solved. Is that what that is? That are cleared?
Yeah, essentially, yeah, solved, or we've identified the suspect or suspects responsible.
Okay, so then on the B&Es, we had a 0% clearance rate. So we just didn't solve any of them. We caught people, but we didn't solve them, or how does that work?
Yeah, so the clearance rate would again just refer to identifying those responsible and or which led to charges in court. So yeah, so if it was unsolved, we did not identify those responsible.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 69, let's go to that page here. Hang on. So, talk about one of the priorities being more engagement with the public. And under the metrics, there's no metrics. Like it just says target to increase. And is that because we didn't keep track of numbers before, or because I remember that was a concern we heard that people wanted more interaction, they wanted to see the police more. And if we don't have a measurable target under the first priority and the third priority, we have measurable targets. You say like 10% increase and 25%, and you have numbers, but under number 2, you don't have any numbers. So I'm wondering if that would be something you would incorporate later to say, like, we've had so many contacts and we've done so many visits. And
yeah, I believe the priority was for the RCMP to better track their community engagement. So stuff like stakeholders meetings, open house, public forums, those types of things. In the past, there's maybe been some confusion with community stakeholders with what level of engagement the police have been involved with, and then of course currently what level of engagement meets the needs of the community. So this priority was set up so that we could keep better tabs on what we were doing in terms of engagement. And that's why some of it is just more or less ongoing versus being tracked, like in terms of percentages or numbers of community engagements.
If I could add on to what the commander's saying there, part of the community engagement, and this came from the policing committee, is trying to move away in somewhat from percentages, because year over year, when we say 10% reduction or 10% increase, from what is the 10% coming from? So in terms of community engagement is something really difficult to measure on the numbers as opposed to the quality of the engagement. So certainly we know from the RCMP, all of the engagement gets reported and rolled into the annual report, all of the different events they may have attended or things like that. So we were trying to try to move away from setting percentages, because we were finding the percentages on goals were not that helpful actually, but actually then getting down to the conversation at our meetings of what was actually happening on the ground, and also what role can the policing committee play and to support things like community engagement as well. So that was just a little bit of the thinking that went into, as we're going in with a new APP, trying to change some of the way that we had traditionally been measuring things, because in the past we actually just found that those measurements weren't that meaningful.
Well, and frankly unrealistic, because a lot of this stuff is ongoing. So to attach a percentage or a number to a community engagement was very difficult, challenging. So yes, thanks, Dr. Wells, for that.
And then finally, maybe you could just comment on the status of a committee. Are you setting up a committee through the police department to deal with racialized people or people of color? And maybe you could just comment on
yes.
that. Because I think that's a great step forward.
Yeah, that's kind of new, fresh off the press. I'm happy to report that I'm trying to stand up officer in charge community diversity advisory committee. So very similar to what the commanding officer of K Division has, and it's been very well received and supported by the policing committee. But essentially, they'll just give myself and the policing committee the opportunity to reach a lot deeper into the community and find out what some of the concerns are for the smaller represented groups in the community, just regards to concerns that they may have, certain trends in the community, and making sure that we're alive to everyone in the community so that we can customize that policing services accordingly.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are my questions. And once again, we're happy to have you here in the city and proud of the work you guys are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Watkins, that was a good question. It was, I think it was brought up at the last committee meeting that I couldn't attend about the Diversity Advisory Committee. So Ryan, that's fantastic. So Councillor Watkins, something for you to do after the election.
Maybe Councillor Watkins can sit on that committee. It'd be great to have him.
I certainly will sit on that committee as a private citizen.
Fantastic. It's on the record.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just an observation here and perhaps a question coming out of it. During the COVID pandemic, we all largely in the media, we've heard the story of the opioid crisis really hitting a high peak during this time, and yet the controlled substance and drug occurrences graph that you got on page 67 indicates a significant drop in these sorts of activities. I care to comment, did you do something that positioned St. Albert well during this time, or was it some other factors that may have come into play here?
Yeah, great question. Bit of a mixed bag in terms of a response on that. I believe it's of credit to all the organizations in St. Albert providing services to the vulnerable community. A lot of those opioid type calls for service fall within the category of under the Mental Health Act. So people in crisis will often call the police, or they'll call ambulance, or depending on their particular situation. And in St. Albert's been, fortunately, we haven't had any, I believe, any opioid related deaths, but yeah, no, it's just it's a community issue and a community response. So, we try and be as proactive as we can. And of course, we've got our community policing and victim services unit here. That's very in tune with that particular demographic and working with other community groups and stakeholders. So there is a great service currently to the citizens of this community with regards to support, and we're hoping to continue that great work. And we've got that at the forefront in our new annual performance plan. So it is a very concerning issue, I think, across the nation. But I believe my view is that St. Albert is very much ahead of the curve in that regard.
Well, congratulations on the 2020 experience, and certainly encourage some similar success in the future. Thank you.
All right, I see no more questions. So Councillor McKay, you ready to make Councillor Jolly, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, that last line of questioning just brought up something. You commented that we haven't had any opioid deaths in St. Albert. So is that statistic, an RCMP statistic, or an EMS statistic. It's conflicting with some of the information that I have, not related to the RCMP.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the current calendar year. And I believe it's Alberta Health Services that generates those statistics. But through the police committee chair, I could certainly do a deeper dive on that and provide those details to council at a later date.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, I'll read in the motion and have some comments that the St. Albert RCMP 2020-2021 quarter 4 report be provided as an attachment to the July 5th, 2021 agenda report entitled RCMP quarter 4 annual performance plan report be received as information. Say that fast.
Yeah. All right. Accept that motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank my council members and colleagues for their questions, because certainly you did cover off a lot of my comments, and there's no doubt that the new officer in charge, Inspector Komniak, has identified some of the issues that are important to the residents, and certainly the one that Councillor Watkins raised in relation to engaging with our members of our community, that are marginalized or certainly from a different ethnic background. I mean, the inspector just outlined some of his efforts to engage those groups at our last meeting. So looking forward to moving forward on that. And Councillor Watkins, you got to get through a rigorous appointment process before you sit on that committee. Well, yeah, you meet a few of the tick boxes. But, and the other ones in relation to that, I mean, there's no doubt COVID-19, that pandemic that has hit us in 2020 has caused us probably a lot of new criminologists and sociologists will come out with all sorts of new studies around the impacts that that's had on our generation. Certainly we've seen it, starting to begin to see it at a local level. And I'm sure there'll be students going through and getting their PhD based on some of the research they're undertaking as to what are the short-term and long-term impacts of that. So it's certainly turned routine theory upside down. But I think that there will be opportunities to take the results of the past year, learn from it, and apply it, new initiatives going forward. And again, I want to give kudos to the inspector and the policing committee for the momentum that's got us moving in the right direction. So thank you very much.
Anyone else have any comments on the Q4? Seeing none, I guess we're going straight to the vote. Call for the vote. Voting's closed, and that passes unanimously. So thanks to both of you for attending today. Next year, hopefully you'll be in chambers. Yeah, that'll be better. And yeah, we're going to move on now to 7.4 is time specific. So we're going on to 7.5, which is Indigenous relations. And we have Cindy de Bruin presenting. Hello, Cindy.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and Council. I don't have a presentation, but just perhaps a few speaking notes. I'm here regarding the recommendation that $100,000 from the Stabilization Fund be allocated to address some of the emergent needs related to the Indigenous portfolio. While there is a 2022 business case that will be coming forward as part of budget deliberations in November to support long-term initiatives, there are two matters that require more immediate action. So the first is in regards to securing a consultant who specializes in Indigenous-based solutions to work with the local and regional Indigenous leaders in building a framework for a guiding committee that can lead council and administration in the future. So this committee could be tasked with things such as supporting the city and guiding the decision-making with regards to truth and reconciliation calls to action, reviewing policy through an Indigenous lens, updating the required public information such as website, public signage, public art, etc. The framework would then be completed late this fall and brought to then council for approval. If at the time council chooses to support the concept of this committee, the consultant would then be able to facilitate the recruitment of membership so that the group could be in place for the beginning of a 2022 calendar year. The second time sensitive matter is related to the permanent flying of the Treaty 6 and Métis flags. As council is aware, we are in the early stages of preparing for proper ceremony and protocol on September 13th of this year. In conversation with the Métis local president, it was identified that this would be a prime opportunity to host a series of daily events each day that week in partnership with the Métis local and other regional Indigenous organizations. This week would then bring together the community to remember the past, engage in meaningful discussion, learn, and of course, reconcile towards a new path forward. So to adequately resource both requests and also ensure that we're being led by experienced consultants for this important work, we estimate that about $100,000 would be required. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, I've got one for Councillor Mackay. I'm wondering if the motion could say up to $100,000. Yeah. But we'll get to that in a sec. Councillor Mackay, why don't we go with questions?
Yeah, that was one of my observations. Appreciate that, Mayor. The other one, Cindy, thank you very much for attending. In the St. Albert's efforts, it's in the first paragraph where we were in our response to the Truth and Reconciliation report. We implemented the Vehonen report, and out of that report were a number of recommendations. How many of those recommendations have been implemented to date?
Councillor Mackay, I got to refer to my notes on that one. A handful have been, so things such as we now have established a land acknowledgement that can be used for both formal and informal settings. We have the 2 permanent flagpoles that are being established. There are a handful of others that we haven't looked at just yet that are still works in progress. So I could provide council through an information request with a summary of an updated summary of what has and has been worked on if you'd like.
Well, I guess it would be, the basis of my question is in relation to your request for to hire a consultant. And part of that role of that consultant would be to develop a path forward to further move us towards completion of those recommendations. Is that correct?
It's correct. Through the mayor, Councillor Mackay, I think that unfortunately, the resource of time is something that there's never enough of in lots of areas, right? And so to build and establish proper relationship is going to take that time, and to be able to guide us and have that ongoing information or that ongoing group of folks available to provide us with information and recommendations on how to move forward would likely be tremendously valuable to us as an organization. Just because as right now, when we do, for example, on the committee side of things, to see what a structure of a committee would look like so that, council in late fall can determine next steps. This would give us an opportunity to have a group that we can go to consistently to get ongoing advice and wisdom from. And then in terms of the weekly celebrations, the types of programming and awareness and knowledge sharing that could happen through regional Indigenous partners would be very valuable at a time when there are many asking us for action and wanting to learn. There's quite a hunger for learning right now.
So just to close the circle, so in relation to the Vehonen report, would there be perhaps some of the recommendations that we wouldn't move forward on, or would that be something that this consultant would determine? And given the obviously the recent tragic events, would they add potentially new ones as well, or would they provide a separate standalone kind of action plan?
Well, maybe I'll look to Mr. Scoble to add maybe from his perspective if there's anything, but I think there are still recommendations that we need to build on moving forward. So for example, building a relationship with the National Truth and Reconciliation Group and doing annual reports of that, arranging for nation-to-nation meetings, those are all remain the same. There might be some new ones. So since we've learned about the recovery of Kamloops and other places in Canada, knowing that the Métis local here in St. Albert has announced their intentions for ground penetrating radar near the 2 residential school sites in St. Albert, there's probably going to be some emerging things. But again, this group will enable us to actually have that ongoing source of information to help guide and really tell us what we need to focus our energies on, and with the capacity that we have. We know things like some of our public information on our website, as an example, probably needs to be updated. But knowing that we are not the experts to do that, a body to help us, to provide us with advice, to guide us to the way we need to move forward. Those aren't things that the Pehonen report had predicted, but those are certainly emerging things that I think would fare well for the city in its response.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And I'll just make a comment, and that'll be my last comment, Mayor. And I agree, because what you've identified in relation to updating, I mean, certainly some of our information plaques along the river valley or in other locations and sites, and certainly some of our stories online probably need updating. Or well, I'm not even going to say probably do need updating. So I appreciate you acknowledging that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. And this question is probably for Ms. McMorty. For the budget for the September events, so it's a series of events that we'd like to host in September. Is there any opportunity to use some of our, is there an unused portion of our community events grant that kind of we can pull funds out of that instead of the stabilization reserve, or is this really our best option?
Oh goodness, I'd have to look into that. I'm not sure what the sort of balance or commitments are under that fund for this year. That's certainly something we could look into. My suggestion would be maybe, in order to be able to move this forward today, is that, we can go ahead and, approve it out of the stabilization fund. And then if we find there's another source, we can always bring it back to council with a recommended funding source change.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Councillor Hanson.
Thank you. Thanks, Cindy. Have you started to look for this external consultant? Is this somebody that's going to be local and know our history, or what's sort of the scope around the external consultant?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, there's a local Indigenous public relations and communications firm that we had actually been in conversation with regarding the upcoming council's orientation this fall. So this organization, we've had lots of conversation with them already, and they've got lots of connections to the Michelle Band, in the St. Albert area, and they're quite knowledgeable. So yes, we've had conversations. We've talked to them about their capacity for the scope of the project to look at the committee side of things. In terms of the week of events, it would be a different consultant, and we've had a couple of conversations with, for example, our culture department or community services department. The culture branch has had some previous workings with a couple of local groups that are Indigenous, that have a lot of experience in the area, and so we've had some preliminary conversations just to gauge pricing, but nothing further on that regard.
Okay, thank you so much.
I have a question. It might not be for you, Cindy. It might be for Mr. Scoble. The honorarium policy, because that comes with a financial price tag, I guess. So where are we with that? And if we're paying honorariums, does it come out of this 50,000, or is that going to be a separate?
So with respect to the honorariums, I may defer to Mr. LaFleur. I think we have a draft policy. We just actually got it finished in the last week or so. So that should come back very shortly after the summer recess. I think we'll look at the honorariums as part of the 100,000. As you noted, the change of the motion to up to 100,000. So we'll try and work within that budget and see how we go from there. Yep.
I did do a quick question to the mid-sized mayors, the 22 mayors across Alberta. Do you have an Indigenous, 2 questions. I said, do you have a dedicated Indigenous coordinator like what we're proposing? We would be one of the first, from what I could tell. I think Chestermere had a lot of them had diversity coordinators. So it would go a little bit beyond the Indigenous file. It would be a bigger file. So it might be something to consider. And the paying of honorariums was rare. It was mostly gifts. That's what I heard. So I think while we go forward with this, we might need to make sure we're not leading a pack in a way that other municipalities don't want to follow. So just some thoughts. All right, any more questions? Go ahead, Councillor Hudson.
Thanks for that question, Mayor. And I'm just looking at page 1 of 2 of our agenda report where it says at the bottom, the cost to conduct proper protocol engagement and facilitation for the possible committee framework is an estimated 50,000. So when I see conduct proper protocol, does that include honorarium? Yes, it does. That's what I thought.
Yes,
That's
Councillor
how I
Hudson.
read it. Okay.
It'll be nice to have a framework around that and a policy. All right, so I have no more questions. Does anyone want to bring forward this motion? Go ahead, Councillor Hans. Oh, Councillor Jolly beat you to it.
If I can see it, where are we here? That up to $100,000 in one-time funding be approved from the stabilization fund for emergent Indigenous needs.
Thank you for that. I'll accept that. Go ahead.
I would just like to thank administration and particularly Cindy and Kevin for their work over the last few weeks. I think some of the conversations that we've had and some of the emails that we've received that frankly are disgusting have really shown us that we need to take bigger steps in terms of addressing some of the issues that we have in our community regarding addressing these needs. So thank you for that work, and I look forward to September. We need to learn, and those activities provide an opportunity to learn and to come together and to talk to each other. So that's exciting. Thank you for putting this together.
Anyone else on this? All right, I'll just add a thank you to Cindy. I know you've been doing this a bit off the side of your desk. It's nice to have a dedicated, I know it's just a term position, but Dana taking over a bit so you can, somebody needs to give this their full attention, and I appreciate this agenda package in front of us. And I also think it's important to point out we actually have a wealth of information right in City Hall. You know, it was asked in one email, how many Indigenous do we have actually working for the city? And I don't think we ask that question when people apply. And it's really, you know, nobody asks my background when we apply. But just thinking about it, Cindy's working with somebody who's Métis. We have somebody with the city who we promoted into a term position. Right in the mayor's office, we have somebody that we didn't even know about. Like, so we actually have a wealth of knowledge within the city, and I appreciate hearing from that. And we also have a wealth of knowledge in the community. Having the Métis local land in St. Albert and set up is just, honestly, it's a relief for myself to have that connection. And then of course the connections with Enoch, and we need to work better with Alexander and Alexis and of course Poundmaker. So we do have access to knowledge here in St. Albert that we need to make better use of. So I have nothing else. I will support this. Councillor Jolly.
Enjoy your holiday. Thank you.
Call for the vote. Vote is closed. Passes unanimously. Thank you for that, Council. Nice. All right. Moving on. It's 3:14 yet. We can do another one. So air show. And do we have Mike presenting on this one? That's what I've written down. All right. Mike with us? Sorry.
I am.
Thank you for joining us again. More airport related stuff. Do you have a bit of a presentation?
I don't today. I'm going to provide the information just verbally.
Okay.
So good afternoon, Madam Mayor and members of council. Here before you this afternoon to present some information and to seek a decision regarding a request that we received for financial support from the Alberta International Air Show, formerly known as the Edmonton Air Show. So on Friday, June 10th, administration received a coordinated request from Sturgeon County and the Edmonton Air Show to provide financial support to the Alberta International Air Show, which is planned for August 20th and to 22nd, of this year at the Villeneuve Airport in Sturgeon County. During this meeting on the 25th, it was disclosed that the 2021 Alberta International Air Show has a $500,000 budget deficit. It's our understanding that funding requests have been made to the federal and provincial governments, as well as the Villeneuve Landing Network partners and regional municipalities. A request was made specifically to regional municipalities and the Villeneuve Landing Network partners to collectively provide $100,000 in funding. There's no specific dollar amount being requested of each municipality or partner. It's up to each one to determine what they can contribute. It was communicated at that time that the deadline for the financial commitment and to determine if the air show will proceed is this Wednesday, July 7th. Sturgeon County Council is scheduled to hold a committee of the whole meeting on Wednesday the 7th, where they're expecting to discuss a possible financial contribution of $100,000 to the air show. However, their council will not officially vote on the matter until July 17th. In terms of previous support, City of St. Albert has provided support to the air show in the past. In 2020, we committed some in-kind services related to Park and Ride to support the air show. Unfortunately, the event was canceled due to a number of reasons, but largely relating to the COVID-19 pandemic. And in 2019, we contributed approximately $7,000 in sponsorship and tickets to the event. However, it was canceled that year due to rain, and the city was never refunded that money. So the recommendation is that the city provide financial support of $5,000 to the Alberta International Air Show to be funded through council contingency. The alternatives are, number one, the council does not provide financial support to the Alberta International Air Show. Or alternative number two, that council provides financial support greater than $5,000 to the Alberta International Air Show. That's it.
All right. Sorry, I got distracted. Any comments about in-kind support? Is that you, Councillor? Because in the past we've done the transit, so you might have said it. Sorry, I was a little bit distracted. Are we planning on providing transit or in-kind?
No.
Sorry, was that question through to me?
Yes, sorry.
Yes.
Kerry's got his hand up. Do you want Kerry to answer it? Go ahead, Kerry.
Sure, thank you, Worship. Members of council, we are looking into that right now. In the past, we have provided up to, I believe, 5 buses, and we're looking at doing something similar for 2021 based on council's direction.
And do we know approximately what that in-kind dollar figure associated would be?
I don't have, unless Jay has the numbers, but what we were doing was for the 2 days, we were providing 30-minute transit looping. So so unless Jay has that number that he can jump in on it, and shaking his head no.
Through the mayor, no, we don't. I could get that pretty easily. Essentially, we ran a half-hour circuit. Typically about $124 for a charter bus. So I could, if council requires, I can get that number specifically. It just, we never ended up running it. So the number of times that we supported it, or sorry, the number of buses that we had out, it was 5 buses we had planned to utilize, but the cancellation, we didn't end up having a charge out rate, but I could get an estimate for you guys.
I think if this passes or doesn't pass, I think a letter going back to Sturgeon County in response to this request will say we'll give X dollars as a result of the motion and X dollars in-kind transit. I think that needs to be probably said. That's a huge gift that we're giving them in many ways. And so, yeah, I think we need to include that in our response. Yeah. My other question was, it says that Sturgeon County is contributing $100,000. Have they actually passed a motion on that?
No, they're doing it on Wednesday.
Wednesday, okay. Oh, the 13th. Okay. All right, Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Mayor. You kind of clarified one of my questions, because I was going to ask whether or not the request from the organizer is for $5,000, and then there's also a subsequent request if this moves forward for services in kind like we've provided in the past. Is that correct?
Your worship, through to Councillor Mackay. They just basically have an open request for donation. There was not a specific request for in-kind, but that is something that we've traditionally done.
So just for clarity then, we're not necessarily giving a $5,000 cash and then a kind of in-kind services by operating bus transit service for them?
My understanding, based on where the conversation is we'd be giving the $5,000 plus the in-kind.
And maybe, Mike, do you know if any of our hotels have been approached in relation to potentially being used as a hotel site for this? Or is it just too early for any information, too speculative?
I'm not aware at this time of that.
Okay, thanks. I was just hoping there was some benefit coming to our businesses from the event. And there might be, but okay, thank you.
Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So in the agenda report, it talks about the fact that a couple of years ago, we did contribute approximately $7,000 in sponsorship, and we never recouped that money because the organization is different, or maybe we could just kind of understand why we can't, provide $5,000 in addition to this and give them 12.
Mr. Scoble?
Well, yes. So 2 years ago, we agreed to undertake some enhanced sponsorship. And if you recall, that air show was canceled last minute because of weather. I understand it's a different corporate entity this time than last time, but we probably called between ECDEV and the CAO's office, probably called them 5-6 times trying to recoup our money, and it has never been refunded. So.
What we could do so is in a letter of response say, we're giving you 12.
Yeah.
$7,000 we're not refunded plus the 5.
Yeah,
Just to
because
be-
it would be nice to know where that money is and whether they could access it to help them. Because I guess my next question is, and maybe Mike, you know the answer to this. When we talk about them, they want us to share $100,000 amongst municipalities. How many municipalities would be part of this? Like, what's their idea of regional? Do we know?
I don't know the exact number of municipalities and groups that are part of the Villeneuve Landing Network, but I could certainly find that out.
It would just be kind of nice to know who sort of received the letter, and are we the first ones out the gate to approve this? Do you know?
That I'm aware of, yeah. I'm not aware of any others that have approved any funding. I do know there was a request, an ask to the government of Alberta for $200,000, a request to the federal government for $100,000. And as I mentioned, Sturgeon County did indicate that they were going to table the discussion around $100,000 from their municipality.
Okay, well, I mean, it would be wonderful to see an air show in the area. We just don't, it feels like we don't have a ton of information except for an ask for funding. It's not very much funding, but yeah, I'll leave it there and listen to other questions. Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So do we have an answer, or do they have an answer from Government Alberta and Alberta Canada? Because our 5,000 is not going to make a big difference here to their 500 in the end of the day. So what are the odds that they're going to get the other two? Do you have any idea, or do we just know what our ask?
At the meeting on June 25th, it wasn't made clear at that time. All that was presented was that the ask has been made. There wasn't a confirmation from any other level of government at that point.
The other thing I'm wondering is, even if I realize that 5,000 is not a significant amount considering their entire budget, but are they prepared to do anything in compensation to it? For example, advertising who their sponsors are, for example, or free tickets, or anything else that would be something else in compensation to recognize the other partners that are coming to the table to help them have this happen. Do you know anything like that?
Mr. Scoble?
Yeah, so these are all good questions. The meeting was on June 25th and a response was required by July 7th. Today's July 5th. It's the first council meeting. So, you know, we are reacting a bit on a short time frame. So these are all really good questions that we will be asking, but we don't have any information other than what was provided to as an outcome of that meeting from Sturgeon County sent it to us. So again, I wish we could answer the questions. They're great questions, but we just don't have that information.
All right. So I guess the question is just, do we want to help the air show move forward or not today? That's basically what it comes down to, right? The other thing we had in the motion, just to say to do the 5,000, but I think that there should be something added in there to say if the air show proceeds, just because we've done the 7,000 before, so we should learn that if the air show doesn't happen, they don't get the cash. So we should just put that additional little clause in there, and perhaps in the response is let's assume that this passes just for a second. We should put in the response that we would welcome some acknowledgement for this support, ongoing support with what's going on. That's it. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Jolly, you're next.
You know, I think my questions are addressed. I agree that we should add something in there that the $5,000 would be if it goes forward, which it sounds like we would know that by the end of Wednesday, whether the provincial and federal governments chip in the 300,000. So I would like to see that as well.
All right, anyone want to make a motion? I'm just sitting here staring at my screen. Request a motion, request a motion. There you go. Thank you, Councillor Hanson.
That council provides financial support of $5,000 to the Alberta International Air Show to be funded through council contingency. Oh, I
would say provided that the air show proceeds, something like that at the end, if that works for you.
Oh,
Was
is
it in
that
there?
something in the chat? Nobody, okay, you know what, you do not need to put motions in the chat ever again because no one's on it. So you just, what do you have?
We're just going to get it up there for you, but
Okay.
it was included if the air show proceeds.
Oh, if,
at
okay,
the
that
end.
council provides financial support of $5,000 if the air show, did that just change?
Yeah,
If the air show proceeds, oh, you changed again. Okay, that the council provides financial support of $5,000 to the Alberta International Air Show to be funded through council contingency if the air show proceeds.
Okay,
Maybe we can just add 2021 air show proceeds. I just want to be real specific here, so it's just
Yeah,
not
that's good.
any air show.
Okay, that's friendly. 2021 air show proceeds.
A question? Madam
so
Mayor?
before I accept that, I have a question. So can we include in the letter back that it's actually 12, that we're willing to forego the 7,000 that we're looking to get returned? And do you need, if that's the case, you might need a council motion to forego that 7,000.
Yeah, we can certainly address the letter that way with the 12,000, and we can also put the in-kind support for the transit
Yeah,
as well.
definitely
So,
the in-kind,
you know,
yeah.
perhaps I would suggest maybe council wants to make a further amendment to this motion so that it's all there.
Yeah. So Councillor Hanson, would you take it as a friendly that we will also forego the 7,000 they owe us for the 2019? And they can use that for this air show, and that we will also have some in-kind in the way of transit.
Does that all need to be in the motion, or can we just?
Well, I don't
provide
know
that in the
legally, are
letter?
you supposed to be trying to get that 7,000? I mean, it's only 7 grand.
Well, it's a different corporate entity too. So, I mean, we're giving $5,000 to this corporate entity and the 7,000 is owed to another corporate entity. So we're tying the two together. I don't even know if we can do that. There's two different companies, right? Isn't that what they said? They said the 7 grand was owed by another corporate entity and you started.
Same organizer though.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
tying the two together in one
Yeah.
letter, it's
Okay.
two different
Yeah.
companies.
Okay, Mr. Scobel?
I would agree that that's probably the right way to go. But if we did include the transit, just again, because we haven't calculated the numbers, and of course it's been a tough year in transit as well, just so that the funds are available with council approval if we want to provide the in-kind.
Does council need to know what that in-kind number looks like before we add it into the motion? Okay, so can we add, Councillor Hanson, could we add the 5,000 blah, 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 as well as in-kind?
Plus in-kind.
Park and ride.
Park and ride
support.
transit.
Okay. Because there is very limited parking out there, so that they need the transit. And we want lots of free tickets. Can you put that in the motion? Okay, so it now reads that council provides financial support of 5,000 plus in-kind park and ride transit. Okay, that's perfect, to be funded through the contingency if the air show proceeds. How's that look, Councillor Hanson?
That's good.
Okay. Anything to open up debate?
I do think this is a tremendous opportunity. And I think, with the COVID restrictions easing and people wanting to gather around and, that airport could use a little TLC at this point in time, a little activity out there. I think it would be great if we could provide some support to a wonderful event like this. It's a little different than we're used to. So, I'll leave it to administration to craft the letter that's necessary to maybe remind them that money's been provided and we've invested in before. But I think at the end of the day, we would be remiss if we didn't provide some support to a local event like this.
All right, Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So I will support this motion, but I am hesitant. These last minute requests with incomplete information are getting really old. And they cause a lot of grief for administration who has to scramble to find information for us. And I think we have to make these decisions right now because of how strange a COVID year has been. But going forward, I think part of good governance and part of building strong relationships is these motions never happening in this way. So I really hope that going forward that we'll see kind of better preparation for this type of request. That's all I have. Thank you.
Different mindsets sometimes. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to support this as well. I think this is, I can understand the quick request based on the fact that we ourselves didn't know that the province was going to open up until shortly before July 1st. So I would imagine that a lot of planning started to occur very quickly, very rapidly, based on information that the province was moving into stage 3, perhaps a little faster than many of us ever thought would be possible. So, and I believe that this is a really good opportunity for all of the reasons that have already been identified by Councillor Hanson's opening comments. I think the airport is in need of support. I think in my times that I've attended this event, I found it to be extremely well organized. And the entertainment is world-class, and there's only plans to grow significantly and raise the profile of our region significantly. And we have to remember that by providing in-kind bus services, it's our name that people see quite a bit in big green buses going out forward and back. So I mean, from an economic development perspective, I think this is easy win. So I support this, and again, we're protected if for some reason they can't get the fundings to move forward this year, and we will look at hopefully being able to fund it more next year.
All right, thank you. Councillor Watkins.
Yeah, I'm going to support it too. I know that guy who runs it, Richard, is a hardworking guy and has put so much into this over the years. And I think he even mortgaged his own personal house last year to try to do it and things like that. Like, he made a lot of personal financial sacrifices to try to pull it off last year. And he got stung by the weather. And it rained and rained and rained and rained, and you couldn't do anything out there. And I know if he had the money to pay us back, he would probably pay us back that cash, but I'm sure he doesn't have it because he's probably lost it on the air show, because he had to put a bunch of money up front for that air show last year. And then when it got canceled, there was a lot of money he just could not get back. I think it's a great thing for the community and for the area. I think that just the park and ride aspect of it is going to bring so many people into our community that are going to stop, and on their way out, they're going to fill up their gas tank, or maybe they're going to stay overnight, or they're going to grab something to eat or a drink before or after. I think the community and the businesses are going to make that $5,000 back in a heartbeat. So I'm more than happy to support it.
Councillor Hughes.
You know, there's been so few community events that actually got to go forward this year. And there have been so many that were canceled. That K-Days, even though they had the green light to go, said they wanted more time to prepare and canceled it. And it really wasn't until the end of May before there was even any hope that this was going to actually open up, and to what extent. And then it was a matter of waiting to see if the province actually fulfilled their promises. And so if you've got hundreds of thousands or more or millions on the line, you really can't proceed until you know that it's a go, right? And that you're confident that the rug won't be pulled up at the end of the day from you, especially after having 2 years of desperately hoping to move forward and can't. So I really think the community needs something to look forward to. Like, there's just so few events out there. And this is a minor, like just a drop in the bucket compared to the total budget. I really hope they get the funding that they're looking for and have this go forward. I think that being able to just go out and have something to look forward to in August that's so close to our community is going to be a great thing to have. You know, when we move forward, those previous community events that we're looking at, all of them got canceled that were approved. This is it. So I wish them the best. I really hope it does, because this will be a launch pad for next year to really show people what this area is about and what they can bring in. That's it. Thanks.
All right, Councillor Hanson, anything to close?
Just that it sounds like this is going to go, so I'm pretty happy about that. But I think that Councillor Mackay made a really good point. I'm looking at Mike around the ECDEV part of this and around hotels, and I do hope that if this ends up being a go, that somehow we can make sure that those that could be directly involved will know about it and be able to promote their business so that they can reap some benefits from this as well. So yeah, I'm kind of excited about this. And that's all I have.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. All right, can we get the guaranteed bylaw done, and then we'll take a quick bio break before the public hearings? I don't think this one should take too long, considering we've already discussed it. So we have Diane McMorty again.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mayor Heron. I don't really have a presentation for this one as well. Of course, it's just for second and third reading of the bylaw. So we, went through all of our legislative advertising requirements, and no petition was received. So this will allow the new Regional Transit Commission to access their line of credit with their facility to help them through this transition period.
All right, awesome. I see no questions, but Councillor Broadhead has already made a request to motion. Go ahead, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That bylaw 39/2021 be read a second time.
Any comments?
Simply that this is the outworking of work that council did a couple of weeks ago, and this is a process that needed to be done, needed to be publicized, and given the community an opportunity to respond. They did by their silence. This is a good thing. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Anyone else? All right, call for the vote. Voting is closed. Passes unanimously. Third reading, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That bylaw 39/2021 be read a third time. Nothing further.
Okay, call for the vote. Voting is closed. Passes unanimously. All right. I don't think we're going to get through the boring bylaw in 5 minutes. Do you guys think so? let's go for it. Any questions? All right, as long as there's no questions, then let's do the boring bylaw. 8.2, anything on this, Ms. McMorty?
No, nothing on this as well. Again, we've been through all the legislative requirements in this one as well. We followed the council policy on borrowing bylaws to allow for the extra petition time. So this is now coming back for second and third reading.
Okay, I have Councillor Mackay wanting to make a motion. Is there any question? Councillor Broad, did you have a question first?
No, I'm trying to get my name off that.
Okay. Any questions? Go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, Ms. McMorty. I had a quick question. So this, when is the tax increases going to come into play from the borrowing bylaw? So because they're going to start construction this year, or so it will be 2022 or be 2023 that the first set of tax increases from this would come into play?
So I actually may have to call on Mr. Hiltz. I'm not entirely sure what the schedule sort of is for now. I know they're still investigating some of the other potential built forms for a fire hall. So I'm not sure when construction would necessarily start. We tend to delay our borrowings until the second half of the year when we do, so that the tax impact doesn't happen until the following year. So I would suggest at earliest would be 23. That there would be potentially some tax impact. And we also have some equipment in that's covered in that borrowing bylaw as well. So depending on their scheduling of ordering that equipment, I know some of it takes almost a year from the time we've awarded the contract to receiving the vehicles. So I don't know if Mr. Hiltz or Mr. Scoble has anything to add.
Yeah, to your worship, the mayor, to Councillor Hughes, probably for the building, we'd be looking at about a 2023-24 build. And then with the equipment ordering again, we're still debating on some specific types, and those things will take, when you build out, those can take 1 year to 2 years for build. So that's going to be in that kind of a range as well. So we're just getting everything prepared. So you're probably looking at what Diane had indicated about a 23, 24 when we'd start seeing some impact to that money.
Thank you. That's it.
Okay. Councillor Mackay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I always find it good that former policeman puts forward fire bylaws. That bylaw 22/2021 being a borrowing bylaw to design and construct fire hall station number 4 and purchase related equipment and land be read a second time.
Any comments?
No, I don't. I think this has already been discussed, and the need in the location has been identified. And as Mr. Hiltz has just responded in a question, they're still looking at form and what that form could be. And then of course that's going to impact what type of associated equipment would be required. So, but we have to have this first. So let's move forward.
Anyone else? I do believe the city of Edmonton just added fire halls to their levy program. Did they not? Yeah. So, unfortunately, I mean, we've made a decision to not because of our offsite levy costs in St. Albert, but it is an opportunity going forward. Avoid this, but I'm completely going to support this. Go ahead to close.
Nothing to close other than, I guess, I mean, there's other opportunities to add other things as we've been I've been able to do since 2017 in relation to what else could go on the offsite levy. Only to make a comment to your remark that, I mean, their offsite levies are considerably different than our offsite
Very
levies
much,
now,
yeah.
so.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. Can I push you guys for one more? Oh, third reading. Yeah. I get excited.
We'll just leave it on number 2 and let them figure it out. Okay,
Go
that
ahead.
bylaw 22/2021 be read a third time. No comment.
Call for the vote. Vote is closed and that passes unanimously. Is there going to be any questions on the traffic bylaw? Because if there is, then I'll just take a pause. Okay, let's take a pause. It's 3:44. That gives us 15 minutes for a snack and a bio break, and then we'll be back at our chairs promptly at 4 for 4 public hearings. Thanks for the in our chairs. We are here. All right. We have 4 public hearings. So the first one is the removal of reserve designation at 53 and 81 Salisbury Ave. Declare the public hearing open, and we will go to administration for a presentation. And we've got
Thank
Barb.
you. Yes, just one second. Let me queue it up. So thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Barb Dupuis, and I'm here from planning to present a reserve designation removal for 53 and 81 Salisbury Avenue in the Sturgeon Heights neighborhood. This is being done to support the Sturgeon Heights Reservoir and Pump Station Replacement Project. Sturgeon Heights is a neighborhood located in the southern portion of St. Albert. The land to have the reserve designation removed, as shown on the slide, is in Salisbury Park. It is located east of St. Albert Trail and north of Hebert Road. The Sturgeon Heights Reservoir was built in 1957 and has undergone multiple additions and renovations over the years. However, the structure can no longer be upgraded and must be rebuilt. We cannot rebuild in the same spot. A new location is needed because the existing structure must continue to operate and ensure that safe drinking water is provided for our community. The 2 sites of 53 and 81 Salisbury were selected because reservoirs need to be strategically positioned within a community to maintain water pressure and meet our demand requirements. The new location needs to be adjacent to the existing structure to ensure sufficient water supply and pressure. Administration is proposing to remove the reserve designation from approximately 3.8 hectares of land in Salisbury Park, as shown on this map. We are asking that both Lot R1 and Lot R2 have the reserve designation removed. Not all of this land will be used for the new reservoir, but removing the reserve designation from both parcels gives the most flexibility in preliminary design options. The subject lands are currently districted Public Park District, which administration is not proposing to change. A public utility building is a discretionary use within the Public Park District, so the new reservoir can be placed without a redistricting. The proposal was circulated on March 26th to internal departments, external referral agencies, and property owners within a 100-meter radius for 21 days. On the slide, the properties inside that purple buffer area are within that 100-meter distance and received mailed letters from the city. There was also a public notification sign placed inside Salisbury Park, so anyone using the park could be made aware of the reserve designation removal. There was quite a bit of public engagement with this notification. Our residents expressed concern about a number of themes, but most of these were not related to the reserve designation removal. The majority of comments were focused on the design of the reservoir itself and the recreational amenities that the site contains. That feedback has been captured in the What You Said and What We Heard reports that are attached with your council package today. Much of the concern brought up during the public consultation focused on the preliminary design of the reservoir, and so there will be additional sessions of public consultation for the preliminary design. There has already been one virtual open house with 2 presentations in late May. A survey was created so that residents can comment on what amenities they would like to see on the site. There will be more sessions later in July, and then later in November, there will be additional sessions as well. The city is committed to engaging with residents on this project. Traditionally, administration has brought reserve designation removals before council for decision in accordance with sections 674 and 675 of the Municipal Government Act. Section 677 of the Municipal Government Act allows for the construction, installation, and maintenance of a public utility on reserve land if the interests of the public will not be adversely affected. As the new reservoir will be a beneficial public utility required to meet the demands of potable water for our residents, this project meets the intent of Section 677 of the Municipal Government Act. However, given the anticipated public interest in the project, administration is following its typical process and bringing the reserve designation removal to council for decision. In conclusion, administration is asking for the public hearing to be closed and for the reserve designation to be removed from both of the parcels. Thank you.
Thank you. So essentially, if this fails, you're still going to do this. I laughed on page 197 of our agenda package, or page 2 of 5 of the report, previously distributed report. It said, however, given the anticipated public interest on this project, administration is bringing the reserve destination removal to council for a decision. I'm like, you chicken. But it's really it's an honest question. And I'm sure that well, I personally will support it, but if this does not go through today, what happens next? Maybe this is a legal question. I'm not sure. Christina, did you want to save Barb from answering this one?
I can try, but you're correct. We'll still proceed as we've been directed to initiate the program through utility services.
Okay. And, you know, on page 194 of our package, 2 of 3 of the report, under legal risks, at the last sentence, it says there's a potential risk in trying to relocate the reservoir to new lands. The cost of such move has not been examined. When you say new lands, are you talking outside of Sturgeon Heights, I guess?
That is correct. Or this parcel, or this general parcel area, yes.
Because from a utilities point of view, to build the reservoir somewhere else, we would also have to run all the lines from MAPCOR to that space.
That
which
is,
in my opinion, would be astronomically expensive. Mr. Scoble?
Yeah, I haven't done detailed costing, but I guess it'd be 2 to 4 times more expensive because it's not just the pipes coming in, it's the pipes coming out
Yeah,
too,
that's right. Yeah, okay.
And then we'd be ripping up, I don't know how many residents' streets in front of their houses. So there'd be a lot of public disturbance in addition to increased cost.
Okay, yeah. And I mean, we heard a lot of that. Why don't we just put the reservoir somewhere else? And I think that, I don't know if it's been explained super well. So what did you say, 2 to 3 times the cost of this project or more?
Most likely because, like I said, it's not just about the pipes coming in. The pipes coming out are larger and then they get smaller the further you get away from the station. So if you move the station, you got to put big pipes in and then redo your whole network. It will imbalance the other 2 reservoirs in town as well. Like they're all interconnected, they're looped. So.
And this project's in the $20 million range.
That's right, yeah.
So we're looking at $100 million, which we just can't afford. Okay. All right, Councillor Mackay, question.
Yeah, you kind of touched on one of my questions in relation to that, because I mean, this is the main reservoir coming into the city. It's been there since 1957. It would be a great deal of disruption to move it. Have we even, I mean, where would we move it to? We have no available lands, do we? Or we would have to move it somewhere else. And I mean, I'm not aware of any land swaps that we could do with anybody or anything like that, but.
We didn't do an exhaustive, but in new lands, which again, now you're pumping water and then you're pumping it back, or we pick another park somewhere else.
Yeah.
Those are your kind of choices.
So I guess from just from a design perspective, to address maybe some of the concerns I've heard is, so I mean, the reservoirs we have in Sturgeon Heights and the one that we have in Lacombe, they're substantially different than 1957 circa models, and they take up a lot, to me anyways, above ground, they take a lot smaller footprint. So I mean, certainly, would that be what we would need here? You know, I know that we haven't landed on an actual design yet, but would the actual reservoir look substantially different than the existing one?
Most likely, I can defer to Kate, but typically you just have a pump house now and the reservoir is underground. There's some vent pipes, but I lived behind one in Medicine Hat and there was a soccer field on top of it, and minor soccer played there 4 nights a week.
There used to be a tennis court on top of this reservoir. I remember playing tennis there. Kate, you want to add to that?
Yeah, sure. So, and Kevin basically hit the nail, is it would be a relatively small footprint above ground, and the majority of the work horsepower would be underneath the ground. And the ideal is to make as much of the above ground usable space for patrons of the park. So that's part of the preliminary design in terms of optimizing the usability above the underground storage tanks.
So in like, Mr. Scoble, you're familiar with Sonora Drive and some of the concerns the residents have had in relation to the laneway that runs between the reservoir and residents. I mean, obviously, there's going to be some upgrades, maybe perhaps, or some realignment of roads. I would imagine in relation to that. Number two, potentially we could actually gain more public park space.
That's correct. Actually, you'll get a new soccer pitch, plus your footprint will actually increase in size. It's just, it's going to be in a different location now.
Yeah, so we're not actually, well, right now, once the final design is, potentially residents will actually have a larger park behind their resident, and the school will have a larger park. Plus also some of the existing infrastructure will be improved, because I know some of the residents were always concerned about the drainage in that roadway system.
I'll turn it back to Kate, maybe, or engineering, talk a little bit about the decommissioning of the existing one.
So there, you're right, Councillor Mackay, there is quite a bit of drainage issues in that area, and this would be part of it, looking at the overall drainage of the area and rectifying it. And as soon as we would get the new reservoir up and running, commissioned, ensure things are functioning appropriately, then they would work at decommissioning the existing reservoir, which includes the building and the underground structure, so that it is a cohesive, usable space for the school and the parks.
What time, once we've kind of found a design and moving forward, timeframes?
So once you solidify your detailed design, you're looking at about a year's worth of construction for the new facility, and then start the decommissioning of the old facility. So you're looking in the nature of about 2 years.
Thank you.
Councillor Hanson.
Thank you. Coming back to the actual recommended motion in the public hearing, it's really for the removal of the designation. So maybe you could just explain a little bit more about the need to remove the designation on both parcels, given that what's going to be on top of the land will likely be smaller than what's there now. Is it that it provides more flexibility under the ground in terms of the waterworks under the ground? So I just kind of need to understand why both would need to be removed. And if one would be better than the other, which one would it be?
Sure, absolutely. So I can take a stab at that. When we started this process, we didn't have preliminary design, and we weren't sure how much of the land area was going to be taken up by the underground tanks, which is why when we went forward, we proceeded with asking for the reserve designation to be removed from both parcels. At this point, from the preliminary design options that we've seen, it looks like the tanks are going to be placed under the soccer field. So that's where the prime location is going to be. And then the preliminary design that we've seen is that the pump house is going to also be placed on that parcel. However, I don't know if geotechnical has been finished, and I'm not sure how far the tanks extend, which is why we're still asking for both parcels, for the reserve designation to be removed from both parcels.
Thank you. That's a great explanation.
Yeah. Any more questions of administration? I have one last quick one. 1957, this reservoir was built. So, Kate, I'm assuming, have we pushed the replacement of this reservoir a few times, and is it like completely beyond its useful life?
Well, I'm not going to scare people. It still functioned very efficiently over the past weekend. So, but parts are really hard to get by. So I was struggling to keep the generator up and running because I was sourcing parts from random locations that needed to be replaced. So yeah, that facility is on its last legs. We attend to it very delicately and meticulously to make sure that it does continue to provide reliable water to the entire city. This is our workhorse for the city, this reservoir. It supports majority of the city as supplemented from the other two reservoirs. So it is just a really key piece of infrastructure that is important to keep in the forefront.
Yeah. I believe this has been on the 10-year utility plan since the day I was elected, right? We've been preparing and saving, and I remember Mayor Kraus saying, I'm glad I won't be the mayor when this actually comes forward. But yeah, I think it's probably due time. But thank you, actually, Councillor Henson, for focusing on it's the designation of the site today, not the actual reservoir. All right, I see no more questions of administration. I do have one member of the public who is registered to speak, and I appreciate getting that done ahead of time. We have Mr. Rod Astle. Am I saying your last name correctly? Just get you to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Yeah. So thank you for joining us. Hopefully our ledge officers gave you how this works in chambers or on Zoom. You have 5 minutes to speak, and then council may or may not have questions for you. So whenever you are ready, go ahead.
Well, I don't even know why I'm talking to the council since it's already been decided. I'm just wasting my breath talking. I live right across from this park, literally 150 feet. This project's going to be my front door. But I don't know why I'm talking to a council that can't even control. You've already stated that it's going to be built whether you pass it or not. So I don't, why are you wasting my time and why am I wasting yours? Can you
I
hear
would say
me?
it's not a waste of time, Mr. Assel. I guess I'll have a question for you. You've heard from our administration that the reservoir has to go somewhere within that site, or otherwise we're looking at
Hogwash. Have you ever heard the Stantec update, utility update provided by Stantec to the city of St. Albert in 2013, where they talked about the Southwest Reservoir and Pump House? 32 million liters. And you talk about you can't run pipes and dig a hole. You could dig a hole and put pipes in anywhere. This is just about cost, and they don't care about people of Sturgeon Heights.
Any questions from?
I had lots of statements, but I had lots of things. But when you when this group of bureaucrats state that it's going to be built whether you say it or not, you have no say in it. If you have no say in it, I have no say in it. Why am I wasting my breath? This is just bureaucracy gone crazy. These people don't live in Sturgeon Heights. I do, and my neighbors do. So I'm sorry, you're wasting my time. I'm wasting yours. Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Questions? No questions.
Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Mr. Hassel. You're not wasting my time. I'm always.
No, you're wasting my time.
Well, okay. Well, bear with me for one question then, if you don't mind. The hockey game hasn't started yet. The question I have is, you referred to the Stantec report from 2013. Can you give me more specifics on that report?
You don't have that report? That must
be. But I'm not aware of it. I'm just going to ask. I'm going to have a follow-up question with administration afterwards.
It's a very extensive report, and it talks about your sewage, wastewater, and your drinking potable water.
And it came back with recommendations as to a different location for a reservoir?
Because this was always part of the plan. So the Southwest pump station was always part of the expansion plan for St. Albert, and the northern one. There was 2 reservoirs that were designated. One was the northern and the other one was the southwestern one.
Thank you.
I mean, this report must have cost a fortune and nobody knows about it. I've talked to this planning department, and one said it was from 2008 and another one never even heard of it. I mean, I'm baffled. I'm telling you the truth. I'm just totally baffled by it.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Watkins has a question.
Yeah, I had a question. Do you live right across the street from the park?
Literally 150 feet away from the big hole that you're going to dig.
And how often do you use that park?
I've sat up front and watched people use that park constantly. My grandkids have used it. My kids have used it.
No, yourself. How often do you use
I
it?
use it quite a bit.
And then we heard that if we move it somewhere else, it could cost millions and millions of dollars to relocate it, which would impact your taxes. You don't have a problem with that?
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
The people of Sturgeon Heights built St. Albert. It was their tax dollars that built it. Now you're telling us that we have to pay more money because you're expanding, and that's what it is all about. It's expansion.
Well, I think it's past its useful life, they said.
It was built in 1957. 50 years, they said that's 2007. Planning.
Okay, thanks.
I'm getting really excited.
I see no further questions, so we're going to go back to no more public that have registered to speak. So I'm going back to council to ask questions of administration. I don't know if you wanted to, Councilor Mackay, did you want to follow up? You said you might.
Yeah, I would.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. Sorry, I apologize. I was distracted. So just to administration, were you aware of the report that Mr. Assel was referring to from Stantec, whatever there was? I think he said 2013, but he also...
He's correct. So it's the 2013 Stantec report. It was an update provided to our UMP. I was actually working in engineering at the time that it was done. And yet there is a southwest reservoir and a northwest reservoir identified for the growth of St. Albert. So specifically for kind of, let's call it the South Riel, kind of west of Ray Gibbon Drive and the north pieces. This project is specifically focused on the RMR piece. So again, those reservoirs were in that plan and were modeled by Stantec, assuming that there was always a sturgeon reservoir in that park providing pressure output to the existing residents of the city. So generally when we do our UMPs, we always consider that we are maintaining our infrastructure from an RMR perspective. That UMP was no different.
So the Southwest Reservoir referred to in the Stantec report was for new growth, but it also required us to maintain the existing capacity within the remaining 3 reservoirs, correct?
That's correct. Those 2 reservoirs are in the offset levy program as well, managed by engineering because they support growth specifically.
Yeah, so their growth versus one's repair, maintain, and replace. All right.
That's correct.
All right, any more questions of administration? I noticed Councillor Jolly has requested to close the public hearing. Is that what you're... Before I do that, I just want to make sure we've got all the questions out. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Jolly.
That the public hearing on the reserve designation removal at 53 and 81 Salisbury Avenue be closed.
Thank you for that. Anything further? Anyone else? Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. Do you want to keep going? Okay.
That the CAO or designate be directed to notify the Register of Land Titles that Council has complied with the requirements of Division 9 of Part 17 of the MGA with respect to portions of reserve lands legally described as Plan 5215 MC Block 9, lots R1 and R2, shown on the map entitled Reserve Designation Removal Attachment 3, and to request that the registrar remove the reserve designation from the said lands.
All right. Anything to open on that?
Just really briefly, as you said, Mayor Heron, this has been on in the plans for longer than you've been on council. So thank you to administration for stretching out the life of this facility as long as possible, and for their work kind of getting this in front of us today. My family moved to St. Albert the year before this reservoir opened, and we've been here for a while. So it's time. Thank you. That's all I have.
Anyone else on this?
I was going to say it's built the year I was born, so I know it's old.
I would add that it says in the report that no decision has been made where exactly the underground will go and the pump house. I did attend one of the public open houses, and the presentation by the consultant was absolutely excellent to the public. Talked about the opportunities and options for recreation as a result of this, and when the old one is decommissioned, opportunities over there for park space. So I just would encourage all residents to actually really get involved with that consultation of how the pump house looks and what you want to see on the site where the old one is. But appreciate, I honestly thought this would be a little bit more contentious. I'm surprised, but I think it's because of the amount of work utilities, engineering, and the consultant have done to this point to get the residents to have a full understanding of what's going on there. So, Councillor Jolly to close.
Thank you. I would also add that this is also a really interesting opportunity for artists and public art in St. Albert, which I would love to see as part of this project. Some of the coolest performances that I've seen have been done in empty reservoirs, both ones that are being decommissioned and brand new ones that have not been filled. So I really hope that we keep that in mind, because it's really a once in a many decades opportunity to have, you know, musicians or dancers or photographers in that space that is unlike anything that anyone in St. Albert sees. So that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. All right. Public hearing on 9.2, which is bylaw 31 and 32, which is a South Real Area Structure Plan Amendment. We actually have two registered speakers from the public for this one, I believe. Resident. It might be mostly applicant, one resident for sure. Okay, so we have Eric Schultz from Planning doing a presentation. So go ahead, Eric. Oh, sorry. Declare the public hearing open. Now we can.
Hey, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yep.
Excellent. Okay, my name's Eric Schultz. I'm here from Planning and Development to present two bylaws for the South Real neighborhood. Oops. There we go. South Real is a mixed-use neighborhood located in the south of the city, just east of Ray Given Drive. There's residential planned for the northeast portion, and the rest of the neighborhood will be commercial and industrial. In response to increased demand for custom warehouse space, the developer is applying to change one site from commercial to industrial commercial. And this will require two bylaws. Bylaw 31/2021 is an amendment to the South Real Area Structure Plan, and bylaw 32/2021 is an amendment to the Land Use Bylaw Schedule A. The current area structure plan is shown on the left and the proposed plan on the right. The highlighted parcel with the municipal address of 25 Richardson Drive will be changing from commercial to industrial commercial. This ASP amendment is in keeping with Flourish, as these lands are identified as employment lands. The parcel is currently districted as regional commercial and is being proposed to change to commercial industrial service. This change will allow for a mix of light industrial and commercial uses. The developer hosted an open house on January 14th, 2021. Only 2 members of the public attended and no concerns with the proposed change were raised. The application was circulated to internal and external stakeholders as well as landowners within 100 meters, and again, no comments or concerns were received. In conclusion, the proposed area structure plan amendment is supported by the municipal development plan, and the proposed redistricting is supported by the proposed ASP amendment and the municipal development plan. Therefore, administration recommends that council approve both bylaws as presented today. Thank you.
You know, later on in today's agenda package, when it comes to, or sorry, we did on consent, which was to Sir Winston Churchill, which is similar kind of thing. They want to go from C1 to C2. We were given a comparison of what those uses are. Can you kind of give us a summary what the difference in commercial and then industrial. It's CIS or whatever it's called.
Just a sec.
Like how different are those two districting?
Regional commercial is intended more for, more retail type operations, where the industrial allows sort of the light warehousing type components or a gas station, storage, things like that. So it's not going to be heavy industrial, but you might also see things like a mixed warehousing that has a retail front of store component. I'm just pulling up the list.
While you're working on that, is there any other questions from? Okay, let me go now. So I have, this is bylaw, which one are we looking at? 31, 32. I have Mr. Chuck McNutt, who's the applicant. So I can go to the applicant. Are you just here to answer questions, Mr. McNutt, or do you have a presentation?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just here to answer questions only. We have nothing further to add to Mr. Schultz's presentation.
All right. So any questions of the applicant? Oh, seeing none, this is really easy. I do have a resident, Carly Zapernick. Is that how we say it? Is Carly with us?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm actually representing the owner. So Chuck is hired by me as we're both on the applicant side. So I'm just here to answer any questions that may arise from me of the landlord.
I had resident and question mark beside your name. So I didn't. Okay, so you're just here to answer questions as well.
That's correct.
Okay. So any questions of the landowner? Excellent. Okay. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, sorry.
Hold on, Mr. Schultz. Go ahead, Councilor Watkins.
I just had a question. Do you have a proposed tenant for the site? Is that why you're changing the zoning right now?
That could be to Carly or Mr. McNutt.
Yeah, I can take that. No, we do not. However, so the balance of the lands, we obviously are developing out right now with like the Uline facility and another speculative building, which is under the CIS zoning. We're finding, based on our experience in the market, that zoning would be more favorable to develop the lands in a sooner amount of time rather than further amount of time, which the RC zoning kind of dictates. So we have had some preliminary discussions with gas type users, but as Mr. Schultz said, the intention of the rezoning and the uses under this CIS is, specifically along Leclerc, would be to still have something that has a kind of quasi retail industrial feel, if you can think of sort of like a lazy boy furniture kind of showroom type thing. So it's not the intention to put, a large warehouse right up against the frontage of Leclerc, but we just felt we certainly were getting no traction with its existing zoning, just given where the world of retail is right now, and that this land use kind of is a little bit more consistent with the balance of the site and is one that we think is makes the land more imminently developable.
Thank you.
Good question. All right, Mr. Schultz, I interrupted you, sorry. Did you have something to add?
I was just going to read for you the regional commercial. The land use bylaw says the purpose is to provide an area for regional roadway access for the sale of the widest variety of goods and services to the community and surrounding region, establish a high quality commercial district accommodating a range of uses to serve the community, ensure developments are designed to respect regional commercial context, and ensure development is effectively connected to surrounding developments. So it's kind of really focused on that sort of, regional being accessed by the local as well as outsiders. The commercial industrial service purpose just says the purpose is to provide an area for light industrial and commercial service uses. So it's really adding in those industrial uses to sort of a regional commercial thing, the light warehousing, storage, automotive service, things like that.
Okay. All right. Sorry, I'm seeing no more questions from any of council for the applicant. There's no one here for the public, nothing more for administration. So Councillor Mackay, do you want to close the public hearing?
Yep, that public hearing on bylaw 31/2021 be closed.
All right. Anything further?
Nope.
All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. Motion passes unanimously, and Councillor Mackay, keep going.
Sure, that bylaw 31/2021 being Amendment 3 to the South Riel Area Structure Plan be read a second time.
Anything further?
No, I think both the applicant and the administration have provided the reasons and the changes in the text, and I look forward to the actual change, and hopefully we are able to attract some businesses based on this change.
I agree. Anyone else? Call for the vote. Voting's closed, passes unanimously, and third reading. I remembered third reading.
Yeah, you won't forget it this time. So that bylaw 31/2021 be read a third and final time.
All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed, passes unanimously. All right. I'm sure I will forget third reading again at some point in my life. We're moving on to,
You do bylaw 32?
oh, see, I did forget.
Thanks, Eric.
All right, when you close, okay, go ahead.
That, excuse me.
Yeah, we have to close. public.
That the public hearing on bylaw 32/2021 be
Should have
closed.
included them together, but go ahead.
Yeah, we could have done both.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. All right, the land use bylaw. Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
Where is it? That bylaw 32/2021 being Amendment 197 to the land use bylaw Schedule A be read a second time.
All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. Third reading.
I'm just waiting for it to come up here. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Should have figured that one out. That bylaw 32/2021 be read a third time.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. All right. Now we're into bylaw 14. Public hearing for bylaw 14 is officially open. This is a Northridge Phase 2 redistricting, and we have Barb Dupuis from planning. Welcome back, Barb.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Barb, and I'm here from planning to present to you bylaw 14/2021, which is a redistricting in the Northridge Phase 2 neighborhood. So Northridge Phase 2 is a neighborhood located in the northwest portion of St. Albert. The land to be redistricted, as shown on the map on the slide, is located on the north side of Villeneuve Road and west of Hogan Road. Access to the subject lands will be from Villeneuve Road and Hogan Road. This application proposes to redistrict approximately 6.07 hectares or almost 15 acres, as shown on this map. Most of the land in the north portion of the redistricting area is currently districted urban reserve, which is a holding district until development occurs on the land. These lands will be redistricted to the residential, residential lane, medium density residential, and public park districts. Some permitted uses in these districts include single detached homes, duplexes, semi-detached homes, and townhousing. Just a note, there are a few small portions of the land in the southern portion of the diagram that must be redistricted to ensure the boundary is consistent with the subdivision from Phase 1 that was approved. So during the subdivision process, there was road widening taken on Hogan Road, which is why the boundary has shifted west a little bit. I believe it's 5.5 meters. The area proposed to be redistricted is designated low density and medium density residential in the area structure plan. Both the residential and residential lane districts are considered low density districts. The R3A is considered a medium density residential district, and the area districted as public park will be developed as part of the stormwater management facility as per the approved area structure plan. So this proposal is consistent with the area structure plan. The proposed amendment was circulated on February 3rd to internal departments, external referral agencies, and property owners within a 100-meter radius for 30 days. The properties inside that purple buffer area on the slide are within that 100-meter distance and received mailed letters from the city. There was also a public notification sign placed at the intersection of Villeneuve Road and Hogan Road, so anyone driving by could be made aware of the redistricting. There were 3 responses received from the public. 2 of the public responses were from residents of Sturgeon County. They did express concerns regarding stormwater, the future alignment of Fowler Way, and the annexation of their lands. The stormwater concerns were outside of this area structure plan, and so not in the city's jurisdiction. The landowner was referred to Sturgeon County to assist with that. Concerns about the alignment of Fowler Way were noted, and general information was provided about the annexation. The most relevant comment, there was one public response from a resident of St. Albert. The concern raised regarded the impact of additional traffic. There was some general information provided about the improvements to Villeneuve Road and Hogan Road intersection. And we also talked about plans to urbanize the road and provide some active transportation connections throughout this area. In conclusion, the proposed redistricting is supported by the area structure plan and municipal development plan, and administration recommends approval of the proposed land use bylaw Schedule 8 amendment as presented today. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay. Councillor Hanson has a question.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thanks, Barb. I noticed that with the new land, the new districting of the land, a park has been added, and there actually wasn't one there before. And that's, as you have noted, it has to do with stormwater. So is that just going to be basically open space? People can just walk around it, or is there just, or is some kind of a community playground? Because it looks really narrow and long. So I'm guessing it's just green space to walk along, and maybe you could comment.
Yes, that's my understanding. It's a very, with this redistricting, it's a very small just triangle that's being added to the stormwater management facility. The pond is going to be down on the southern portion of that parcel, and then the trail area going north, I don't think it's wide enough to have any programming put on it from the Parks Department.
I guess my bigger surprise was that there was no park in the original. I always think that when we redistrict things, there's usually park somewhere in there, but I'm glad to see that there is some green space there. And that's really all I have. It's mostly just a comment. Thank you.
Okay. I do believe Courtney Jensen from Strata is registered to speak, so if you want to ask her as well. Councillor Broadhead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and thanks, Councillor Hanson, for raising that question. It just seemed odd that a little wee piece of property would be designated as a park for a fairly large ASP. But anyway, I'll leave that. Explain the map to me. You got 2 lines there, one with arrows going to RX and RXL. What are you saying to me there? I see the designated area, R3A, RXL, but then you got these lines going down. Is that a laneway that's getting built in there, or what's the story?
No, so if you're speaking about the very southern portion of the redistricting, what happened is that we had redistricted phase 1, and then afterwards we got a subdivision application. And from that subdivision application, we had to take road widening along Hogan Road. So the subdivision was not able to be adjacent to the boundary of Hogan Road. It had to be shifted west by about 5.5 meters. And so what we're doing with those lines is we're just cleaning up the redistricting that was done during phase 1. We wanted to match the road alignment.
Okay, well, I guess that's the answer then, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, I see no more questions of administration. So I do have Bladen Dibben from Select Engineering and Courtney Jensen from Strata available. I don't know if you guys wanted to speak or if you're just here for questions. I don't even, yeah, Court's phone. Bladen or Courtney, do you guys have a presentation?
Nope, just here for questions.
Same thing, okay. Did you want to, go ahead. Councillor Hanson might be asking a similar question.
Yeah, thanks, Courtney. Is it just me, or is this little bit of park just a little bit of park?
It's just added on to we needed a little bit more pond capacity because, as mentioned, we had to make more room than expected for Hogan Road after we did our first stage subdivision. It caused the lot boundary to shift over a little bit, and we needed to gain a little bit more space to meet our pond requirements. There will be a park in the neighborhood. It's a little further north in the central area of the neighborhood. It's one large consolidated park that will be appropriate for programming.
Excellent. That's kind of where I was going. So you answered my question. Thanks a lot. And you look like you're getting sun.
I am. We have no air conditioning here, so. Oof.
All right, I see no more questions of council for our applicant. So we'll go back to any questions for admin. Seeing none, I need a motion to close the public hearing. Who's going to do it? Councillor Broadhead. I was going to say Councillor Jolly's done one, Councillor Mackay's done one.
Doesn't matter.
Councillor Broadhead.
Somebody else
sure.
could do it if they want. I just first one.
Go ahead.
I move that public hearing on bylaw 14/2021 be closed.
All right, thank you for that. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. So Kathy, there's only one bylaw, 2 readings. Go. Go ahead, Councillor Broadhead.
Want me to carry
Keep going if you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
That bylaw 14/2021 be an amendment 190 to the land use bylaw be read a second time.
Any comments?
Not much, just glad to see the development and earth being moved out there in the Strata land. So congratulations to the developer.
Yeah. Anyone else? Call for the vote. Vote is closed. That passes unanimously. Can you please carry on,
Yep.
Councillor Broadhead? Thanks.
That bylaw 14/2021 be read a third time.
All right, anything further?
Nothing further.
Call for the vote. Vote is closed. Passes unanimously. All right, one more. 9.4 bylaw 28 on the Shiro area structure plan. So call the public hearing open. And we have Sajid making a presentation. How are you?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm great. How's everybody else?
We're good.
I'm just trying to share my presentation here. Can everybody see my presentation?
Not on our screen.
We can tell that you're starting to share, so maybe give it a moment, Sajid.
Okay.
It's still not there, so maybe retry.
Okay.
Unshare and reshare.
Okay, it looks like I'm frozen. Sorry, I'm going to try this one more time.
There it is.
All right, go ahead.
I'm gonna probably just let me know if it's lagging because it's still a bit slow on my end, but I'll get started. Good evening, Council. My name is Sajid Safat, planner with the city. Today I'm here to present the city-initiated amendment to the Shiro ASB, formerly known as Range Road 260, ASB being bylaw 28/2021. This map shows the proposed amendment area subject to the Shiro ASB area structure plan. The subject amendment area is located to the west of St. Albert. The area is shown in the dark shaded area bound by Range Road 260 to the east, Ray Gibbon Drive to the west, Villeneuve Road to the north, and Giroux Road to the south. The Shiro ASP amendment was last approved by Council on April 6, 2021. Following the Council approval, staff review found minor inconsistencies in the area structure plan clean copy document. The subject ASP amendment is being brought forward by City Administration to make minor adjustments to the ASP clean copy for consistency. The following areas of the ASP document were adjusted to provide consistency within the document. Development statistics table 3.2, figures from table 3.2 embedded in the text of the ASP figures, and minor changes to text and formatting. An updated document has been provided in the agenda package showing all the changes to the ASP document since the last council approval. This amendment was not circulated to the public for the following reasons. Text changes were editorial in nature, no changes to the ASP policies, correction and inconsistencies within the document. All changes reflect council decision approved through the last amendment on April 6, 2021. Rohit Land St. Albert Limited was also consulted on the changes, and their suggestions were consistent with the council decision. So in conclusion, we recommend that bylaw 28, 2021 be approved as presented. Thank you.
All right, any questions of administration? Wow, this is a pretty simple one. All right, and we have no registered speakers. I don't even think the proponent is here. Well, it's not really a proponent. All right. Do we have anyone from Rohit here?
We do not. It was a city initiated amendment, so I don't think they're here to present or answer questions today.
They were made aware, obviously, though.
Correct.
All right. Councillor Hanson, you want to close the public hearing?
Be happy to, Mayor, that the public hearing on bylaw 28/2021 be closed.
All right, call for the vote. Voting is closed. Passes unanimously. Do you mind keep going, Councillor Hanson?
Not at all. That bylaw 28/2021 being amendment 4 to the Shiro area structure plan be read a second time.
Any comments?
No comments.
Okay. Call for the vote. Voting is closed. Passes unanimously. Third reading.
That bylaw 28/2021 be read a third time.
All right. Anything further? Call for the vote. Voting is closed. Passes unanimously. All right. Just for your interest, Council, I do have a request from the media to talk about the number of public hearings we've had, because this is truly unprecedented in the last 3 months, the number of public hearings we've had, indicating the amount of work that planning is going through, indicating an interest in development in St. Albert. So, I mean, it's a huge positive sign for St. Albert, I would think. I also just saw the number of housing starts. We're ranked up, besides Edmonton, top 3 in the region right now. It's kind of hard to beat Spruce Grove sometimes, but we try. So yeah, I think this is, I know it keeps us busy, keeps planning busy, but it is a sign of confidence in St. Albert right now. All right. Before we go to, well, yeah, we're going, why don't we go, what time is it? Yeah, we've got a half an hour before our dinner arrives. So if Kate and Ernst & Young are prepared to start on the Energy Corporation feasibility report, why don't we dive into that one for a half an hour, and then we'll take a break around 5:30 for dinner. So are we ready? Mr. Skoll, do you know? Kate's here. Is Ernst & Young with us?
Renee, has Ernst & Young come in from the waiting room at all?
No, they have not.
I've just sent Tim a note to see if he's logging in. So hopefully he comes in momentarily.
Okay, so he was sitting in the waiting room.
No, he hasn't joined at all yet.
Let me just text him and I'll see if I can get him in right away, Mayor.
Presentation, Kate?
Pardon?
Oh, I just heard he's here now. Okay, he's here. Tim, are you with us? Why don't I see you, Tim? Oh, there we go. Welcome, Mr. Philpotts, for joining us. So Kate, are you guys doing this like as in tandem, the presentation?
That's correct.
Okay, well, why don't you take it away?
Sounds good. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to present before you the findings of the feasibility level work they were completed by both administration and Ernst & Young, examining a municipal controlled corporation within the framework of the City of St. Albert. With me presenting on behalf of the EY Horsepower, I have Tim Philpotts, a partner at EY who leads their infrastructure practice in Canada. Tim has been involved in infrastructure projects for over 30 years and advised on over 70 projects that have reached close across all sectors, including power and utilities, recreation, social, and transportation. Tim has experience in all levels of government in Canada across most provinces and territories. There we go. This project was driven by council through notice of motion, and in order to deliver on that, administration and EY looked at the most efficient and fiscally responsible manner of completing the project, with the understanding that the project needed to capitalize on EY's in-house expertise and background. As such, the overall project was split between the two organizations in order to achieve the white paper attached to the agenda report. The data, assumptions, and information provided at the feasibility level, consistent with the original motion, and any additional steps required time for more detailed examination. Between EY and the city, we will run through an overview and the feasibility level information that is being compiled by the team. Earlier this year, administration embarked on a public awareness and idea generating campaign regarding our need to diversify revenue streams. Substantial work has been undertaken regarding the expenditure side of the city's fiscal equation, which will continue to be explored. However, because municipal governments are in the position of having to directly support a variety of required services that are not provided by the province or federal government, while having limited ability to generate revenues outside of traditional property taxes, it has been identified that we need to find alternative revenue sources. It is estimated that if we don't diversify our revenues, the city will see tax increases of much as 4 to 5% as early as 2024, just to maintain our current service levels. To offset any tax growth, the city would need new revenues between $4.5 to $6 million. This is significantly higher than the average over the last 10 years of 1.8% and doesn't capture any education taxes that we might have to collect on behalf of the province. Taxation, our way out of these challenges is not ideal situation. The city's last community satisfaction survey indicated that 96% satisfaction based on the delivery of quality services. Reductions in service levels to keep taxes low may no longer maintain the quality of life that residents have grown accustomed to. It is being suggested that we must commit resources to pursuing the expansion of our non-residential tax base while aggressively finding alternative revenue sources. Today, we present you one option. The long-term financial sustainability will be ultimately supported by multiple solutions, cohesively providing diverse revenues to the city. The objective of the corporation is to support a diversified revenue portfolio to ensure long-term sustainable financial position of the city. The feasibility report considered a high-level jurisdictional scan of municipally controlled corporations across Canada, partnership opportunities that would need to be fostered and developed both public and private to build opportunities and grow the revenue streams. The feasibility report considered the funding and financing methods, and business opportunities that were considered on a conservative level that would need to be developed at a more detailed level in a business plan. These were fed into the feasibility level operating business model and financial projections. with final considerations for risk assessment and implementation. The revenue streams that were considered focused on energy and energy efficiency opportunities. The green industry is a multi-billion-dollar industry, and having the framework established to capitalize on this industry provides opportunity to the city. The corporation considered current streams that are reasonable to capitalize on in the short term, but it would need to up the board of directors and staff to diversify and grow the corporation's revenue stream in order to continue to grow net revenues and the corporation. The feasibility report considered utility scale solar, small scale solar, level 3 EV charging stations, retail energy marketing, which includes power, gas, and internet, retrofit consulting, and understanding that the diversification and growth of these streams, as well as other streams, as the market evolves and develops, will be key and a prime responsibility of the board of directors. The business plan considered for the corporation is best described as lean in order to optimize resources and place effort into the corporation in the short term as it grows and develops. Initial assumptions assumed that there would be initial mutual support agreement with the city to keep expenses low and incubate the business in early years. Shared office space and use of remote working arrangements will provide some foundation infrastructure for the corporation, and the utilization of resources across various opportunities for the initial years as the corporation grows and becomes more robust will be key. The key pieces will be a strong and diverse board of directors, as they will have to focus responsibility of growing, diversifying, and building objective and considering business cases from the viability, risk, and opportunities lenses. In some of the growing municipally controlled corporations throughout the province, time and thoughtfulness was placed into the board recruitment to ensure the skills and experience were collected to best support their corporations, providing strong foundation for business acumen. I'll pass it on to Ernst & Young to continue the presentation.
Thanks, Kate. And I hope, can everyone hear me okay? I'm on my computer. Unfortunately, I'm out of the office today, actually in a hotel room in Calgary. So hopefully everyone can hear me okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. And thanks, Kate, for that introduction. What I want to cover in the next few slides are some of the key outputs from the financial modeling, and then some of the work we did around the risk and the conclusion and the key takeaways. So firstly, looking at the financial modeling and the key outputs, this was work, as Kate said, that we did in partnership with the city. And we worked closely to develop the assumptions, these high-level assumptions, which were put into the financial model. What I would say is we did develop a fairly detailed financial model, which allowed us to look at each of the different revenue streams in isolation and look at the different funding sources for the corporation. There's obviously a lot more kind of behind those, but for the purpose of this presentation, we really want to look at two key slides. The first one here looks at the total revenues that we believe can be generated by the corporation, together with the contribution from the different revenue streams. And what I did want to look at here are the two key messages. I think the first one, as you'll notice, is that the key revenue generation opportunity really comes here from utility scale solar. And I think one of the points that Kate sort of didn't touch on is the assumptions that we used on that, which was that we have the Badger Lands facility and no further. So obviously, if we can look for other partnership opportunities and other opportunities to develop utility scale solar, it will have a material impact on the performance of the corporation. The second one is, you can see that there's a significant corporation from the electric vehicle charging stations. There's sort of the dark blue box there. And I think, again, both that and the utility scale solar both have good opportunity for increase in revenues. The other opportunities, the other areas, the rooftop solar and the other ones, provide some contribution, but it's really the biggest one there comes from the utility scale and the EV. If we move to the next one, we want to look at the potential for dividends back to the city. It's important to note that the assumption around dividends is that the dividend would be 20% of the net earnings, with the balance left to reinvest into the corporation. If we look at this over the first 12 years of operation there, that would equate to about $1.6 million of dividends back to the city. And over the sort of the 30 year we looked at, it would be something over $3 million back to the city. And again, it's important to recognize that's looking at 20% of the net earnings, not the full earnings. Moving on to the risk assessment, another area that we looked at closely with the city was the risk framework and the risk assessment of the potential corporation. And what we did is we undertook a high-level kind of assessment of the risks of the corporation. What we did is first of all, we took that away as EY came up with a list of key risks that we thought that the city and the corporation would be exposed to. And then we discussed those in a workshop framework with the city to look at the likely consequences of the risks, the probability of the event happening, and then the impact of the event if the event was to happen. As you see here, we looked at 7 kind of key areas, everything from strategic and governance, right through to the operations, the regulatory compliance, the finance, right through to sort of the project level side. There were a number of key risks that were identified. And some of the some more relevant ones are the ones noted down there. The first one being the organizational capacity. And Kate's mentioned this a couple of times in her introduction there, talking about the challenge of attracting the right people and entering into partnerships beyond the city and beyond the city limits. One of the key risks. Other areas would be community engagement, getting the community involved on some of the revenue generating opportunities. Looking at the access to capital and, seeing, what capital the corporation could generate itself and not obviously be reliant on the city. And then uncertainty around the provincial regulations and government programs. And that's both an opportunity and a risk, because obviously, the federal government in particular is very committed to green energy. And I think there is a lot of potential for funding from that level of government. And then the last risk there is around market competition, that we are aware that there's a lot of competition in the market for renewables, particularly in the Alberta market. So again, it's back to that point that there would need to be a strong and connected team to maximize sort of the partnership opportunities. Touching now to the kind of the key takeaways and the conclusions. I think the key conclusion, the key takeaways for us are we believe that there is really a good opportunity for increased resiliency of the city's revenues. I think the creation of a corporation would allow a focus on external revenues and partnerships. And as Kate's mentioned in her introduction, would allow the city to be able to leverage opportunities and their experiences outside of the city boundary. There's an opportunity to invest significant green energy, and I think we all know that it's a big focus of individuals, corporations, and kind of all levels of government to focus on kind of green energy, and that there's obviously an opportunity for the possible reduction in the debt impacts of the city. To look at some of these, the rooftop solar and the utility scale solar, and to do this in a corporation, obviously could benefit the city's debt position. We believe that there's a good opportunity for long-term growth incubation, from the corporation. Again, as Kate said at the outset, there will be a need for strong and diverse board of directors and management of the corporation, and consistent with the city's kind of desire that it will, provide growth and business line expansion to the city, something that the city is not involved in at the moment. It's important to note that under the scenarios we looked at, the incremental cost of the corporation are covered by the revenues. And as you see from the dividends that will be payable, obviously there's a significant opportunity to earn beyond those incremental costs. And it obviously is consistent with the need to diversify and grow revenues from other services. As we mentioned, there are some risks that would face the city and the corporation. The robustness to competition in the market, particularly the Alberta market, the need to secure the right people, the right resources, both at the management and a board level, a need to generate scale to do additional projects, and then the opportunity to do partnerships to reduce the potential for capex burden, for debt burden, and to fill some of those resource gaps. So in terms of kind of the alternative next steps, the recommendation from the joint, the city and EY is to develop a detailed business case. As Kate said, this was a high level feasibility assessment. It wasn't a detailed business case. So the recommendation is to take it to the next level and to develop a detailed business case to evaluate the competitive landscape, look at the advantages and the operational value proposition from the development of a corporation, and then to continue as part of that to seek partnership opportunities, and then to look at a phased implementation of the corporation. Now back to Kate.
And that pretty much sums up the overall presentation. We've obviously outlined some next steps that are identified within the feasibility report, and we are around for any questions.
All right, thanks, both of you. All right, Council, any questions for either Mr. Philpotts or Kate? Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
I'll start. Is there a plan to break at 5:30, Madam Mayor?
5:30, yep.
Okay.
Well, when dinner gets here, if it's late, we'll keep going.
Pardon me?
When dinner gets here.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. Thank you very much for your presentation, Kate and Tim. I appreciate it. Thank you for the clear slide and presentation. The last two slides, you've identified kind of steps moving forward. And so I'm kind of curious is if this does move forward, so who's going to be responsible for coming back with a detailed business case? Will that be admin? Or is that are we going to have to retain a consultant to look at all of that? That was quite the list on slide number 11 there that it would be required.
Mr. Scoble, do you want to answer that one?
Well, I think we'd be taking the grounding from this and working with internal resources as much as possible. I mean, Kate and I have talked about it. We think we've got some ability to do that. I mean, obviously she's leaving us, but we'll be figuring out how to scope it out. I think we can do it with, like I said, with minimal consulting. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, obviously when I looked at that and then confirmed by the slide, I mean, obviously I don't think that's simple, and you would know more than I would know. And I'm worried about capacity because we are facing capacity issues in other areas, and I just wouldn't want to lean too much on more because I mean, obviously this would be a major step forward. So.
Yeah. So at this point, again, we'll take some time. If council gives direction to move ahead, we'll take some time through the summer to figure out those next steps in terms of resourcing. And if we feel there's a gap, we'll be back to request some support for that. But at this point, we're going to do our best to do it ourselves.
I would point out as well that the model that we developed, we provided to Kate, and we're obviously happy to provide any additional support that Kevin and the team would want in terms of explaining how that worked and things as well.
Thanks, Tim. So in your involvement, in your experience, so you've got payout ratio at 20% of net income declared annually and paid the following year, which does allow for some predictability. But from your experience and your involvement, how do we guarantee the dividends come back to the city? So, I mean, once the board gets up and running, and if they're doing their job and they're looking at growth and they're looking at moving the corporation forward, I mean, the board doesn't necessarily have to bring the dividends back to the city, or how do we do that? So go ahead, whoever has it.
I got Councillor Mr. Scoble's hand. I'm sorry.
I am not running in the next election. Again, Tim can probably add some context to it, but really there would be a unanimous shareholder agreement between the city of St. Albert and this utility corporation, right? There would also be a master service agreement. So typically in those documents, that would be in there, what would be the dividend declared. So that would actually be part of a contractual document. So.
Is that how it's done though? I mean, like I'm thinking fiduciary responsibilities of a board and agreement. I mean, don't we tie the hands of the corporation if I realize we'll be the only one and only shareholder, but don't we tie the hands of a corporation perhaps looking at other opportunities, particularly growing? I mean, right now we've got a limited revenue stream, and wouldn't we want it to grow?
Yeah, so again, in the early stages, like in the incubation stage, you would probably want a lower dividend and higher retained earnings of the corporation. And then over time, if that incubation happens and growth happens, then you would have a different dividend structure. So you may start out at 20% dividends when the company is young and the 80% is reinvested. And then over time, maybe it's 50-50. And then towards the end of the life cycle, maybe you're actually taking an 80% dividend. But those are, again, negotiated between the corporation and the city. So the city of St. Albert will always have some say in what the dividends are at a particular time.
Thanks. And again, I'm just going to go back to some of what we're looking at in relation to what we can do right now under energy. And we've identified small solar, larger with the Badger, consulting. We also have the EVs and utility net. And so I've got a few questions in relation to that. And I'm going to start with small scale rooftop to solar. So we've got, and you've identified this in page 20 of the report, 101 in our package. I'm just curious. So we have 1.5 million for Service Place, the rec center, and then 15 future projects at 439.2. Where would those be?
Do you want me to take a stab at this, Tim? I'll start this. So I think the biggest piece is the private public partnerships at this point. So it doesn't necessarily need to be located on our facilities per se. These could be private public partnerships on other large rooftops that kind of have shared equity output. So that was part of what we looked at. We also looked at some of our existing facilities and having solar rooftops on city-owned facilities exclusively. So that was kind of a combination of both of those pieces. But again, looking at the fact that we wanted to continue to grow the revenue streams going forward, but stay within business streams that were comfortable to our existing framework today to start with.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. I guess, so I mean, that just relations to future. I mean, again, we've identified the number 15. It could be 12, it could be 25, something like that, correct?
Absolutely. That's correct.
All right. So when we're talking about the small scale rooftop solar and where they're in Service Place or in Liggett, they're on Jack Craft. Are we just talking about the installs itself and what are we talking about transferring over? Are we talking about, if we do a capital transfer in relation to the agreement, are we transferring the buildings or are we just transferring the actual solar?
Just the solar asset itself.
How is that? How does that work? I'm just curious, does it go into, right now, doesn't that just go into internal? We don't share that with the other buildings. So Service Place right now just provides power back into Service Place, and likewise for Jack Craft. So how does that work into the corporation?
It'll still provide the energy output for this facility that is located on top of, but what it will provide was sort of an asset base for the corporation going forward, as well as kind of as we grow it, it'll provide the additional sort of offset revenues based on the partnership agreement between the building owner, the property owner, and kind of the asset owner, the rooftop above it. It's a framework that's used quite a bit in California. High amount of solar gone in there, and just growing those assets, consider it sort of like a leased rooftop space in essence.
Okay. Do we have any of those right now in our province or in somewhere close by? Is there some agreements like that, or is it just mainly right now?
I'm not aware of all of the partnership leases in terms of the solars within Alberta. They're generally sort of private agreements between entities. So I haven't done an exhaustive search in terms of those type of agreements that are out there that are public.
I've done a rooftop solar of a large factory project. It wasn't actually in Alberta, but it was in North America.
So it's done, and so there's some template to follow. We're not breaking off on something new.
We're not splitting that on this one. It is something that has been done before.
So one of the other revenue streams we're looking at, I don't know anything about. I had to research it on utility net and all that. So what's involved in energy marketing? Where's our piece in that? How does that work? We're not going to be knocking on doors competing with Direct Energy or other competitors, are we?
So you do actually compete with some of the energy providers. It is a marketing exercise, so it's really about sharing with the community and the surrounding areas that purchase power, purchase gas, purchase internet from this corporation, and the attributed revenues come back to the community as opposed to supporting jobs that are overseas, et cetera. So there are quite a number of small municipalities throughout Alberta that have gone down this path. It was originally provided to administration, I believe, through Mayor Herron in terms of the connection piece. But there are a few of your regional counterparts that are going down this path today and have started selling energy to their local municipalities.
Okay, I just wonder about the skill set, and if it's because we're going to start pretty lean, and how are we going to be able to, like, what are we doing? Is it our responsibility for that, or would it be the actual utility net doing that?
So Utility Net does quite a bit of the work. What we are required to do is have a website that's up and running and provide some marketing materials that would go out onto the website, and how far we want to share the information in terms of the social media or kind of getting the word out to our residents that they could purchase from this corporation. That would be up to us. But in terms of if they're having problems, the billing, all those pieces, that's done by Utility Net. So we are responsible for getting people into the program. Then Utility Net sort of manages them after that.
Okay, sorry for all the questions.
All good.
Yeah, I appreciate that. The EV charging stations. So, I mean, I think the report identifies 3, but then in the presentation we had 6 this year. Now, are those put in by private installs right now, or how does that work?
So this would be level 3 EV charging stations. So you see them more driving throughout British Columbia, where there's a higher amount of electric vehicles driving these days. But they are like the fast charging stations. You see them now attached to like the Petro-Canadas of the world, et cetera. And so it would be the growth of that industry as we see more solar, more electrical vehicles hitting the market in Alberta with electrical trucks. It'll be a demand market, and we are going to start to see these level 3s installed more and more. The trickle chargers, which are kind of the more common ones, they are generally done for a very low fee, whereas those level 3s that do a full charge in 30 minutes, they are a fee for charge that we see.
So the larger ones that we're looking at installing would be the ones that we could charge. And I think the report come back at $12. Is that approximately what it is, Tim? Is that what the...
Yeah, that was based on the research that we were looking at, sort of comparable costs and things. I mean, there is a lot of variability around it, but that was a reasonable estimate of what you could assume.
But certainly we would be looking at more than installing 3 then, wouldn't we? Would be, I mean, this like 3 would be just get us off the ground. Is that it?
It would, yeah. I think this was administration's, guess of the kind of the kickoff. But I think as we noted in the slide, it's an area that we'd want to do we'd want to look at as part of the detailed business case. But certainly, I think as Kate said, it's a very large opportunity. So moving forward, I'm based in BC, and literally they are everywhere in BC.
And BC's got more sun sometimes, unless lower mainland. A little bit more rain too. So I guess a lot of what I'm asking would come in the detailed business case moving forward in relation to some of that. And it leads to my last kind of question right now. I may have another one later, but when I look at the risk document, I mean, there's 12 severe or major risks that you've identified. These are significant risks. And so the idea would be that we would come back with some sort of a risk mitigation strategy as part of that then?
Absolutely. I mean, I think as part of the detailed business case, you would want to take the kind of risk analysis, the high level risk analysis done there and develop a detailed mitigation plan for each of those. I mean, while they're severe risks, they're risks that in the main do have mitigation plans associated or available to them.
Yeah, I'm just curious. I mean, you don't talk about any CapEx, and you certainly don't with using EBITDA. You don't talk about depreciation or impacts like that. So I mean, you're assuming there's zero salvage on any of the, on any of our assets that we're gonna receive?
So I'm not sure I understand the at the end of the period of analysis. Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question.
Yeah, no, I mean, so you've identified in your financials that there would be, you know, no depreciation, and that in relation to our capital, there would be really no salvage value. So I mean, these is basically there's nothing that, you know, in relation to our inventory, or there's nothing in relation to depreciation costs or anything to do with any capital?
We have a detailed financial model that looks at the capital expenditure. It looks at sort of life cycle costs of rehabilitation, excuse me, rehabilitation of the assets at various points, and it does write them off over kind of roughly a 30-year period. So at the end of the 30 years, they're assuming that they would have de minimis value at the end of it. But the model does look at, you know, all the capital expenditure, the financing of it, and the life cycle and the rehabilitative maintenance required under each of the asset classes.
Yeah, and I guess that's where I mean, the costs associated to operating this, and that seemed to be a little lean, seemed to be a little thin, I think. I mean, obviously the business case will go. I'm just worried that, I mean, we're talking about, we have existing solar panels and infrastructure, and potentially we will have a solar farm on the Badgerlands, which would require some maintenance, and I'm just wondering, where does that fit into the model?
Yeah, so if we look at the slide that we had that had the EBITDA by each of the different lines, that actually looked at the contribution. So that was net of the kind of the maintenance costs, so both operating costs as well as any rehabilitative maintenance, and then the difference between those lines and the hard kind of black line was the operating costs of the organization. And as Kate said, it is set up to be a lean structure at the outset. There was a slide, I think one before this one, that talked about, you know, the mutual sort of support agreements between the city and the corporation, and, you know, it would be a lean organization to start with.
So I mean, Kate or Mr. Scoble, do we have the skill set in like, what would, and I guess again, I'm asking a question maybe that's too hard to answer at this particular time, because, you know, we're talking about a business case coming back with more details, but what's involved, what would be involved? Like, how would that work? Like, I mean, we're lean, and I mean, that's the description of all that we have to do and all that. That's lean. Like, I mean, can we do this? Like, I mean, and I guess it follows up, why would we do this why wouldn't we just keep it ourselves and do it rather than create a corporation? I figured I better ask that question.
Well, I mean, a private corporation is meant to be lean, I guess, first off, so that, you know, they're not going to have a bunch of extra overhead and expenses. That's the whole purpose, is to generate that profit, right? So, I mean, again, whether you do it as a corporation or you don't have to, but then again, it's on the city's books and the borrowing, and you know, we're going to take 2 years to make this decision, whereas the corporation's just going to rock and roll with their board of directors. Really, if then a business opportunity comes up, they're going to capitalize on it. But if we do it without a corporation, we're going to take 2 years going through the inherent local government process here that we have to go through. So.
Yeah, I understand. So do we transfer our debt from potentially, if the solar farms goes through, the 33 million, does that get transferred right over to the corporation?
It does, yeah. That's assumed to be part of the transfer.
And were the financials factoring in the payment of the debt in relation to it and also the dividends?
They are, yes.
Thank you.
I did say that we do have a detailed financial model behind each of it. We obviously only included kind of highlights in this presentation today, but there is a fairly detailed financial model based on those high level assumptions. So.
The other thing that probably needs to be added is there are pieces that we couldn't do as a municipality. I'm aware, like through conversations with UtilityNet, that we are unable to do it as a municipality. We need some sort of private corporate, like municipally controlled corporation, to go down that path.
Okay, I just see supper coming in, so I have.
Are you done with the questions?
Well, no, my other question just off of the question would require us to go in camera, and I
We
would
can do that
probably,
after dinner, maybe?
I would do it after dinner because I think my next question would be in camera.
Okay, and we have a motion ready. Okay. All right, it's 5:30, so why don't we take a half an hour break and enjoy our dinner, and then we'll be back in our chairs at 6 o'clock. All right, we're back. 6 o'clock, 6:01, I apologize. All right. Councillor Hughes is next on my list of questions. So go ahead, Councillor Hughes.
Okay, just give me 2 seconds here, Mayor. Okay. I'll wait for everybody. Hey, Kate, how you doing? Okay, so you said that the energy sales would be required to have a corporation. Was there anything else in the proposal that requires a corporation to be able to operate?
So if we were to grow any of the pieces outside of our boundaries, that would for sure require a corporation. And what probably isn't identified is what we've really talked about is the need to diversify as we go forward. Again, not knowing how we diversify, obviously those aren't built into kind of the framework of how we operate as a municipality today.
So, okay, so what you're telling me is that with what we have right now, everything else does not require a corporation. And if we were to take on something that we're not sure of, that's not being mentioned, then that might have it.
It
But
might. The other issue would probably be is most of our business cases or most of our kind of growth of these sectors has considered the private sector partnerships who generally work at I'll say a more expedient pace than municipalities. So it would be challenging to build and foster those projects in the municipal framework because it just takes us so much longer to present, look at business cases, get budget, et cetera, whereas they're a little more nimble and they just work a lot faster in terms of the delivery of their programs.
Okay, but regardless, it can still be done. Regardless if we do it faster or slower, we could still do it everything except for the energy marketing could be done through the city without a corporation, right?
I guess one comment I would make though too is with the corporation, you have a board of directors of very skilled people in this particular sector. Right now, it's municipal employees doing it off the side of their desk, right? Yep. So you have those dedicated, focused, and knowledge and experienced resources growing that business.
Okay, that's perfect. Actually, this is my next question. So when I see these, oh, good. I wasn't sure if the consultant was here. It looks like all of the city staff are what we're going to be using for manpower to accomplish these goals. Am I wrong on this?
I need you to clarify it a little bit more for me, Councillor Hughes. Sorry.
Are city staff making, because I look here in the city, it looks like city staff are doing the FTs and all the other support.
So I don't have the in-house capacity in terms of the growth of this corporation as city staff today. They would be looking, you usually would get your board of directors recruited and then they would go down from there because they would hire the CEO, et cetera. So the intention wasn't that we'd be using city staff to do some of those pieces. What the intention was to be using through kind of that mutual agreement between the city of St. Albert and the corporation would be to utilizing sort of the IT pieces, some of the HR pieces to support the corporation for that incubation period until it had some of those capacities in-house to keep the costs as low as possible.
Okay, because so the thing is that the municipally controlled corporation regulations in Alberta, they say that the business plans to have a corporation say that they must not be dependent on the shareholders for its ongoing operations. So if we have a plan here that depends on the city of St. Albert, which is a shareholder for its operations, we're actually in violation of the municipally controlled regulation.
Go ahead.
No, we're not, Councillor. You
Okay.
have as I said earlier, unanimous shareholder agreement and a master service agreement. And in that master service agreement, the corporation can do some things for the city and vice versa, but they're kept separate. There's no city employees doing work on taxpayer money for the corporation. That's not how it works. So if the HR department was supporting the corporation would have to pay the city of St. Albert for those HR services.
Okay, I don't see those in the financials, is the problem as well. Like I look at the cost of the operations and maintenance on any of these, and it doesn't seem to have ever the cost of those city employees transferring over.
Is it included? looking at.
There's an allowance for operating costs. There isn't a detailed breakdown of that between the city and kind of external resources that would be brought in directly by the corporation. But there is an assumed amount that would cover both aspects of that.
You're really muffled, so I'm having a hard time hearing you. So you're saying that there's a business plan that has this stuff, but it's not included in the overall, because the overall numbers, like I just look at the energy marketing, right? So I looked at the assumptions and we looked at what had to be done. And when I looked at the assumptions, it said, we need somebody to market, we need somebody for customer service, we need somebody for IT, we need some space to hold the modems.
On the energy marketer, Councillor Hughes, the majority of that is all done by UtilityNet. So what the requirement is on each municipality that goes down that path from their corporation perspective. And the village of Sterling is a good example. They are kind of down this path. And again, they don't have the robust framework that we have in-house, is they have to set up a website, and then the corporation would be paying for the kind of marketing of it. So whether it's a social media marketing or a different type of campaign. And then the call center, the IT, all those pieces are done by UtilityNet. So it's a really hands-off approach that sort of brings the sales of those industries to the municipalities and away from sort of the bigger corporations.
So when I look at the revenue, I'll just look at the final sheet here on page 19. The energy marketing is expected to make approximately $100,000 as of 2027 as a net, and then it doesn't increase past that. And it was not making anything for the first 5 years. Like I'm trying to see the value and even going down this line.
Sorry, you said you were on page 19.
Page 19 or page 100 of our agenda package, page 19 of the report.
Okay.
So I look at the financial highlights and we look at just, for example, energy marketing. And the revenue is quite minimal. The expenses are the same or what the revenue is. And then I'm trying to see the value in forming a corporation so that we can do energy marketing to make $100,000 off the taxes and never actually have an increase in a projection in 5 years' time or in 6 years' time.
Tim, are you there? His screen's gone black. Tim? Renee, did we lose him?
We're just letting him back in. It appears he dropped off.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes, you may have to repeat that for Tim when he gets back in. Is he coming, Renee? Or Tamara, whoever is my person?
It looks like he's having trouble joining. He's trying another source, I think, method.
Okay. There, I see him at the bottom, sorry.
I don't know if you can answer this, Kate. I'll ask another question before.
For sure.
Is the all of the assets that will be transferred over to the corporation, or even the new assets beyond the Badgerland Solar, so all the additional rooftop solar, the charging stations, where's the funding coming from for that? Is that expected to go under debt or?
So again, until we really contemplate the business plan, there's options on financing. So we've considered different avenues for whether it's debt or doing private public partnerships between assets. So again, that would come out probably more in the detailed business case and or through the board of directors as it's established in terms of how the most viable funding option for each of the assets that would come across their sort of business plan desk. Yeah.
Kate, sorry, I'm back now. Apologies, my computer decided to crash, so I'm back on my phone. Sorry about that.
It's okay, thank you. So I'm just looking at, for example, energy marketing, and it looks like the cash flow net is $100,000 in 2027 is the expected. Nothing before that, and really not increasing much after that. And I'm trying to see the value in forming a corporation with even a division that's expected to not make any money until 2027, and then make a little bit, and then again flatline going forward.
So I think one thing, Tim, is probably to go through the assumptions that we did for something like that. So we did consider a really conservative growth of the energy marketing plan and then a plateauing of it, just to keep it as conservative as possible. So again, it doesn't mean it necessarily would plateau. It's just how we projected the numbers to ensure that we weren't over projecting things. What was the number that we plateaued it at in terms of the percent of market, Tim?
It was up to 5,000 households.
So that's what it was projected to. So again, we have give or take 22,000 ratepayers in the city of St. Albert. We projected 5,000 would sign up for this, and incrementally over that period of time. Do I think it could be more? I do, 100%. But we just maintained a very conservative approach at the feasibility level.
I'm sorry, I missed that. So you think 5,000 homes are going to sign up for energy with us in St. Albert?
Yeah.
And you're basing this on what assumptions? Like if other communities had that type of take up?
Yeah, we have. So again, much smaller communities. We do have a few bigger communities that have signed up and are running the program, and they have their perspective in terms of talking. I've talked to a couple of the mayors, et cetera. You get out what you put in. So some of them have really been marketing things quite a bit on social media and at farmers markets, et cetera, and they've gotten quite a bit of their community signed up. Again, the sell is you're paying electricity, power, internet, irrespective. So choose to pay for it through us. It's about the same price, and the revenues go back to your community.
And with the 5,000 homes, that's what we're estimating is approximately $100,000.
Yep.
A year net in 5 years' time.
That's correct.
The consulting has a zero. It's not even 100,000 even in the entire 10-year plan here. It's the revenue is again almost non-existent, and apparently we don't have any costs at all for anything else, and we're still coming in with a zero. I'm trying to come to terms with the idea that this is going to be a necessary addition or a division that would be substantial enough that we'd say that we want to take on this risk. And I'm not seeing it. The charging stations. So that we're suggesting that we're going to charge $12 an hour, and then it was suggested that it would be six hours a day that would be charged. So do we have any charging stations right now in St. Albert?
Not level 3s.
So do we have, how confident are we that we will have 6 hours of charging a day? Because it was actually starting at 6 hours and increasing to 24 hours a day was the assumptions. So where do we get these assumptions from that would be justifying that would be the case?
They were the assumptions that we had. So it's 6 charges, 45 minutes each charge. So it would be about 4 hours of charging in total per day.
4 hours of charging a day.
Yeah.
Okay. So, okay. And then we're going to move up to 24 hours a day. It says the assumptions are to progress up to 24 hours or 24 charges, which would be about 20 hours a day. Which would mean like we're actually thinking people are going to go to Service Place and charge their car at 1 o'clock in the morning.
So that's the growth of the EV market. So it was adding EV stations to the portfolio to increase the number of charges that we would collectively have.
I see. Okay. So I did the numbers on the charging stations, for example. It's $12 gross. Then there was a 5% processing fee. Then there was a 50-cent additional fee. Then there was the cost of electricity, which brought me down when I did the math to $6.90. That was before the annual charges of $680 to operate it. And with the 4-hour charging. So I haven't done the math on 4 hours, quite frankly. But that would be a substantial time to pay back a $60,000 capital investment. Because each one of them is $60,000 up front. And am I wrong? I'm looking at $690 net before the annual costs.
Sorry, I don't actually have the model in front of me at the moment, but so we have kind of modeled them out based on the assumption that the payback for these is pretty short. So my computer has literally just kind of frozen, which is why I had to sort of dial off. But I can certainly delve into the numbers for you if you'd like.
Sure. I mean, I'm at 690 at 4 hours. We have 7 days a week. We have 52 weeks. So we're going to be grossing $10,046 per unit. We have $680 annual costs. So it's in theory going to make $9,366 a year per unit.
Well, and each EV charging station has 2 heads. So for that 60,000, you're getting 2 kind of charging like bays in essence for each unit.
Okay. Okay, so we are looking at potentially, and do the annual costs go, you have $180 plus $180 per, is it per unit or is it per head on the annuals? Because you have $3,000 maintenance and then you have $180 some kind of hookup fee. I'm trying to remember the exact terminology.
It's a software license for each of the units.
Each of the heads is 180?
I need to double check on that, Count. So I don't know off the top of my head.
Does Hammam have that detail, Tim?
I was just going to say, I don't know if Hammam has that detail to hand.
Hammam, are you on, do you have that detail with you? And can you unmute yourself and come on?
Yes. So the CapEx, I believe, is about 80 grand for each.
It was the annual software license, whether that was per head or per unit.
The software license is per unit.
Thank you, Hammam.
$90 a head then. Okay. Okay.
So can I just interrupt you for 1 sec, Councillor Hughes? I have a question for either Mr. Scoble or Kate. The motion in front of us is to do the detailed, more the business plan and marketing impact as a next step. Some of the questions that Councillor Hughes is asking, I feel will be fleshed out in the detailed business cases. So, because like I'm looking at the consultants, they don't even have all the numbers. They just have a high level. So is that the case? Is that some of these questions will be fleshed out in the next steps?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean,
right.
we
I
can
just
put
want to make sure that she gets her answers, and she might need to wait till we get the more detailed business case.
Yes.
Okay. So if that's the case, as the questions come, you could even answer them with, we'll get that in the next step, because we don't obviously have it right now. And I don't want to waste a lot of time today when we don't have the answers in front of us. So.
And I'm cautious to give too many specific numbers right now, because again, they would be refined in that detailed business case. We've taken feasibility level, conceptual level numbers to incorporate into this, which is reasonable at the feasibility level. And the intention would be that they need to be refined. Partnerships need to continue to be fostered as we continue down the next step of this process.
Okay, thanks, Kate. I don't want to see you all struggling to try to answer these questions when you don't have the numbers until you do the work. So as we go through questions from Councillor Hughes or any member of council, if you feel that this is the next step kind of a question, just let us know.
You bet.
Okay. You go in, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I'm just gonna try to go to a higher level here, because is this, if we did not put this into a corporation, and let's assume that your numbers are correct, I have serious doubts about them, but nonetheless, let's just assume the numbers are correct, and we did not do this in a corporation, and we took out the energy marketing, which you said is in a corporation, so that's $100,000 a year in 5 years' time. if the cash flows would be significantly higher if we just had it come back to the city as revenue. Because we have a dividends, it's only 20% actually comes back as savings. So I'm trying to see the value, other than saying we can be nimble and faster, into why we would want to have a corporation and have the corporation absorb most of the savings or revenue that's coming in, instead of just simply having that revenue go directly back to the taxpayers. Because the dividends here, I don't care if you say 20 or 50 or whatever, the first 3 years are zero, then it's almost nothing. It's $100,000, 150. It takes 3 years to get to 200,000.
So-
And this was, just let me finish this, please, Mr. Scopel. This solar roof, this Badgerland solar was sold to the public, saying that they were going to save hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, every year, for 35 years. And if this goes into a corporation, the vast majority of that savings goes to the corporation, and almost none of it gets trailed over to the taxpayer. And that 200,000 is assuming that these other ones, which are of almost non-existent revenue, were to produce something. So I'm trying to see the value and not just simply pursuing these tasks, assuming that they were of value, and leaving them within the city, as opposed to saying that we're only going to get to collect 20% of that to go back to the taxpayer. So I'll stop talking now. Thank you.
So thank you. So as I said earlier, council sets the dividend. If you want to set a dividend at 20%, the 80% is retained earnings of the corporation. It's reinvested to grow the corporation further. You can set dividends of 100% if you want and have a cash cow right from day one, but you'll never see the growth. You'll have $200,000 a year for perpetuity, right? So again, it's retained earnings that are reinvested in the corporation to grow it more, to generate more revenue. So it's been set at 20% because that's very typical of a very young corporation, because you want to take anything you make and reinvest it and keep growing further. Council, if you want to set it at 50% or 60% or 40%, whatever you want to set it at, you can set it at. Good practice is to set it low when it's a young corporation, and then it evens out over time. And then if it's nearing end of life, or it's a very steady corporation that you don't want to grow anymore, you can take 100% dividend if you want, but you can take whatever dividend at whatever time you want, and council decides that.
Okay, so
I would also say that I think the 20% is quite conservative, given the nature of the corporation. In fact, that it has a number of kind of project finance assets, like the solar units that are basically would be projects that would have defined revenues, defined costs. So I think it is quite a conservative assumption to use that, and particularly to keep that over the entire period. I would agree with Kevin totally on that.
okay, but I'm still trying to see the value of not just simply doing this. The city can expand if it wants to on any of these operations if they are providing revenue. And the city could expand on them, and they could actually have that money to expand on, or they could have the dividends go in. I'm still trying to grasp at why a corporation that's going to have expenses of the full board you're paying for, duplications, and then a much lesser dividend would be more of value than just simply taking this on and with this as a city. I'm missing that link as to why there is value in doing that. And I'm going to go past this to say that we keep talking about expansion. I don't see the expansion in this business proposal, in this feasibility. I don't see it. The Badgerlands all the Badgerlands is being used up for solar. So unless we actually acquire more land, this expansion of solar on a larger scale isn't possible. The rooftop solar is minimal. The EV charging solar is minimal. Energy marketing is minimal. And this one's minimal. And I'm not seeing the expansion that we're claiming we're going to have from the reinvestment of dividends. So where is the value in putting this into a corporation as opposed to simply doing it? And not talking about
Councillor Hughes, I'm going to try to answer this.
Sure.
Because this question was answered or asked many times during the utility corporation as well. I think it comes down to more of your philosophy on how to approach a municipality than what Mr. Scobel or Kate can answer. I mean, it's been described about how the debt is off our books. That's a huge advantage. How you've got a board of directors that is business focused and not constrained by the bureaucracy of a municipality. You can work outside your own boundaries with a corporation. You can't work outside your boundaries as a municipality. You have better access to partnerships with private industry. There's a whole list of them. The business case that is presented to you today is high level, and it is meant to be conservative, and it's meant to grow. So I think, the solar farms, we could have 10 solar farms in the future, and they could be all over Alberta if we had an energy corporation. Don't focus on what's just in front of you to now. Focus on the possibility of expansion and that business-minded focus and I don't know, be confident in the agreements you have as a single shareholder that you will get the dividend. I get what you're saying. Initially, it's not as good as if we keep it in-house, but that's one business case. There's many here that aren't even presented. And when I get to my questions, I'm going to talk about energy corporation or waste to energy as where is that? So that's my attempt, because it's not a question that is a question for administration. It's more of an opinion and part of debate than I don't think it can be answered to your satisfaction. That's what I'm saying. Mr. Scoble, do you want to add to that?
Well, I'd just like to expand on your one point about the board of directors. So again, these are going to be highly skilled people that have knowledge and experience in this particular sector. Right now, you're asking municipal employees to do it off the side of the desk. I would not be surprised at all if they looked at the business plan and said for maybe one or two of them, like, what were you thinking? We're not going to do that. And we're going to do these 4 other things you haven't thought of yet. Like that's the knowledge and expertise that comes that, this business plan is not carved in stone and these are the only 4 or 5 things that we can do. I fully expect a board of directors will say 1 or 2 of those are not worth pursuing and we want you to do these 3 or 4 other things instead.
But they're bound to do the dividends.
A really great example, there's like quite a few actually young municipally controlled corporations in Alberta, and take like Claystone Waste, for instance. Again, it's rural, it's like the Riley landfill in essence. They're expanding all over Western Canada now. None of those pieces were built into their business case off the get-go, and that's how they're growing to continue to build that dividend for their 5 or 6 municipalities that are part of that. And it's really based, they have a very strong board of directors. And it's just really based on kind of the growth of that industry.
Sorry, what was the industry?
Waste. Waste.
Okay, waste. So it's landfills, or what are they doing with waste?
So like transfer stations, landfills, collecting waste from other areas, like they're going all over. And again, those pieces weren't built into their business case. They sort of built their bread and butter into their business case off the get-go.
Why is the waste to energy project not included in here?
I just don't have the numbers for it right now. We've really struggled ascertaining money from the federal government during COVID. Again, everything slowed down quite a bit from their side. So we just didn't have good data to put in it today. So do I think it would be part of it in the future if things show properly? Yes, you bet. We're looking at a different partnership that would potentially yield better grant opportunities from the feds to output hydrogen from the waste to energy facility. So we're hoping that will bring in more money so that it's cost the city less to kind of put that up and running. I expect those pieces to come together hopefully in the next month.
I'm just going to stop asking questions for now, Mayor. Thank you.
We can come back to you, Councillor Hanson.
Thanks. I will try and be brief here. I wanted to just move to financing, actually, Kate, and you kind of touched upon it. Like you've got some funding options and financing methods within the report. When we talk about low interest loans from government or FCM, are those ongoing for a while, or are they kind of one time? I guess loans can go on for a long time, but if you were to get grants or anything from MCCAC or anything like that, would it be a one-time thing or would it be ongoing depending on the success of your corporation?
Grants are usually like they're not something that we would necessarily want to rely upon long term, but sort of those long term, low interest loans, sorry, my tongue tied there. Those generally are readily available. There's lots of, right now, we're seeing lots of funding syndicates come to North America to provide investment into the green industry. So there's lots of opportunities to partner with private industry to put some of these pieces together that have mutual benefit.
Okay. I guess what I heard you say there is they're readily available, low interest loans. So that is for these kinds of projects. They obviously, the banks don't see a risk to it. So that's good to hear. And I guess just around risk mitigation, I was looking through the various between pages 23 and 29. I didn't see under any of the categories governance. I saw financial, I saw operations, but I didn't see actually the word governance. I did see under D4 policies and procedures for, where is that here? Which I think we do very well on. But I guess, I think governance and the board of directors are going to be your key thing in all of this. So
did you see A2 on
Yeah, I
page
think
23?
I was going to say A1 and A2 would really deal with governance, particularly A2.
Okay, I was down at D4, financial policies and procedures, which I think that we do very well at. I see that you've flagged it as a major risk, but you know, if we've got good policies and procedures in place as a city, would it not be sort of assumed that that kind of accountability and transparency would be transferred over to an energy corp?
100%. You would hope that many of the values that you'd be setting up in terms of the vision, values, et cetera, in a corporation where the municipality was a sole shareholder were kind of founded in those that are prevalent in the municipality. So yeah, so A2 was that kind of risk piece that I think you're talking about, Councillor Hansen.
Yeah, so under that, and thank you for that. I see that under the subcategory. Do these kinds of corporations have a set kind of a governance model, or is that up to the board of directors to decide how their governance structure is going to work? Is there a template for this kind of thing, or is it you know, depending on what you're trying to achieve at the end of the day?
Mr. LaFleur is going to jump in.
So if I may, this would be a business corporation governed under the Business Corporations Act of Alberta. So all of the provisions of that statute that talk about governance of a corporation would apply. Is there scope for a board of directors to set things up to customize it? Yes, but they are constrained by what the legislation says.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to get back to the question that's actually asked of council tonight. The question is prepare a business case and market analysis. So can you walk through the list on page 76? Just walk through the list. The feasibility report is to include at minimum an evaluation of. So I'm assuming that is different than what you've presented to us today. So can you just describe the difference so that we know what we're actually buying off tonight? So, for example, net income projections. I'm assuming that what you've given in this high level is not the detailed income projection down to the last dime.
Maybe Ernst &
That
Young
will
can-
come in the big business case?
Tim, do you want to take a stab at this?
Yeah, I mean, we have some assumptions at the moment. I think the art of the business case would be to, you know, review in greater detail some of the opportunities, the partnerships, and get into more kind of granularity on it. I think as Kate's mentioned a number of times, this was a sort of a high level kind of feasibility assessment as opposed to, you know, getting, you know, doing a lot more diligence onto some of the revenue streams and cost streams.
So the next one you talk about is suite of potential energy generation and marketing opportunities. So there are some obviously that are not included in this high level flyby. that that will be included in the this detailed business case, so that we can see some of the opportunities that may be available to the Energy Corporation should it be chosen to be formed at a later date? I guess my point is I don't want to shut down the Energy Corporation until we see all that's available to us. You've given us a picture of what might be available, this conceptual idea of it and a conceptual business case, but all you're asking for is the opportunity to go forward and build the detailed one. Is that not correct?
That's correct. And I think what at each level, there's always that ability for it to diversify even further. So you take like even the concept of district energy into it. We can't really put together a business case until there's a project sitting in front of us to talk about the viability of it. So again, there's opportunity to pull some of those types of projects into the mix in the future, if and when the right partnership comes along. Until that time, it would be premature for us to conceptually put numbers together that may or may not have the pieces that need to come into play to make valuable decisions. So that's, again, the beauty with the energy piece is it's very diverse and provides for that flexibility to diversify as kind of partnerships are grown and kind of the program evolves as it gets older.
You also talk about opportunities to work collaboratively with regional partners in the private sector. What does that mean?
So a lot of that is really about bringing energy and kind of solar and energy efficiency opportunities to fruition. So you take an example of the Okotoks Solar. So Okotoks has leased land to a private industry for a 30-year window. They're putting the solar on there. So Okotoks is taking a leased value for that land over that period of time. I think there's great opportunity to partner with other municipalities that may not want to go down the path of putting the solar, just like Okotoks did, but what a great new story of two municipalities or two municipal entities working together to both benefit each municipality. The same applies to private partnerships in terms of the opportunity to kind of work, whether it's with the development industry and or private industry, to bring in some of these energy and kind of solar opportunities into their facilities and their growth of their industries.
I think I know what I'm being asked to vote on. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. So I keep hearing about, the one thing I have is the major moneymaker here is the Badgerland Solar. Everything else is actually just, I don't even know what it is, side dressing. And the Badgerland Solar, I've had multiple numbers on how many hours of solar energy that we're going to be using on this. So we've had one document that's apparently confidential that has one number, and it's not the same number as what was given to us 2 weeks ago. And then a gentleman came and said the number that in Nate is 1135. We heard last week it was 1200. And then assuming we use 1200, it does not generate $1.5 million in revenue. I saw the chart you gave us 2 weeks ago, and I went over the numbers because there was no time to go over them in there. And you said, here's the averages, and the averages don't total what you say. The chart that you take the whole numbers across and you take the average, and it does not total the number that you gave us. In addition, if it's 1,200 hours, using the assumptions that we have in this model of $68 a kilowatt hour, which is double what you typically get on solar on PPA, it equals to between 1 and 1.2 million, not 1.5. If you're getting it at $35 PPA, you're at $700,000, not 1.5 million on the first year. Actually, in the second year, you're saying 2.1 million. The reality is 700,000. So I'm trying to come, and I understand that everyone's saying we want to do a high level, but I would like to have confidence that any of these numbers I could actually rely on, because we are making judgments on behalf of the city and residents who are trusting us to at least have numbers accurate and not keep telling me that they're going to defer it. So I am asking you, what was the number on solar hours that we're judging it on? Was it 1,200? Because if it's 1,200, the numbers don't match.
So what I can tell you is again, I apologize, I don't have the model in front of me, so my computer's just cut out. But the numbers that were taken out of here were directly from the model that was provided by the developer of Badgerland. So the numbers will be completely consistent with what was provided previously.
Okay, so that's
We used their model, so the extracts from their model.
the assumption that you made for capacity, which is the number of solar hours available that you put in this document, said 20%. And yet 1,200 hours is not 20%. 20%, it's actually closer to 13%. So that, and 20%, by the way, does not come anywhere in Canada. And that's not the number they had in their document. So I'm just trying to figure out which number I'm supposed to believe at this point so that I know exactly what number I'm supposed to be explaining to people. Is it 1,200 hours? Is it 1,600 hours? Is it 2,000 hours? Because the number that you said you quoted is not, they never said 20%. And 1,200 divided by 8,700 is not, it's 13.8 or something like that.
I would, sorry, I can only apologize that I don't have that, but I know that the numbers that were taken into the model are the exact numbers that came out of the model provided by the developer for Badgerlands.
So I'm not sure if it's you or to Kate, but the numbers don't match, Kate. The numbers don't match what you provided last time halfway through the meeting. The numbers don't match what is provided here.
So when we were, so these two projects working in tandem, we've had to incorporate the numbers at a certain stage from the solar farm. So because we were sitting with the feasibility level, we pulled the numbers from the Boost at their second version of their model that was currently in refinement. Their model was being refined up until the day before the presentation that council saw. So their numbers were getting more and more refined at that stage. The numbers that you see here were taken from their second level model. We weren't able to incorporate their kind of continual refinement that they were doing because the two projects are working in tandem. Again, that's why the recommendation in front of you is to do a detailed business case and to come up with better refined numbers as we get further down the path.
We should be able to guesstimate pretty accurately how many hours of solar we should be getting on average. So the problem I have is that we've said 1,200, and I asked you last year, what did the transit facility get? I asked you again last week, actually I asked you 2 weeks ago. I asked again on Friday, I asked again today. And everybody's telling me they can't tell me how many you had of solar hours in transit. And I've asked repeatedly so you would give it to me. However, you did give me an email last year that I asked you how many were in transit, and you were able to tell me within an hour that it was 1,020 hours of sunlight. And I was waiting for you to just agree to that up front, so I would not have to go and do this. So if we have 1,020 hours of sunlight, that's not even close to 1,300, and it's not close to 1,200 capacity, and it's not going to equal. 1,020 hours of sunlight at $68 is going to equal, let me see here, I have it at 1,200 hours. It's less than $700,000 a year of revenue, not 1.6 and not 2.1. And yet I'm being told that we should go on this blindly when the reality is that we're not having as much commodity as we're asking for. And $68 is not how much it will sell on PPA. The average cost on PPA is including a giant shoot up at 11 p.m. and it does not include it when solar's available, and solar's at lesser amount. So when we come forward and say we think we're going to make money on this, it's not the case. And I'm waiting to see, you sent me the email that said 1022. That's how many hours we've had on transit. Is there some reason why I should expect to have a much more elevated number on the Badgerlands?
Again, the Badgerlands model was done by Boost and ACO, and again, they are the technical experts in that field. I'm really not in a position that I can comment on kind of what they've built into their business cases. That's really not my area of expertise. That is their bread and butter, and I can't comment on kind of their professional background that has gone into that. I'm sorry, Councillor Hughes.
Okay. Just give me 1 second, Mayor, please.
Yep.
You know what? I'm going to let Councillor Watkins talk, and I'll just figure out if I have anything else I need to
Okay,
add.
so I think I heard from the solar hours that will come later in a detailed business case before the Energy Corporation. And that comes with more expert. Kate, we think you're great, but you need somebody like Boost or somebody else to do the detailed business case, which is, again, the motion in front of us today.
But Mayor, we're not having the Boost or anyone else do it. We're doing it in-house. And we do have a number of hours of solar. We've had it running for several years. And we were told,
Yeah, and we
and I
measure-
have an email that I'm happy to give you a copy of that says we have 1,000 hours of solar, not 1,200 and not anything higher, which means we do not have the capacity that they're saying.
Well, we measure in, correct me if I'm kilowatt hours, not
It gets
solar.
transferred over. It's the number, it's 13.8 megawatt hours times the number of hours available.
I'm just a civil engineer. I don't know.
I'm going to go to Councillor Watkins. Yeah, thanks.
I just want to go to page 99 on our agenda report, which is Appendix A, Pro Forma Financial Statement and Model Assumptions. And I want to just go to the total column, and I just had some questions on there. So what you're saying is over the life of this project, well, over the life of this pro forma, then I guess, which is till 2031, for a decade, it's going to generate revenues of 87 million. Is that correct?
It's over a 30-year period, not over the period to 31. So we've just extracted there the results from 2022 to 2031. We've got a model that's built out over a 30-year period, Councillor Hawkins.
Yeah. So the over that period of time, the total is $87 million in revenue. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And then you go down farther, where your expenses, all your expenses, total expenses over the life of the project are 37 million. Is that correct? Am I reading that right?
That's correct, yes.
And so that leaves you EBITDA, which is earnings before income tax, depreciation, et cetera, of $50 million over the life of the project. Is that correct?
That is, yeah.
Okay, now then can you explain me the next couple of columns where it says 28.6 million and 21.4 and then 6.7? Can you kind of explain to me what all those numbers are?
So it was the 28.6 is the depreciation. So that's assuming we're depreciating the assets. So it's the cost of that over the period. Then obviously gives you earnings before interest and tax. The long-term debt cost is the interest cost associated with the long-term debt, which then gives you earnings before tax, which is the 14.7.
So the 21.4 where it says 25%, what is that number?
We probably, that's so that's the percentage. Come on, can you recall the 25? I know the ones above are the percentage of the totals.
Percentages are percentages of revenue, total revenue.
Thank you, Hello.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last bit.
It's a percentage of total revenue.
The 21.4?
I thought you said the 25%, Councillor.
Well, yeah, it says 25% and then over it says 21.4. So
yeah, so the 21.4 is the earning. It's earnings before interest and tax. So it's essentially the 50 million less the cost of depreciation, which is the 28.6, to give you 21.4. And the 25% it's just a metric we use to look at the percentage, that number as a percentage of the total revenues.
Okay, so the depreciation over time is 28.6 million and the long-term debt cost is 6.7 million?
That's correct.
And so you minus that from the 50 and that's going to be the total amount of net income?
Which is the 14.7, yeah.
Or you get the 14.7? And then the 3.3 million you're saying is that is the 20% declared dividend that we can take and we can change that number to whatever we want to change it to?
That's correct, yes.
And then the balance of the monies, the difference between the 14.7 million and the 3.3 declared dividend, that's going to be like 11.4 million of retained earnings that's going to be kept within the company. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, and so that 11.4 million is going to be used to grow the company over time. Is that the idea?
That is the idea, Councillor.
And we could take that declared dividend of 3.3 million and make it 5 million and have retained earnings of 14.7 minus 5 million if we'd like. Is that correct?
Absolutely. That's as Kevin was saying earlier on, that's something that can be, it could be any number. We've taken a very, very conservative approach to this and assumed that to be 20% consistent through the life.
And then my experience with most companies is that the first couple of years, they don't really make money. Is that true? Or do most companies that you deal with start right off and in year one, they're pumping out 30% returns?
I wish that was the case. No, it generally, obviously companies do take time to get into their stride and start making money. That's for sure.
And then there's been a lot of suggestions that the numbers are all wrong. And how many of these reports have you done before for different cities or different towns?
As Kate said, I've closed 70 plus transactions over the years, of totaling probably about $50 billion of transactions. And I've done, probably another 150 kind of business cases and feasibility assessments over the years.
And then based on the assessments that you've done, how close are they to being accurate in the end? Because there's all these, some people are saying here that these are, this is not going to be what it's proposed as. So have you been pretty accurate over the past, or have you performed better? I guess the question is, have the feasibility studies proved to be correct, or have they proved to work a lot, or have the businesses proved to work a lot better or a lot worse than the feasibility studies?
I think they generally proved to be correct. I think, as Kate has mentioned many times in this presentation so far, this is a high-level feasibility. So, there has been, we do have a number of assumptions built into this, which would want to be refined, during the business case, should council choose to go that route. But generally, I think the feasibility assessments that we've done have proven to be pretty reliable over time.
And so my final question is here is, based on like what we've heard, you consider this model to be very conservative?
I do consider it to be conservative. Yes, I think there are a number of areas where there could be good opportunities to increase. I mean, one obviously would be an opportunity to do additional utility scale. I think the EV charging market is something that's going to become far more opportunistic as time goes by, with all the car makers moving towards electric vehicles. I think things like that will certainly provide very large opportunity.
So even in light of Councillor Hughes' concerns about the hours of solar, which seem to be pretty real, if we've been putting solar on top of our bus barns for so many years and we only get 1,100 hours, it seems to be a bit of a stretch that we're going to get 1,100 hours. So regardless of that, do you think that the model is conservative enough to compensate for any problems that there may be with the hours?
In terms of the badge lands, I would say, as Kate said, is Boost and ATCO, whose kind of business this is, full-time developing these sort of projects. We used their model. We didn't try to second guess their model. We used their assessment. So I mean, I would very much defer to the expertise of them. But moving kind of away from that, I think there is a good opportunity to increase the resiliency for the council, to be able to look outside of the city boundaries, to be kind of more proactive, and all the things that the mayor mentioned. And I think they all give you good opportunities to consider the opportunity for the corporation.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Those are my questions.
All right, Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Mayor. Probably my next question for sure my next question needs to come in camera, and I'm just wondering if this is a good time to go in camera. All right. Can I have the pardon me?
You have a motion. It's probably the same one that we normally.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Yeah.
Where'd it go? I got it here. That council go in camera to discuss a utility infrastructure matter pursuant to sections 25(1)(c)(3) and 27(1) subsection A of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
All right, accept that. Go ahead.
I'm just.
You have some
I have some questions that obviously are in confidence.
Okay. Anyone else? Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. All right, so who's host of this baby? You are? Okay, so I'm going to assume we need council. Kate? No? David, just, okay, so just council, Carrie, Kevin, and David.
Did you want to
In a
go-
breakout room.
Sorry, did you want to go in the lounge then? And have your in camera?
You just made me so happy. No breakout rooms. Let's go. This really brings back memories. To reconvene in where's that one? You want- Go ahead.
So moved.
Reconvene in public and keep the motion and to keep it confidential?
So moved.
Both together. All those in favor? Voting's closed. That passes unanimously. All right. And you have no more questions? Okay. I'm seeing no more questions.
one
I'm
question.
going to actually, Councillor Watkins. No, when it comes time to make a motion, since you were the original, do you want to do it? Okay. Oh, Councillor Hughes has a question before we get there.
I just wanted one more I just want you to repeat this to me. So the largest money generator in this proposal is the Badgerland Solar. And you did not question or double check or any of that, the numbers that were provided by Boost. Is that correct? We took everything they said at face value. Is that correct?
We relied on the diligence that they've done that was completed. That is correct, yes. We obviously checked that they seemed reasonable, but we didn't delve down into, do detailed diligence on those now.
So you didn't double check to see if the revenue is what they projected or if the hours match up or if the hours at the price they were suggesting what we could sell the electricity at was historically accurate? You just took what you said at face value.
We did a reasonableness check to make sure that the revenues were as expected, that the revenue sources were reasonable, that the hours seemed reasonable based on their assumptions. We did do that, yeah.
Okay, because you came in and said on your report that you have 20% capacity, which would be like 2,000 hours. And in Alberta, the average here, assuming that we had no cloud cover, is 1,300. So and their numbers aren't even coming in at that. Like I don't even know where the 20% came in on your report. So I'm just trying to figure out at what level did you actually say? Did you say we double checked and said, yeah, I think this number of hours is correct for St. Albert? Yeah, I do believe that $68 PPA is correct, even though that the typical solar is 35. Did you do that? Or did you take because what I'm hearing is I took the report at face value. And the entire credibility of this report is whether or not the major money maker is accurate.
I don't think entire credibility of the report is based on that, but we did take their information that they had provided to the council or to the city, and whilst we took it at face value, we did check it for reasonableness and make sure that we were happy with it.
So how did you check it for reasonableness?
We looked at the assumptions in it. We looked at what we would expect to see, and we didn't think that there was. We were happy with the assumptions that they had used. I mean, we can go back and we can do a deeper dive into it, and obviously that is something that will be done as part of the detailed business case. But at face value, we looked at their assumptions, and we were happy that as the experts in developing large-scale solar, that they had used reasonable assumptions.
Okay. I feel like I'm just going to be talking in circles tonight, so we might as well just get to debate and make the pain end. Okay.
Councillor Watkins, can I go to you then?
I'll move that administration prepare a business plan and market impact analysis in support of a proposal to create an energy corporation for presentation to council in Q1 of 2022.
All right, Councillor Watkins, it's your baby. You have any opening comments?
Well, there's been a lot of comments tonight already made, and I'm sharing some of Councillor Hughes' concerns about the numbers, and I'm questioning the numbers also. However, Boost is a company that does have a lot of experience, and not to slight Councillor Hughes, but probably more experience than Councillor Hughes in this issue than any of us have on the issue. So I'm kind of torn because I hear Councillor Hughes's point of views and I hear what the experts are saying on the other hand. But I would like to have a more detailed business plan prepared because as we've heard here, this is a high-level document and there are some assumptions made and it is a very high-level plan. So I would like us to proceed forward and try to come up with a more detailed business plan. And the reason why I'm going down this path with a bit of trepidation is because we don't really have a lot of other alternatives. Funding is getting cut back by all other different sources of governments. We just added 1.5% to RMR. People want service levels up here. They don't want to reduce any kind of service levels. People don't want to pay any more taxes. They don't want increased user fees. They don't want lower levels of service. Where do we go to find more money? If we nix this alternative, we don't really have a lot of other places to go. And you could say, well, we could do all this within the side of a municipality. We don't need a municipal energy corporation to do this. But I beg to differ because look how slow it's taken us to get to this point here and how long it's taken us. And it's like management by committee on every issue we talk here. If we had a municipal utility corporation with a board of experts that are knowledgeable in the field, I think people would be more eager to deal with us and bring us more deals. Secondly, there's the issue associated with debt. If we operate outside of the municipality, it's not considered against our debt. And then third, and probably the more important, if we operate outside of the municipality, we're insulating the municipality from anything that could happen bad to that corporation. Because if that corporation goes under and faces all sorts of lawsuits, that doesn't come back to the city. Whereas if we do something here at the city and we get in all sorts of trouble, we could face all sorts of lawsuits in addition to that. So there is a lot of shielding that comes with the municipal utility corporation. So that's why I am supporting a motion to move forward here with a business plan. And who knows, in 2022, when that business plan comes back, I know I won't be here, but whoever is here, they may find out that there's problems with that business plan and maybe we won't move forward. But maybe they'll find out the issues have been addressed. The plan was very conservative and the numbers are great. And we're going to find some way to save money or make money for the city, another revenue source that's going to help us reduce taxes. So I think we don't have any other choice. We've exhausted all our other alternatives. People don't want to cut taxes. People don't want to cut service levels. We've got to head down this path to see an exploratory method to see if we can make money. And like I said, what it's telling us is there are some concerns here about whether it's true or not. So I'd really like to see the details.
Councillor Hughes.
Okay. I don't know how I'm going to sway anybody at this point. But this is where we're at. You will make more money and save money off the taxes if you don't have a corporation. Pure and simple. The dividend, which they've said is 20% is a reasonable dividend, and don't think you're going to do 100%, because if you're doing 100%, why are we doing a corporation and paying a board of directors $1 million? We have $1 million of revenue that's going to go out just to pay for the basic staffing of a corporation. They have to make $1 million just to pay for their own seats a year. So the 20% dividend means that we're taking 80% of what we said we're going to make in savings and keeping it in a corporation, which are basically pay for the board of directors fees. This document is missing so many details that need to be done. Like, where are we charging for human resources? Where are we charging for legal? Where are we charging for IT? None of them are even in here. And they're not in any of the buried things either. And whatever formula is claiming to be there, it's not showing up in the final numbers, and it should show up as some kind of reflection. We keep talking like, oh, well, then we can expand. Oh, and then we don't need debt. We have a huge debt limit. We are not at the maximum of our debt limit. It's not a problem if we take on the $33 million of debt as far as a debt limit goes. The risk factor is a different issue. But as far as a debt limit goes, the $33 million is not necessary for a corporation to avoid the debt. I hear we can expand past our boundaries. Well, if we expand past our boundaries, then we actually have to pay income tax on this stuff because it says we don't have to do it as long as no more than 10% is outside of our boundaries. So if it does expand, then you've got taxes to worry about. So you can't have it both ways. And the idea of thinking that if this goes under, that we will not be responsible, well, I guess you could ask Chestermere if that was what happened to them. They still owe the $40 million they have in debt on top of it. As the sole shareholder, it's a really short arm to figure out who to come back to. It will come back to us if we think we can do something without having any consequences. If it goes south, then you're kidding yourselves. But when I look at this dividend that we're going to do, we're going to forego the vast majority of the revenue. And in 2025, we are going to, according to these numbers, which I believe are optimistic and unachievable, but according to these numbers, if we just take them at face value and pretend that they are achievable, you will save $100,000 off of the taxes. Our budget is $120 million. That means that for the average homeowner, we will go down this road, form a corporation, go take on all of this additional costs and expenses so that we can save the average taxpayer $4 off of their entire bill per year in 2024. In 2025, it's still at 1.1 million. So maybe we might save them, even if it climbs up, 83 cents off their bill. And then in 2026, again, maybe $1 annually off their bill. Then in 2027, it jumps to 2 million. But again, we already were part way up there. So we're basically going into a corporation that the feasibility report, which is what we're using our basis to justify moving forward, is going to save your taxpayers between $1 and $4 a year. This is not a revenue source. It does not decrease the cost or the effect of what's happening on people's taxes. I don't know anybody who would go into something and say, I am going to go into a business that in 5 years' time will save you $4. And we are going to go 33 million plus in debt on numbers that cannot be justified. I don't know anybody who would do that. And you know, when you go to Dragon's Den, you watch that CBC show, and the guys come and they give a number and they talk for whatever time it is. And then at the end of the day, one of the dragons will say, you know what, you got a deal. And then, but do you know how many deals actually go from that point to fruition? Almost none. Because after they do the due diligence and they look at those numbers critically, they go, you know what? It's a nice deal, nice proposal, didn't play out in the numbers, and I'm walking away. So we're in a situation right now where we are going to say to move forward and ask a new council, who will be hours old, to make a decision to move forward in a corporation that, according to the numbers that we see right now, are going to save the actual taxpayer somewhere between $1 and $4 a year off their annual bill in 4 years' time. And that in theory, there's going to be expansion possibilities, but none of them are put into this plan. None. I want to see the expansion possibilities. I don't see them. The charging stations at $6.90 an hour is not something that I need to go into corporation to do. The rooftop solar, we're already doing it and we're getting those savings now. We're just transferring, again, what we're doing to put it into a corporation and then give us fewer savings because we're only getting a dividend of that. The consulting, we didn't even discuss, and there's no revenue in it at all. Energy marketing, $100,000 in 6 years' time. Like these are not numbers that are going to expand. And anybody who thinks otherwise is simply kidding themselves. So this is not, and I know that it's like, oh, I just don't like anything, is the kind of the attitude I have generally, but that's not the case. If you show me numbers that work, I will be all over it. I will promote it to these rooftops. If you can show me realistic assumptions and I say, you know what, this is bulletproof. I can't debate it. I will absolutely promote it. But when I see assumptions that don't reflect reality, that assume that things that are outside of our control are going to go up and skyrocket, which we have no control over, like the carbon tax amounts. We're going to assume electricity goes up and we have no control over it. We overestimate the amount of solar that we have. And that's the major driver of this. And then after all of that, we're going to take less money than if we did it otherwise. And when the Badger lands came into fruition, I asked, did we have to put this into a corporation? And I was told point blank, we did not. We could do this without a corporation. And then we come forward, we have it in a corporation. And we told taxpayers that if this numbers worked out, you would have hundreds of thousands a year. And now we're like, no, we're going to reinvest it and you're going to get $100,000 in 4 years' time. With expansion numbers that even in 2031 go up to 0.2. And when the dividends only count if it goes up and continues to climb, and it's the difference that comes off the taxes. It's not $100,000 every year, or 0.1 off your taxes. It's the difference between year A and year B you get off your taxes, because that year one has been eaten up by what I consider to be a very large consumption machine. So that is why we use new tax revenue, because those houses and those buildings will be there to tax every year after year. We know they're not going anywhere. If we're going to go into a business, it has to be able to grow and not go down. This it does neither. It doesn't grow. These numbers are flat, they're small, and they're not going to reduce anything for revenue. So to say that we should go further down this road when what we're showing at the high level shows that it doesn't produce the goal you're trying to achieve is a waste of everyone's time. And quite frankly, it stresses me to the max to think that we're going to say that by 2031, you should expect a reasonable dividend of 0.2 million. Because if you have a business, you have to reinvest that money. If you have a city, you don't. You could actually give that back to the taxpayers. There's literally nothing in here that is required to have a corporation. Nothing. We're using city staff to do most of it, and there's going to be a board of directors. But the reality is that the workers are city staff, and the workers are city staff now. So unless we think the council is so incompetent that they can't make financial decisions, and we're not prepared to actually take a slow, methodical approach, then there's no need for that board of directors. But there's no accountability to the board of directors. No one's elected to the board of directors. So the only thing that a corporation does is it decreases accountability, it decreases transparency. But the same people will be working, and those same people, unfortunately, are not on these financial statements either. So I'm going to just finish with this one thing, because I could talk for about 300 hours on this, and I won't. I just hope to God that we really think about whether or not we're acting out of desperation or realism, because I expected the feasibility report to realistically show me that it would make money and it'd be worth its effort to do. It did neither. But one of the major risks in the feasibility report on page 28, it says small scale revenues that do not provide value to the city's long-term financial sustainability. Everything in here is a small scale. Everything, even the solar farm, is a small scale compared to what's out there. And it's saying that it does not provide long-term financial sustainability. The potential consequences: failure to break even in new services, insufficient revenue streams, unsustainability of respective services. Probability more likely than not. This is a competitive where we're actually using small scale with revenue that's almost non-existent and one major plant that the numbers I do not feel comfortable moving forward on, to give you a revenue of saving $4 a year off someone's taxes in 4 years' time. This is not worth pursuing. It is fine that we did the feasibility report. I think it's actually good you did the feasibility report, because at least then you know for certain whether or not it's worth exploring. But I can tell you that if you ask me to put my mother's money into this, or if you asked me if I put my money into this, I would say absolutely not. And that is the problem I have here, is that unfortunately this is going to pass. And then we'll hear, well, we're so far down the road. But the numbers that I asked for, they had to be generated from something else and nobody could answer them, and everybody dodged them. And I expect that if we're having to do due diligence, that you can answer the questions that are being asked and not danced around. So I'm asking council to surprise me tonight and realize that saving $4 in 2025 off of an annual bill of $6,000 is not a sufficient revenue source to justify even considering doing this. And if they want to come back with something with more reasonable numbers or more reasonable projections, and something that will actually generate real revenue, let's talk. But nothing here, nothing justifies going down this road so I can save somebody $4, maybe in 2025. Thank you.
Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we go much further, I want to thank Kate too, and her staff, and Mr. Scobo, yourself, for all the work and time and energy that you've put into the motion in relation to kind of what we're looking at and the challenges. And I won't go into much depth because it's been covered both in opening comments and as we just heard from Councillor Hughes. I mean, the whole basis of us looking to do this was around the challenges we are going to face in a few short years from a revenue source. So I won't rehash that. And I do understand, and I appreciate your patience throughout this with all of our questions and my questions as well, because I mean, I'm really trying to seek clarity in relation to doing what we should do next, because the two big concerns that I have with moving forward with this right now, well, three, I guess, two right off the top, is that we're putting a lot of work now potentially back right onto staff as we move forward, not only through a budget process and into a new council into the first quarter of 2022. So I'm really worried about our capacity, and we're losing Kate here very shortly, which obviously I have mixed emotions on because of the two roles that I'm in right now. But I mean, and I'm not saying that somebody else can't fill the shoes and answer the questions, but I do think that that will create capacity issues for us. And I'll pick up a comment that Councillor Hughes made. I get the sense that we're basically punting the ball. We're at third quarter and we're going to punt the ball right now into a new council, and we're going to place some of this burden on them. And so depending on who's on council, there may be a more willingness to look at some of the information that is going to come out of the next step. And I take Councillor Broadhead's questions as to what are we here for tonight? And we're here trying to say, okay, well, let's ask the questions now so that we can come back with solid answers in relation to filling in some of the gaps that are concerning to us. But come to my last really big concern, and for me, it's philosophical. I mean, to me, I feel like I just get the sense that we're just competing against ourselves, and we can do this ourselves. And I realize, as Mayor Herons identified, that we have depth. We are more nimble, definitely with a corporation, but there are risks, and we have to be alert to that. And so if I vote against it right now, it's just really a philosophical opinion, because I said this earlier, and I just always get the sense that by taking our resources and giving it over to a corporation, we're really just taking and giving away the farm, then going to the market and buying back our produce. So we're philosophically, for myself, it's like we're taking out of one hand and we're putting it in a different pocket, and we're taking it out of that pocket. So I'm torn. I understand the need to maybe look at this further, but we know the numbers, and potentially we could verify the numbers with a further analysis. I just think that we're delaying a decision that I philosophically am opposed to right off the hop. So that's where I'm feeling right now. But as usual, we have phenomenal counselors, and I can be convinced one way or the other.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So I won't repeat all the excellent reasons given by Councillor Watkins and Mayor Herron earlier about why it's important to move forward with this project. But I would reflect on what Councillor Hansen actually said this morning in our recreation meeting. So in the context of recreation, you commented that we really need to be thinking 20, 30, 40 years out. And really that's what this is about. It's investing in the long-term sustainability of St. Albert and addressing our long-term needs. So thank you to administration for recognizing that and bringing forward steps to move forward. As far as the reports that we've received back, it's been impressive hearing from our consultants. You know, the Tim today from EY talked about how he's closed something like 70 projects kind of along these lines, equaling to billions of dollars in investment. So it doesn't sound like he's an amateur. And really the expertise of ATCO and Boost is equally impressive. So it was nice to see administration bring in partners that could give us the information that we need to move forward. On a small note, I spoke with a counselor from Bonaccord last week about their solar project, which is outperforming their expectations. And they have sheep, which I'm quite excited about. But she found it kind of interesting that we hadn't already gone down that route, but because it's doing so well for them. And then lastly to Ms. Polkowski, thank you for your exceptional work on this. And you know, you and your team continue to impress. And although you'll be missed, I feel weird. I'm looking at you, but you can't tell. This is really an exciting way to end your kind of time with us, your last meeting on council, because this is looking into St. Albert's future, and it's projects like this that really make me excited about St. Albert's future and make me excited to work with the people who are on staff here, because I really get the sense that city staff really have our best interests at heart, and they want us to see us succeed, not just 6 months from now, but 30 years from now. So I'm really excited about that. And so thank you for your work on this. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and yeah, and good comments all the way around. I must admit, I'm considerably more excited about this than perhaps I sounded earlier. I really believe as well that we have to take a look at, you know, tactics like this for the future of our community. As Councillor Jolly said, to appreciate the diligence of Councillor Hughes in dealing with the numbers and make sure they align. But what's before us tonight is to develop the detailed business case that will ensure those numbers align. And I think if we were to pull the plug now, we would be just doing a disservice not only to council, but also to the community and to the people who have put this project together. I think this is worthy of taking the next step. And I got confidence in the next council, whoever that might be, to do the same due diligence that we do today. And so, yeah, I'm confident that that the report will come before council, and there will be a thorough review at the next stage, and we will, at that point in time, council will make a decision as to whether to actually make the decision to execute against the plan. But if we were to say no tonight, we would never have an opportunity to take a look at those detailed business plans, and I think that would be short-sighted. So anyway, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Everybody has eloquently said a lot of what is on my mind. You know, I would say that the business plan that will come before the next council is going to be their opportunity to do the deep dive, to look at the risk mitigation, and I'm sure that there will be a lot of questions around that, because this was a higher level conversation. It was meant to be a higher level conversation today about the direction that council wants to go. And as Councillor Broadhead said, if we say no tonight, then this next council doesn't even have a chance to dive into the potential revenue opportunities for that future that Councillor Jolly was talking about. So it would be a disservice, I think, if we were to shut her down tonight. I think it would be in the best interest of the city to keep asking questions, to see a business plan, to understand the risk mitigation, to understand the successes of other municipalities and the far-reaching potential that this kind of energy corporation could potentially have for us. You know, if you don't make these forward-looking decisions, you'll never know. So this is the chance that we have to punt it over to the next council to make all kinds of really great decisions. So that's all I have. I will be supporting this.
So many really good comments. So before I let you close, Councillor Watkins, my thoughts around this is when I reflect back on the MUC conversation of a year and a half ago now, I guess it was. We should have probably done the feasibility and then done the detailed instead of having the public hearing right in the middle. Because I think the public hearing scared us off the detailed business case that was being proposed. So, well, I'm going to support today because honestly, if you walk away at this early feasibility stage, when the decision in front of you is really just to do more work with no money, you are robbing the St. Albert residents of an opportunity to, whether it's $4 or $400, and you know, Councillor Jolly brought it up that about what Councillor Hanson said earlier today about you got to look long term. So yeah, we might only be getting a couple dollars in the next couple of years, but what are we going to get in 2050? I need that council to look back at this council and say that was brave, and now because of the corporation we're bringing in dividends and we're across Alberta or whatever. We don't know yet. What's presented in front of us, I've heard was unachievable. I completely disagree with that when I've got Tim from Ernst & Young, who's done this repeatedly and who's, thanks to Councillor Watkins' questions, said that they're quite often very close to what they estimate. But you know, we haven't talked about incorporating waste to energy into this. We haven't talked about incorporating district energy. We haven't talked about incorporating, you know, the possibility of this energy corporation owning your furnace and your hot water tank that you lease. Like, there's so many opportunities out there in energy that we're just not even having the discussion today because what was brought to us was conservative. So you need to, I think, as councillors, stop talking about finding new sources of revenue and actually try to find those new sources of revenue. And you can't shut that down today. So other than what you all have said very eloquently, I won't repeat, but this is on you. If you want to find new sources of revenue, then this is how you do it. Councillor Watkins to close.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As some people have said already, this is about the future of our city, not about the past. This is about hope for the future and hope that we can grow something here. This is about looking for a way to create additional revenue to offset taxes. In the last 4 years, I've sat here and I've listened to everybody talk about ideas, and we keep circling around to the same idea, which is this: alternative energies and alternative ways to make money. We've circled around on cutting costs. No, we don't want to cut costs. We've circled around on cutting service levels. No, we don't want to cut service levels. We've circled around on cutting RMR and reducing things, and we can't do that anymore. We're running out of opportunities here. We're running out of choices, okay? We are really running out of opportunities. You can say we're only going to save ourselves $4 a household, and that's not true because we don't know what the real answer is. It could be $1 a household. It could be $500 a household. We don't know the answer. We need a detailed business plan to find the answer and to get more detailed, better answers. So to just fearmonger and say, we're going to do this and it's going to be $5 and we're going to lose all this money, we cannot do that. We have to have some hope. We're hoping on the potential here to build something big and to make some money for our city and for our residents, okay? And I don't know what else we're going to do. If we throw this out, what are we going to look at next? I don't think we have a lot of choices. It's short-sighted not to take the next step. It's extremely short-sighted because we've heard here that the numbers are pretty much a 30,000 foot level and that they've got them from this and that there are other things we could add in and there's other sources of revenue that are potentials, that we've made the model conservative, 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 conservative. We've heard that word 50 times today, that it's a conservative model. So if we're going to use those numbers and say, well, we're only going to save $4 in taxes, that's based on the conservative numbers. Let's try to find out if the numbers are real, what the real numbers are. Let's get a good business case forward and bring it forward here. And let's make perfectly clear here. We're not voting today to establish a municipal utility corporation. We're voting today to do a detailed business plan to bring it back to the next council for them to decide what to do with this and if they're going to move forward. And I think it's be terribly short-sighted if we don't. Where is the hope? Where is the hope? If you look at the solar industry 25 years ago, where was it? Okay, you look at the wind industry 25 years ago, where was it? If you told somebody 15 years ago, I'm going to invest in a solar farm, they probably would have told you you're crazy. If you told somebody 25 years ago you're going to invest in a wind farm, they probably would have told you you're crazy. But today people aren't saying that's crazy anymore. They're saying, how can we invest? So I think we owe it to our citizens, and we owe it to our staff, we owe it to our people, we owe it to everybody to take this one step further and see if it's going to work or not. So I would encourage you to vote for it, and let's get a detailed business plan. Then the next council, whoever here, can kick the hell out of that and drill down to every number on that and make sure that's right. And if the decision then is this thing doesn't make any money, then I'd be the first one if I was around to vote against it. But right today, we don't know enough answers, so I encourage you to vote for it.
Calling for the vote. Voting's closed. And that motion passes by majority with Councillor Hughes opposed. I'm going through my list because we have to do things out of order when they're time specific. So 8.4. Oh, 8.3. Yeah, we didn't do 8.3. Traffic bylaws. So do we have Mr. Schick with us?
Good evening.
Hi, Dean. Do you have a presentation?
I do. It's a short presentation, hopefully a short presentation here, and I can share my screen. Here we go. Can everyone see that okay?
No, we can't see you, Dean.
Is it just your PowerPoint of your face, or?
Perfect. No, that's not working. Don't worry. Okay. Still not.
No, we got it, Dean.
You do? Okay, fantastic. Sorry. Thanks, everybody, for your patience here. So good evening, everyone. I am Dean Schick, Manager of Transportation with Engineering Services. I'm happy to be here this evening to present recommendations of an update to the traffic bylaws related to previously approved reduced speeds and relative adjacent land use. Today's presentation will highlight the previously approved amendments, provide some background on the rationale and application of the approved changes, with review of updated proposed amendments and supportive rationale with further time for questions. In summary, on February 16th, 2021, City Council approved portions of the proposed amendments to the traffic bylaw, which in an overview included reducing speed limits from 50 kilometers per hour to 40 kilometers per hour on all neighborhood, collector, and local roadways, increasing the speed from 50 to 60 on specific identified arterial road segments, establishing playground zones to be in effect with a reduced speed to 30 kilometers per hour from 8 a.m. till 8 p.m. from April 1st to October 31st inclusive, establishing a school zone time of day to be in effect with reduced speeds to 30 kilometers per hour from 7:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. on school days only, and then the removal of specific segmented 30 kilometer per hour zones as well. Today's presentation and related proposed amendments to the bylaw are largely relative to item number 1, with the reduced speeds on neighborhood roads. The recommendations of reduction of neighborhood roads was made based upon the application of or applying the Transportation Association Canada posted speed limit guidelines, where when we applied the guidelines, it resulted in approximately 70% of the roadways being recommended for posting to 40 kilometers per hour. There were another 11 segments of collector roadways that were in close value of the TAC thresholds for posting the 40 kilometers per hour. There's just less than 10% variance. And 6 segments of collectors that were outside or above that 10% value threshold for the reduced speeds. Beyond the engineering application of the TAC guidelines, the results of the public engagement also captured approximately 45% support for overall reduced speeds, but an acknowledgement of 20% of non-support feedback that captured an agreement with reducing local roadways, but not collector roadways. The opportunity to adjust and have a variance between collectors and locals was looked into, but upon further investigation, administration deemed that that option not viable or sustainable or economically in economic reasoning. The final approved bylaw amendments applied wording using the roadway types from St. Albert's Complete Streets, shown here on this slide, along with the aligned typical engineering classification of the relevant roadway. So in the triangular area here, it recognizes the 6 types of roadways in Complete Streets and then what they would mean in kind of engineering relevance for arterial. And as you can see, neighborhoods are the collector roadways, locals are remaining locals, and then we have laneways as well. What was not captured or linked within the traffic bylaw was resulting changes in speeds for the alignment to adjacent land use, where in Complete Streets, we do recognize 3 segmented lands where may be represented by commercial, industrial, or residential. The result of this was that the bylaw changes reflected overall citywide reduced speeds to neighborhood roads or collectors and local roads. For clarity and confirmation, here's just a breakdown of what definitions exist for the adjacent land use in our Complete Streets. Residential refers to land use that provides a variety of housing types for the community. Commercial land is that provides goods and services to the community, including mixed-use development. And employment is land that provides business and industrial services to the community. The following are proposed amendments to address the lack of clarification in the current approved traffic bylaw, with an emphasis to align speed limits with roadway type as well as adjacent land use. The key objectives of the proposed amendments before council this evening are to result in 1, applying reduced speeds to residential type or supportive development areas, 2, maintain 50 kilometers per hour in commercial or industrial development areas, and 3, general document cleanup for the purposes of representing previously approved amendments within the bylaw. Although there are some additional document cleanup segments that have been proposed and shown in council's agenda package, the substantial amendments being proposed tonight address the specific application of reduced speeds in residential style development, returning commercial and industrial adjacent roadways to 50 kilometers per hour as the default speed. This is done by specific identification of certain road segments, such as Inglewood Drive, Muir Drive, and specific roadways in the Riel Business Park, as well as identification of roadways within the approved Campbell Business Park area structure plan. For further clarification and consistency of speeds in the future, the verbiage noted here, shown on this slide, is taken from the red line versions shared in Schedule 7 of the bylaw and aligns with a roadway type with adjacent land use and expected default speed to be applied. So again, the verbiage that is proposed for addition into the traffic bylaw is identifying that designation of land use with the default speeds, where we have roadways adjacent to land zone, downtown district, public park district, or any residential district, as shown in Schedule A of the land use bylaw, would be a default speed of 40 kilometers per hour. And unless otherwise posted or identified, or unless otherwise specified in this bylaw, the speed limit on arterial or boulevard, crosstown, or connector roadways as designated in the transportation system bylaw is 50 kilometers per hour. I apologize because I'm not sure if everyone can see this. Otherwise, your optometrist kind of asked me to give you all a quick test here, but I can maybe zoom in to make it a little bit better, easier to identify here. The key areas of influence of change are highlighted in the Riel business area. On the east side, the Campbell Business Park area, and then segments of Liberton from Muir Drive or St. Vital to McKinney, and Inglewood Drive, inclusive of the small segment that connects St. Albert Trail to Inglewood Drive itself. Administration supports the proposed bylaw amendments and the results that then will maintain posted speeds of 50 kilometers per hour in the commercial industrial areas based upon the following rationale. In review of applying the transportation or TAC guidelines for posted speeds to the specific road segments of the business parks, the collector roadways of Riel Drive and Carnegie Drive and Chevigny Street as examples are aligned to a recommendation of 50 kilometers per hour. This goes back to the previous presentations that not all collector roadways resulted in a recommendation of 40 kilometers per hour. However, again, no separation had been done and noted or recommending at the time the roadway types with adjacent land use. There's also no separation between the roadways types during the public engagement relevant to reduced neighborhood speeds, and thus the feedback did not account for any questions related to opinion of reduced speeds to residential or commercial separately. In recognition of feedback that we did receive, it is expected that the opinion would be in line with more targeted residential focus of reduced speeds compared to applying that on a blanket with commercial as well as industrial and residential. Collision data also supports this in regards to motor vehicle incidents occurring within commercial areas of the Riel Business Park and Campbell Business Park, in that there's currently a low frequency and the collision primary causes are largely unrelated to speed. The city also has the opportunity to continue to perform network screening for safety and operational information, so volume, speeds, and collision information that may inform on future considerations and give an opportunity for evidence-based changes to these areas if necessary. Before council this evening are the recommendations of approving bylaw 44-2021, which is an amending bylaw to traffic bylaw 18/2005, with the changes reflected in the attachment to the council agenda package in Schedule 7 red line version. I appreciate everyone's time, and maybe we can have some questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schick. I know I personally appreciate you bringing this forward without a council motion in response to maybe some confusion, so thank you for that. Any questions of Mr. Schick? Wow. That was fast. Councilor Mackay, you want to make a motion?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Dean. That bylaw 44/2021 being amendment 19 to traffic bylaw 18/2005 be read a first time.
Any opening comments?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate your opening comments or your comments wrap up the presentation, and I appreciate administration and Mr. Schick's quick recognition in relation and flexibility to make amendments in relation to our commercial areas in the city. I know that there was some feedback from some business owners, but also it was like I was prepared to bring forward a motion, but again, I appreciate the willingness on behalf of administration to make the amendments before there was a motion. So thank you very much.
Anyone else? I'll just say, I think the initial changes to the speed limits was meant, I thought, for residentials, and it never was intended to slow down business areas and make doing business in St. Albert more difficult. I will acknowledge that I erred when I read neighborhood. My neighborhood goes to houses and kids and dogs, and so 100% council should have asked that question about the business district. So I take that on. So nothing further. Councilor Mackay to close?
No, I've got nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, call for the vote. Voting is closed. That passes unanimously. Second reading.
That bylaw 44/2021 be read a second time. No.
Nothing further? Okay. All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. Unanimous consent, someone? Go ahead, Councillor Hanson.
That unanimous consent be given for third reading of bylaw 44/2021.
Awesome. Call for the vote. Voting's closed. Unanimous. We can go on to third reading.
That bylaw 44/2021 be read a third time.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. And that passes unanimously. Oh, sorry.
Sure, Mayor Heron, it just popped into my mind while Dean's here. How quickly can we get the 40-kilometer signs taken away from Riel? If you don't mind, Mayor.
We're going to go do them after our meeting tonight.
We can, as if, subject to the bylaw being approved formally, then yeah, we can have those taken down pretty quick. And I suspect within a week, within the end of the week.
That's great. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. All right. Did that one pass? Did we get to the vote? I'm going to previous vote. Was that third reading when I'm seeing on previous vote? Okay. Yeah. All right. Thanks, guys. 8.4, approved on consent, was first reading of a land use bylaw redistricting for 2 Sir Winston Churchill Avenue, which is at the end of Sir Winston Churchill, close to Heritage Lakes. We set a public hearing date of August 16th for that one. Public hearings are done. We're now on to council motions. Councillor Jolly, 11.1 is the playground replacement. According to the backgrounder, do you need to move this?
I just had a question of administration,
Okay,
what
go
we
ahead.
discussed earlier. I'm not sure who's here today.
Carrie's here.
Carrie? Okay.
Oh, Diane
and
Danielle
Danielle,
both
I
here.
think, have
Okay.
better answers than Carrie. So I asked the question.
Joe, get out of here.
I said Danielle.
I did say Danielle. I said Danielle. Earlier this
Sorry.
spring-
Sorry, I lost my speaker there. Sorry.
Okay.
Well, there's
Ask
Amanda.
your question.
So earlier this spring, when I sent in the question about accessible parks, the answer was, well, we don't have anything planned, but these are options. So can you kind of explain how we got from that answer to, yes, we're going ahead with an accessible park? I'm delighted, so thank you, but I'm just curious about how that change happened.
So thanks, Councillor Jolly. We were able to make the adjustments to the plan for the future park at Fountain Park. At many of our sites, and Amanda Wild is online as well, can speak to some of the other sites that we have some current amenities at some of our other park developments that have accessibility features included in them. And so with the review, we were able to reprioritize our park sites, and we have a number of parks that are available to be restructured and reordered, and we can accommodate the Fountain Park work in next year's RMR charter as a result of the request from council.
Okay, that's fantastic. So Mayor, I'll withdraw that motion.
Awesome. Okay. All right, so Councillor Hughes, we are on to 11.2, which is your motion on the opt-out flyer bylaw.
Yeah.
Want to read it
thank
in?
you. That motion CM 19028 being motion for the opt-out flyer bylaw and motion AR 21-238 being a motion to extend the deadline for the CM 19-28 be rescinded.
All right, before I accept that, any questions of administration? Really? Just go ahead then. Yeah. There you go. Okay.
Yeah, the backgrounder confused the heck out of me. Because the backgrounder says we're rescinding the opt-out flyer bylaw, but then when you look at it's all the opt-in bylaw. So I'm confused. So the administration backgrounder, so what page?
I can answer this.
512. So I'm of our agenda package. It talks about opt-in, and it gives a number of legal precedences in relation to opt-in, but from what I've read of the initial or this amended motion, it was opt-out. So which are we talking about?
I can answer this if you want me to.
Who's answering?
I can.
You? Okay,
Yeah.
Mayor. Well, you're.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Jolly. You originally brought forward a motion to develop an opt-in flyer bylaw. The background they provided was to that motion. When you read that motion, you changed it to opt-out. So this motion is, or the backgrounder that was given to us is totally irrelevant to what Councillor Jolly is trying to do. I don't know why it was included.
Okay, so basically then what does this bylaw that Councillor Jolly
Yeah, ask Councillor Jolly. Go ahead.
do? So are you saying now that I can put a sticker on my mailbox that says no unsolicited mayor, no flyers, no whatever, and that our bylaw will enforce that? Or are you saying, you're not saying opt-in, that it would be up to the responsibility of the flyer companies to check and make sure every residence wanted a flyer?
No, opt-in didn't happen. We didn't vote on that. We voted on opt-out.
I was just curious. I mean, because I was just totally confused when I.
Oh yeah, it was totally irrelevant. Yeah.
Okay, fine, thanks.
Any more questions? Seeing none, accept your motion, Councillor Hughes, and let you open.
Thank you. So we've had this, as we see in this background, it's been pushed back several times since it was initially voted on last February. And in the extensions, administration said that, that they acknowledge this is could cause a problem and hardship for several businesses, basically any businesses that are using flyers, certainly businesses distributing flyers. And after this came forward most recently, it occurred to me, and I realized we received the email, but that wasn't what prompted me, quite frankly. It just reminded me that, especially at this time, when there's so many businesses that are just barely staying alive, we should not be doing anything, definitely not deliberately and not inadvertently either, that would interfere their ability to rebound, to try to get back on their feet. And because the government handouts are coming to an end, many of them did not get any at all. And the reality is that the flyers do make a difference. If they didn't, they wouldn't be investing in them. So I don't want to create more work to try to figure out some kind of bylaw that just so that if somebody gets a flyer they don't want, that somehow there needs to be a massive penalty involved for the person or the organization or the business that handed it out. And I don't think it's necessary. We have a very effective method for more often than not. If someone doesn't want a flyer, they put no flyers on there and they generally don't get them. And if they do, if they complain, the flyer company goes out of their way, or their newspaper, whoever, they'll tell their delivery people, don't do that again. Like it shouldn't happen over and over again. And if it does, then call and tell them. But we don't need to go to a lot of extra work and hassle and concern for businesses by putting in something that's not necessary. And so when this came forward for an extension, I said, you know what, we should just stop extending this, stop making this work try to happen, and rather just recognize that we need to do whatever we can to help and support the businesses that are out there so they can grow their awareness. And I understand that some people may say they want to go and use online only, and that's the wave of the future. But the reality is that this is still an effective method. And if flyers at some point die out, I do not want it to be because of the actions of this council, but rather just because it was what was naturally progressing. Because I would like to see that every business that's trying to stay alive out there, for people that are, because people who have businesses, they're trying to feed their families. And if they can't, it affects so many. So this is not just about a business, it's about everybody who is getting their living from that business, who we could be inadvertently interfering with their ability to do so. So that is where I was at with this. And the other thing is, I understand that some people could say, well, it's environmental and we don't want to encourage newspapers or newsprint. But the reality is that newsprint and flyers are recyclable. They actually can go into the compost. And if you receive them, you have control over where they end up. And if you don't, you're relying on that company to distribute them themselves and see where they go. And it may end up in the compost, it may end up in a landfill. But you as a recipient of it has control over that. They're not going to print one less flyer just because somebody has an opt-out. They're going to print 25 or 28,000 or whatever number the print run is, regardless. All we do is simply just not control where it ends up after that if we don't accept them. So, but the bulk of this is that I really think that we should be doing everything we can to support business, and we don't need to create bylaws that are not necessary. And I didn't think this was a good idea 16 months ago, and in light of everything else that's happened since then, I just really felt strongly that this is something that we don't need to pursue anymore. That's it. Thank you.
Councillor Jolly.
Thank you. So just to open, this doesn't ban flyers. It just doesn't. So anyone who thinks that this bans flyers is, I don't know, was not there when we discussed it or debated it. It doesn't do that. Secondly, our Environmental Advisory Committee, we're supportive of this. And that is important. I don't think we should dismiss environmental concerns. In terms of residents, I got a whole bunch of old resident comments from when we debated this, a year and a half ago. Amy Melissa said, "I'm fairly certain I opted out and I still receive flyers. I put one on my mailbox and I still get flyers. It's frustrating." Miles Gibson is supportive, but I won't repeat his comments here. Chris Barr says, "I love this plan. Flyers just fill up my mailbox and go straight to the blue bags." Again, very supportive of this. Gidget Bouchard, Madame Bouchard, she says, "Great idea." Jeanette Glass said, "Yes, please." She says she has signs saying not to leave flyers, but they do anyways. They've called and asked, and it still comes to her mailbox. Just stop. Deborah Brown said, "The flyer person told me that they were told to still deliver to houses with a sign." And so she's still getting them. So this is a frustration that residents have. It supports our environmental initiatives, and it doesn't ban flyers. So businesses can still advertise via flyers. Lots of people like flyers, and this doesn't prevent them from getting flyers. That's all. Thank you.
Anyone else on debate? Councillor Watkins?
Yeah, I'm going to support that we don't move forward with this. The whole idea of having to opt out, it seems like a kind of a logistics nightmare to start off with. And then secondly, we got the letter from the newspaper asking us not to do this and saying how much they rely on the revenue from it. And then I looked at all the flyers and I look at them, and there are a lot of local businesses that are suffering. There are a lot of fast food restaurants and carpet cleaning guys and guys who want to cut my lawn and fix my roof. And they're mostly people from St. Albert who are trying to make a living for the most part. And then I also talked to the kid who delivered the flyers and asked him how much he made. And it was basically his pocket money for walking around. And then I asked him if he was, what he did when people had a sign up about no flyers. He said, "I don't put flyers in their mailboxes." And it's pretty easy. If somebody tells me they don't want flyers, I don't give them flyers. And this is not going to stop the production of flyers, as Councillor Hughes says. They're still going to produce 30,000. As the paper said, if they're not going to be handed out by somebody, they're going to be shipped to you by Canada Post, or they're going to be shoved in your mailbox somehow. They're going to be put in your super mailbox as garbage. You're going to end up getting them anyways. And I don't really think I've lived in this city for 25 years. Well, I've never heard anybody complain about flyers. My ex-wife, my ex-wife did complain about flyers. She put a notice on her mailbox that said no flyers, and that solved the issue. She never got any more flyers. So I just don't see the need for this. Staff is very busy. And it's going to just hurt. It just hurts small businesses, because those are the flyers you get. They're from small businesses that are all local.
All right, I'm going to weigh in on this, and it's, first of all, this is not a debate about opting out of a flyer bylaw. This will not hurt businesses because they can still have flyers, and people who want to get flyers can still get their flyers. We're not taking that away from anyone. Those businesses who use flyers and they end up in my mailbox, I won't shop there. I get so angry that the flyers end up in my mailbox. But this is not what we're talking about today. And what we're looking at today is a motion that we had in February of 20. I think that's what it said. That passed. And we're allowing that to be redebated tonight about flyers. And that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about Councillor Jolly put a motion forward that passed. And we should not be allowed to redebate that motion until it's actually been brought to fruition. We need to give this a chance. We need to give the public a chance to weigh in on this. That was part of the process, was when this comes back, the public can say whether they want flyers or not, and we can hear the debate. But don't forget, we've already passed this motion, and if you didn't agree with it the first time, you should not be allowed to bring it back to rescind, because it's a complete disrespect for your fellow councillors. So the backgrounder frustrated me because it was all about the wrong motion. I get that staff is busy, but we have a council motion that stands for this. And to me, this is about showing our respect to the residents who don't want their waste in their mailbox, and they have not had a chance to speak. If we rescind this today, we take that away from them. And we are supposed to be a municipality that waste and environmental initiatives are high on our priority. This is a small one, I get it. It's a small one on the environment, but it's another step closer to our ultimate goal of being, zero waste, et cetera. But for me, this is about redebating a motion that we've already debated, and I think that's completely unfair. So whether I agree with flyers or not, and I think you already know where I stand, I would never take the right away from a fellow councillor who's had a motion passed to let it come to fruition. Councillor Hughes to close.
Thank you. Any council motion that after it's passed, after 12 months, can be redebated. And so it's nothing about any person's personal motion. This is about the fact that after 12 months, legally, the time is allotted and it can be revisited. And it's been over 12 months. So this is not any more inappropriate than reconsidering any other decision that's been made. And quite frankly, I take offense to that because procedurally, I didn't ask to have it bring forward 3 months later. It just happened to come through, and it's actually almost a year and a half later. The other thing is just the fact is that if there's penalties involved with because someone's inconvenienced because they got flyers and they didn't want to, I guess people aren't recognizing the trickle-down effect of what happens. Because now you're going to have to, that penalty is going to have to go to somewhere. It's going to go to what, the child delivering it for 13 cents a house? Is it going to go to the business that can't control that child delivered it and gets multiple fines and then has to go to business? Is it going to be the business that actually advertised through that? Someone's going to have to pay that price for an inconvenience. And I understand that some people don't like it and are frustrated. But that's not the biggest inconvenience anyone's had to experience in the past 16 months, I'm sure. And what I'm trying to figure out here is we have to recognize that there are things in motion that you stop one thing or you start interfering with one thing and start discouraging the use of one thing, and it could have a large trickle-down effect to other businesses. Now, we've heard that it's going to have that effect, whether you recognize it or not, and whether or not you realize what they all are or not. And I'm going to take that and believe it. And I'd not want to do anything deliberately or inadvertently to negatively affect businesses. And this will have that effect, whether we want to recognize it or not. So that is what it is. I waited the full time before to bring it forward to revisit it. We've heard in multiple on the delays that administration also has heard that it will affect multiple businesses, not just one. And in a time of recovery, especially, I think that we should be focusing on recovery and saying, what can we do to make it easier for businesses to thrive, and not worrying about somebody getting a set of flyers they didn't want. And if they say, I'm pretty sure I opted out, maybe they should call and double check. Because if maybe they thought they did and they didn't, and maybe someone forgot to write it down and they will the next time. But I don't want to penalize businesses inadvertently. This is not about saying you're not going to get flyers, but having a penalty involved with having a wrong delivery will affect them. You try getting someone who will agree to work for $100 a month and deliver it -30 in the snow, and then tell them that if they deliver to somebody the wrong way, inadvertently, they're going to get a $150 fine. You try to recruit those people to work. And if they don't have workers to deliver them, you also don't have a business. And then if you don't have a business, you can't actually support the businesses that are using the flyers. It's a trickle-down effect. So I'm just asking council to reconsider what you did, decided well before a pandemic came into play.
Call for the vote. Voting's closed. That motion passes. Councillor Hanson, you want to read yours in?
Yes, Mayor, let me just get it up here. That the 21-day advance notice period for a councillor's motion be waived in accordance with section 23.8 of the procedure bylaw 3/2018. And number 2, that the City of St. Albert second the City of Airdrie's proposed 2021 AUMA resolution requesting that AUMA advocate to the Government of Alberta to establish a 5% levy on all Alberta revenues collected by major tobacco manufacturers and importers. Funds collected would be redirected to support effective programs and strategies to reduce and prevent tobacco use in Alberta.
All right, before I accept that, is there any questions? Seeing none, go ahead on opening comments.
I think for me, this is a no-brainer, you know, and I think we have had a lot of conversations around tobacco use over the past 4 years, but I'd be very proud to have somebody on this council second this motion. Hopefully government's listening.
Anyone else have comments? All right, call for the vote. Voting's closed. Passes unanimously. Once again, St. Albert becomes the seconding municipality at the AUMA convention. And Councillor Hanson, you won't be there for the convention, although you can come and hang out, but I will make sure that whoever is on the next council, mayor and council, stands up and advocates for it. So, information requests, notice of motions and announcements. I had a quick question, and I don't know if it's for Mr. Scoble or probably Mr. Scoble. Now that we're back in chambers, can we used to have a cameraman that would film our meetings instead of, and we would just live stream it. Do we not have that opportunity anymore? So you would, in the past, you would see the faces of council when they were debating and not just a big view of the whole room. Do we have a cameraman?
Yeah, we
remember?
Used to have the contract, right? But I think, I don't know, I'm actually going to look to Luke here. Was IT kind of doing that before the pandemic? There you go. So
I believe it's those two cameras right there, right above your head, that used to zoom in on council's faces and we would live stream it. Mm-hmm. Well, see, so look on the screen right now. You can see Kevin and you can see David and you can see me, but only because I'm on Zoom. The rest of us.
Can you hit a mic? Because you're not coming across. You're not coming across on.
Oh yeah, sit here. So I think it's easier for the people at home to watch the debate if you actually see the face of somebody who's debating. When you have that big far out wide angle Zoom, you can't see the debate. Like you can see, it's too far away. So we used to have a cameraman that would rotate the camera around and look at it. Is that gone?
The cameraman isn't here during this. The camera operator, there is a plan to have multiple cameras that The angle could change depending on now who does that, whether it's someone in the room or someone remotely monitoring the YouTube stream. But you need 2 cameras to be able to do that. The reason why there's the 1 camera right now is it's a little disorienting with the zoom.
Mhm.
Normally you'd zoom in while the camera's off screen. So once there's the 2 cameras available again, that's becomes more of a viable option.
Okay.
And
So-
that is the plan, to have that back in effect.
So we used to not use Zoom and we used to not use YouTube. We just would live stream it. So the plan is to continue to use this instead of whatever technology we used pre-COVID.
So the Granicus system has Zoom and that can be used, but basically in parallel. Both the YouTube, it's the same feed going to the 2 different systems, one going to YouTube and one going
So
to.
what did we do before Zoom?
It was through the Granicus system.
And that's the one that they could zoom in. That's when we required a cameraman. He used to sit in the room over there.
Mhm.
Because honestly, this wide angle of the whole council is just really not as good as it was.
Yeah, and then some of the other options you have is like how you were signed into Zoom, and that's, you get the close-up, but you're still using the council system microphone, which Zoom still thinks it's that camera talking, not you, so it doesn't highlight you if someone has you in speaker mode.
Right. Okay. Well, let's talk about this maybe in August, but we need to, I think we need to go back to the way it was. Yeah. You guys all remember the good old days? When we could go in that room and have an in-camera? Like, I totally forgot about that. Okay. Councillor Hughes, and then I haven't noticed a motion to read in, but I'll go to Councillor Hughes first.
Sure, I just an information request to provide the number of solar hours in each of the city's solar panel facilities since they were installed by the month and annual totals, just as an official information request, so I might get it. That's it, thank you.
All right. Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I sent out this information request tonight, but, and I hate to, pun intended here, but I hate to beat a dead horse, but I want to revisit the dog off-leash dogs in on-leash areas. Of whatever is going on is not working. So anyway, there's a number of questions. How many tickets for off-leash dogs in on-leash areas have been issued since January 2019 to June 30 of 2021? If compliance with the bylaw is the ultimate goal and warnings are issued to owners not in compliance with the bylaw, what is the process for tracking these warnings to ensure offending owners do not receive multiple warnings and never actually face the consequence of their unlawful activity? Thirdly, what is the fine for a dog biting a citizen? Fourthly, is there an escalation in the fine, if any, if the bite is by an off-leash dog in an on-leash area? How many dog-related bite complaints has the city received since January 2019 to June 30th of 2021? How many of these bite complaints occurred in on-leash areas? Do other communities have an escalation component to their animal bylaw fines for dog bites that occur in on-leash areas by off-leash dogs? I had a heck of a phone call on the weekend. And I got to tell you, it was criminal what that lady had to face. And it wasn't a dog. It was the owner. And you have to enforce the bylaw with the owner, not the dog.
Yeah. It's a problem with all our bylaws. People break them. But okay, good IR. I have 2 notices of motion I forgot. So the first one is in recognition that veteran is never free of military service and that the Canadian Forces have issued an identification card to recognize service. The City of St. Albert extend the corporate benefit program to retired members of our military. That is the first one. And the second one is, and council, you're going to have to forgive me because I think what I'm going to read into the public record is an intention, but the exact wording is going to have to change. But the intention is that the City of St. Albert begin an alcohol in specific parks pilot program starting August 20th to the end of September 2021. When I say it, it's still a work, a motion in the works is we need to massage it to give the CAO the authority, and obviously this timing is a little bit of an issue because we get back on the 16th when this can be debated, and I'm looking to start it on the 20th, so we need to get some education out in 4 days. So it'll be a good backgrounder, I'm assuming, on the 16th, but the intention is now public that we want to try alcohol in parks pilot program, very similar to what Edmonton, Strathcona, and Morinville are doing. All right. Is that it for notice of motions? Okay, then we have, do we have any reason to go in camera? Oh, we have 15.1, so we need to go in camera for 15.1. So I need a motion to go in camera. Go ahead, Councillor Mackay.
That council move in camera to discuss the matter pursuant to sections 24(1)A and 25(1)C of the Freedom of Information and Private Protection of Privacy Act.
I'll call for the vote. Voting's closed. That motion passes unanimously. So this one has the potential for a public motion to follow up. So can I ask you guys to stick around? Okay, we will go into chambers and have our in camera and then, sorry, into the lounge area.
We have, we'll stay in.
Oh, we're
chamber
going to
for
do a
the
breakout?
first, And then
Okay.
we'll go into the one for the second in camera because we have.
Okay, so we do need a breakout room because we want Diane. Who do you want in the breakout room? Council, Kevin, Carrie, and who else? Diane and Shelley. Do you want David?
Shelley.
Sorry, I can't see who's on there.
I'm here, it's Shelley.
Okay, so Diane and Shelley, and do you want David in there? Okay. So are you making this, Tamara? Okay. Anyone else? We're good? Okay.
Not sure if we're all in camera, if you're waiting for me to begin.
Sorry, did somebody just ask a question?
For those waiting, Shelley and Diane, you'll be invited to a breakout room for the in-camera session momentarily. Please accept when you get it.
Thanks.
Now we can go take down those 40 kilometers an hour things. Just joining the room. Okay, so now we're all back in public? Okay. Okay, somebody want to make a motion to reconvene in public? Thank you, Councillor Hughes.
That we reconvene in
motion, Councillor
public.
Hughes, so moved. All those in favor? Are you willing to do the, keep the confidential things as well?
And how about, and we keep it confidential?
Two things rolled into one motion.
I was
Call
never
for the
here.
vote. Yeah. She probably has to log back in. That's okay.
And you're going to add the other one too, right? It's okay if there's a delay.
Okay, so we just voted on reconvene in public and our typical hush hush motion. That's what she moved.
I think it'd be better if we called it cone of silence motion.
Circle of trust.
Yeah, like from Get Smart.
Okay, she wants us to vote on the in-camera discussion.
Cone of silence.
Okay. All right. Who are we waiting for? Councillor Hanson. Thanks. All right. Voting's closed. That passes, I'm sure, unanimously. There it is. Yeah. Okay. Ken Mackay, go ahead.
All right. I have it in my documents here. If you don't have it, Tamara,
It's on, you got it? It's on page
Yeah, I got it here.
541. Yeah.
that the CAO is directed to execute an amending agreement with Service Credit Union to extend the term of the current agreement granting naming rights for Service Credit Union Place for an additional 2 years to October 31, 2023, with options for renewal for additional terms of 5, 10, or 15 years, and upon other terms and conditions satisfactory to the CAO or Chief Administrative Officer.
All right, any comments on that?
Only in the sense that this is a 15-year agreement that we've had with Service Credit Union in relation to their primary naming of Service Credit Union Place. And I'm happy to that they've agreed to continue on their association with the city. I think there is it's a mutual win-win for both of us.
All right, anyone else? Seeing none, call for the vote. Voting is closed. Motion passes unanimously. Item 15.2 is an in-camera with our CAO. Can I have a motion to go in camera? Councilor Broadhead, thank you.
That council moving camera, according to the usual, here we are. That council moving
Say so
camera
moved.
to have a confidential dialogue with the Chief Administrative Officer pursuant to Section 24(1)(a) of the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act.
Thank you. Call for the vote. That's closed and it passes unanimously. All right, we can sign out of Granicus because we will not be coming back to our